Well, hello, everyone. Good morning to you all. I hope you're doing extremely well today. My name is Charles Bekai, and I am the Program and Events Coordinator at the Northern Ontario Black Economic Empowerment Program. Today is a wonderful day because we have brought together a number of business development organizations and funding organizations to tell us exactly what they do and the services that they provide to entrepreneurs. So, it is going to be a rapid fire event. We will have presenters from 30 plus organizations just coming in one after the other, presenting their services, telling us what they do and how they service entrepreneurs. So there will be no questions, unfortunately, because it's a jam-packed event. However, this event obviously is being recorded and will be available on our YouTube channel and on our website indefinitely, right? So if anyone misses anything, fret not. You will be able to view this entire content after this event. And also the contacts of the presenters will be made available. So all you have to do is reach out to me personally. And we will be able to, I will be able to obviously pass you on to whomever it is that you're trying to reach. Now, I would like to pass it off to Elder Will Morin. He doesn't like to be called an elder, but I like to call him an elder because I recognize his knowledge and his wisdom, and he is a dear friend of mine. So, Will, I know you don't like being called elder, but let me call you one last time.
Well,
Will Morin.
it's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Charles. It's also wonderful. I'm honored and humbled to be here. Again, my name is Will, and in the role that I'm assisting with NOBEEP and the work that they are doing, as well as some of the staff and the ongoing and long-term friendships that I have, is recognizing the shared relationship between the Indigenous community and the African community, how important it is that we band together, work together, and support one another. And that's where my honor comes in doing this and assisting them and helping them. But as well, last night my wife said it's too late. I'm an elder. I'm older than her, and she doesn't get to use that title because I'm older than her. So I'll always be that way. But that insofar as the work that I do, you continually call me in. I have now become, in your eyes, that elder. I will not identify myself, but I welcome your acceptance of me as your elder. I'm humbled in that way, and your Baba as well too would be equally in that category, and I see him as my elder, so I honor him that way. In the opening and the sharing, I'll do a quick introduction in the language for the purposes of where we are as well too. So ani bojo will more and dishnakas giwedanonganos with maingandas maingandorum. Mishbagwadarangan Jaba and dida mampi a tikamixing nishnabek king, minwan swakmak, nin mizimigo and then meanwhile dukiramage, meanwhile the bajamo and meanwhile jamaganashe. In that introduction, I also not only included my name and my traditional name, my spirit name, my clan, and the community that I come from as an Ojibwe man, that I also indicated the land that we are on and where I'm living. It's not where I am from; it's where I am living, and I honor the Atikamekshing and Anishinaabeg community and their ancestors every morning in my prayers and as I do now, in that we honor the fact that we have Indigenous lands that is shared with settlers all across this territory, as well as beyond in what is called Canada. That Canada is on Indigenous land, and we need to be going beyond just simply acknowledging, saying land acknowledgement. We need to explore and recognize that it is requiring us to be more empathetic and educated in realizing we are in someone else's home. To that extent, recognizing that Indigenous culture historically have always welcomed others into their territory, whether they be other Indigenous groups, other communities, or other cultures. And colonization would not have been possible without Indigenous peoples welcoming in the settlers and now the immigrants. And so far, we recognize that diversity in Canada is as a result of that welcoming nature of Indigenous peoples into the land that is Indigenous, and how that premise focuses on the we. Because in our language, when we say welcome, we say bin degen, bin degen. That literally translates in come so that we both benefit. And that's what we do when we are in the service of others. And much of what was coming into this land from other parts of the world were coming from a desolate situation, seeking refuge, seeking safe opportunities, or looking at a chance to get away from persecution. And so Indigenous peoples welcomed them in and nurtured them. And that is our view and perspective, because we've always had that view. And so with welcoming people into your home, it comes with the title service. And those that are in service of others understand others that are in service with others. And that journey, having served in the armed forces as a medic during the first Gulf War 30 plus years ago, that training to become a medic, why was I doing that in an army during a war for a country that was continuing to oppress my Indigenous brothers and sisters? Was because our responsibility is to honor that role of service. And the treaties that we have with Canada are mutual sharing agreements. If we refuse to uphold our end of the agreements, then we are invalidating those agreements. But while Indigenous peoples continue to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, serve as doctors and lawyers or educators, and work within various professions to serve Canadians, are themselves honoring those treaties. It is now up to Canada and Canadians and new Canadians to recognize that relationship, because we must serve each other. And that's that mutual sharing agreement that is the foundation of Canada. And as I pass this back over to Charles and to NOBEEP, how important it is, our responsibility as human beings is that we are here to serve one another. And it's not a hierarchy. It's a mutual relationship, and that everyone in the circle are equal. And understanding the entrepreneur that's just starting out to the business and corporation that's a service provider from the government that may have been in for 10, 20, 30 years, that they are the same. They are equal, because each can learn from the other if humility is right here and right here. Without that, then there isn't a mutual relationship. So I say that I wish you all today to have a wonderful and productive sharing and a cooperation for the benefit all as we prepare to serve our people. Miigwech.
Miigwech, well, thank you so much for that. And you are exactly right. It is all about service. And we as human beings thrive when we service each other better, when we are there for the service of one another. So thank you once again, Will. To jump right into our presentations, we were kicking things off with Stuart Harrison, who is the manager of the Chamber Executives of Ontario. Stuart, take it away.
Thank you very much, Charles, and thank you also, Will. That was tremendous, and it reminded me of a conference that we held as an organization, Chamber Executives of Ontario, in Orillia just a couple of weeks ago. And Chief Ted Williams from Rama First Nation was a keynote speaker, and he mirrored your thoughts exactly. And I think it's a great message for all of us in the business community to hear as well, because it's just such a clear path to reconciliation. I know as an organization, we're trying very hard at all different levels of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's multifaceted, and we need to learn. And it's leaders like you that are helping to show the way. So thank you. I really appreciated your comments. So thank you, Charles. Well done. 30 some organizations organized for today. Having just organized a conference, I know what that's like. And congratulations. It's an awesome program. And I know I've got 5 minutes, so I'm going to get right at it. I've been asked to talk a bit about the Chamber of Commerce network in Ontario. Indeed, it's right across Canada. And there are a lot of facets to it, but there are also other chambers who are going to be on the call today. So I'm going to be brief and to the point. It is a network. We're made up of local chambers of commerce or boards of trade. There's really no difference, just semantics in what the different organizations are called. Some of it historic, some of them have changed their names quite recently, but a chamber of commerce is a board of trade. There's an old expression that says, if you've met one chamber of commerce, you've met one chamber of commerce. But, at the same time, as much as there are, individual characteristics of chambers in local communities, there's some fundamentals that bind us all together. And one of those is the network. So typical local chamber of commerce also belongs to the provincial chamber of commerce, in this case, the Ontario chamber. There are provincial chambers in all of the provinces, and then in turn, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. And that's what creates the chamber network. At the local level, there's lots going on at individual chambers, and as I've said, there's a couple coming on the call shortly who will give you a better sense of that. But fundamentally, at the local level, I think of it in terms of 3 deliverables, and one is connecting. So giving you the opportunity to meet with other business people in your community and within the network. And there's a number of ways to do that. Networking events is sort of a traditional thing, but also it could be on working committees, workshops, social media, volunteering. I do want to say one quick word about networking. It's not everyone's cup of tea. No one is insisting that you network, but when we've talked to young entrepreneurs, the number one thing that they're looking for is to meet other people. And we are really good at that within the chamber network. Most of us do dozens of events each year, and it doesn't matter whether it's a workshop or a keynote business awards or a monthly networking event, a breakfast networking event. It doesn't matter. There's all kinds of opportunities for you to meet other people within the business community. And if you insert yourself into that business community, then I think there's success at the end of that. The second is marketing and promotion. So there's a number of ways to promote your business. Fundamentally, the membership directory gets you listed as a member of the Chamber of Commerce, but you'd be surprised at how many people check and see whether someone's a member of the chamber, because there's credibility attached to that. There's also in-person marketing, so networking, attending events, see and be seen. It's another great way to promote your business. And social media. The chambers have gotten really good at most platforms on social media, and it's also a great way to engage, not only promote your business, but have the chamber promote your business, and again, see and be seen online. And then the third pillar, and this is pretty fundamental to most chambers, and that's influencing government. And we do that at the municipal level, at the provincial level, and at the federal level. At the provincial level, it can be as simple as a mayor's luncheon, a call to a councillor. Not that many chambers attend council on a regular basis. I mean, we're not the official opposition. We represent a specific group of taxpayers. There's commercial taxpayers, there's residential taxpayers, and there's way more residential taxpayers than commercial taxpayers. So we don't show up at City Council and pound on the podium that often, but we do represent the voice of business. And so we do take opportunities to make sure that council knows how the business community is feeling. At the provincial level, the Ontario Chamber is essentially a lobby group for business. They do events and sell sponsorships and memberships and that sort of thing, but so they're kind of a chamber, but fundamentally they're in the business of lobbying government. So they employ a number of advocacy specialists on staff. They develop relationships with Queen's Park, both staff and politicians. They work with other groups. So NOBEEP would be a great example. And actually the list of 30 organizations that are on this call today would be good examples of where the chamber tries to work with others in order to build consensus when it comes to representing the business community. And the focus is on well-researched, evidence-based, solutions-focused advocacy. We don't try to create headlines. We don't yell and scream. We simply do our work, do our research, come up with solutions, and we know that government appreciates that. If you respect what government does, then they respect you. So that's what we try to focus on. And almost a carbon copy with the Canadian Chamber, just bump it up to the national level. A lobby group for business. They employ specialists. They develop relationships. They work with other groups when appropriate. And again, focused on well-researched, solutions-based policy resolutions. And we've got a slogan in the network, and it's we use it as policy, not politics. As I said, we're not the official opposition. We're in the business of lobbying government, and we represent a very specific sector called the business community. And we recognize that when it comes to government, especially at the provincial and federal level, the business community is just one voice amongst many. So that's my 5 minutes. Hopefully I've given you a snapshot of the chamber network. As I said, there's other chambers coming on. Timmins follows me, hot on my heels, but look around in your own local communities for chambers of commerce, because it's a great organization to join. I've said we're not your grandfather's chamber. There's been a lot of change in the chamber network, and there's a lot of benefit in it for young entrepreneurs. So I'd invite you to check out your local chamber. Charles, that's my time.
Thank you very much, Stuart. I'm going to ask you to stop sharing your screen, Stuart, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's the little things, right?
Yes, of course.
Next, I'm off to a dentist appointment, so thanks again, Charles.
You're very welcome, Stuart, and have fun with that. Okay. But next up, we have Jasmine Chenier, who is the Communications and Policy Lead at the Timmins Chamber of Commerce. Jasmine, take it away.
Thank you, Charles. And yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking going after Stu since he's part of the executive, but I just want to thank you, Charles and NOBEEP for having us today. So as you said, my name is Jasmine Chenier. So I am the Communications and Policy Lead here at the Timmins Chamber. So we'll get right into it because I know we are on a bit of a schedule here, but we are the Timmins Chamber. So we service the Timmins region that encompasses our sort of smaller townships like Schumacher, South Porcupine, all encompassing. So the Timmins Chamber, our mission is to create opportunities for business. So very similar to what Stu said, we are here to support the business community. And our vision is to create a successful business community. So success is going to look different for each business. So again, our membership within the chamber can range from, a mom and pop store to a huge, forestry operation or mining operation. So with our 635 members, we do have that sort of wide range of small businesses, medium businesses, and the larger businesses in our community. But again, in general, we have a vision to make sure that that's successful for Timmins. Some of our key values, just to go over quickly. So partnership, obviously we want to make sure that, networking is huge and making sure that the chamber is strategically aligned. So, that's within our advocacy work, our events. We want to make sure that we're, creating strong partnerships in the community. Leadership's big as well. So again, we want to make sure that, we're responding to an ever-changing business climate. So we definitely saw that through the pandemic, just making sure that we are a community leader and we're alongside, supporting businesses when times do get tough. So accountability, yeah, that kind of speaks for itself, but just being accountable for our membership commitment. So promoting and supporting the diverse interests of our business community. Like I said, not one member is the same here. So we do really want to make sure that that everyone is, sort of together. And then last but not least, engagement. So that's the events, kind of the fun side of it. We want to keep our members engaged, and we want to be the voice for those businesses. Here we are. So I just wanted to showcase our staff quickly. So Keitha Robson is our CAO of the Chamber, and she's been with us for, I guess I could say, over 25 years now. She might not appreciate that as much, but yeah, Keitha is a staple in the community. She has been here through so much. We then have Carmen Schwartz, who is our Manager of Business Services, Elizabeth Symes, our Administration and Projects Coordinator, myself, and last but not least, our newest intern, Claudia Gagne, who is our Research and Communications Coordinator. So if you are a member or you're kind of on our emailing list, myself or Claudia are probably the ones spamming your inbox, but we're all here to support you. And again, what the chamber does, I think Stu kind of covered, each chamber has its own sort of primary focuses. So our core functions of the chamber are to save businesses money. So again, that's through affiliate programs and discounts and member savings. We want to make sure that our members are seen. So we want to make sure that everyone is sort of active in the membership. We want to make sure they're heard. So that's mainly through our policy and advocacy component, and informed. So we do send quite a few business resources, workshops. If we're not hosting something that we feel is valuable to our members, we do share that out as well. So 20 resolutions on the books as far as policies, hopefully more to come with the Ontario Chamber of Commerce coming to Timmins next year. So that's exciting. We have over 50 events a year. Our biggest one is our business awards. So that's a great opportunity to, see what is happening in the business community. And we do awards some businesses. So that's great. Our membership savings, like I said, and last but not least, marketing. So again, not only are we sort of giving you that business directory platform where you get to be alongside other businesses, we're also able to keep promoting you. You can do like sort of email campaigns with us. We can kind of work together to get your business where you want it to be once you are a member with us. Just a couple of the other things we have. So we do have chamber committees. So as a chamber member, you can sit on a committee, which is great. So this is something that we have sort of chairs of each committee, and our board of directors is actually 21 members. I forgot to mention that. So very big board. I would have put all their photos, but it would have been a little too lengthy. So we have the City Impact Committee. So this is where we do the municipal work and municipal conversations local to Timmins. We then have our Member Opportunities Development Committee. So this is where we come up with sort of new initiatives or working through, changes or what's happening with our members. And last but not least is our Advocacy and Action Committee. So this is where we like to all sit down. This has some great members, board members and community partners involved. So when we are going to bring policies to the government, we do feel that, we have that extra support and we have a whole team basically looking it over. And yeah, I just wanted to leave on a couple of quick points. So a few other things we're doing at the Chamber: inclusivity, diversity, equity, and accessibility. IDEA, we're using as our acronym, is a huge pillar for the Chamber this year. And last, we did develop an internal strategy to make sure that we are, putting diversity and inclusion first. And also we're trying to share that with our members as much as possible. So these are a couple of photos from our IDEA conference last week. So again, we're just making sure that our membership is putting IDEA first as well. So we're sharing, we had some keynote speakers, some really great resources and some great folks there. So again, I think it's all about sort of coming together and putting it into action. I think William said it best. We're all here to serve each other, and let's support each other and make sure that it is at top of mind for all businesses. a couple other initiatives really quickly. We have our Chamber for Good program. So this is for our nonprofit organizations, charitable organizations, anyone who's a member with us. So we do fundraisers for them, special events, and we also do scholarships to promote local high school students as well. And lastly, our Find It in Timmins campaign. For anyone who's near the area, you might have seen this logo before. This is just to showcase how important it is to shop local. So it's, you know, going to try and find it in Timmins first. Then if you can't, okay, you can go to Amazon, but let's feel like we can go to our local businesses first, get those products or services we need before we source outside of the community. So that is all for me. My contact info is here, and yeah, please do reach out if you want to become a member or want to learn more about the Timmins Chamber. And that's all for me. I'll pass it back to you, Charles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. Next up, we have Andy Veilleux, who is the Policy and Government Relations Manager at the Greater Sudbury Chamber of Commerce. Andy, my good sir, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Charles, and great job, everybody, so far, and wonderful job, Jasmine. And I will just load this up. Oh, I think you're just going to see my regular one. That's okay. So Greater Sudbury Chamber of Commerce, I'm actually just down the street from Charles, which has been fantastic, which means we get to go eat sushi sometimes and talk about books and everything else with some other business people downtown, which has been awesome. I was also blessed to be at NOBEEP's men's mental health event, which was fantastic. Looking forward to continuing that as a series. And I'll get started with that presentation. So thanks for having me. First and foremost, I'm the Director of Policy Government Relations for the Sudbury Chamber of Commerce. Most people know me in that capacity, but I'm going to go through what the Chamber does in a very overview, cursory kind of way, and some of the recent initiatives and highlights that I think are leading to our diversity and equity goals. So here's our agenda. Just quick introduction. Then we're going to talk about 3 of our pillars: influence, connect, and support. And then I'm going to have some brief notes, they said, and then just how to contact us.
Andy, sorry to interrupt, but you're not advancing your slide.
Oh, no. Oh, it's stuck. Yes. It's probably here, eh?
Yeah. So
okay.
Just click on your ticket.
Okay. Thanks, Charles. Appreciate that. Awesome. So influence. So we're a trusted advocate. So a big part of what we do is advocacy. That's not just at the municipal level, which is, you know, us being at city council or speaking with the mayor and the council or being on different city committees. It's also provincially and federally. In February, we'll be down at Queen's Park, meeting with some of the ministers there and some of the ministries just to advance some of the issues that our members have. Like provincially, it might be Highway 69, right? We've been trying to get that completed for a long time. So that's something top of mind for our members, which makes it top of mind for us. We need to ensure that our members are heard. We try to influence change in public policy at every different level in many different ways. And just advancing the business interests of our members, and by doing so, the broader business community. So connect. This is a big one for a lot of our members. Our members really want opportunities to spend time together and to have just opportunities to talk, chop it up a little bit, get to know each other, learn from each other's experience. Because as everyone knows, every business's journey is different. Every entrepreneur's journey is different. And there's an incredible amount that everybody can learn from each other. So this for us is a major one. And we hear a lot from our members. Last night we had our AGM, which is a fantastic opportunity for everyone to sort of come together, spend time together, and just learn from each other. We had the one from Peter Xavier from Glencore talking, and Vice President for Sudbury's nickel operation. So he's just a wonderful speaker, which was great. And it's a great opportunity just to get together and meet somebody else who might have some ideas that help your business. Support. So this is where we offer educational opportunities, cost-saving programs. I'm not going to get into a lot of these. We have a ton of them, everything from Chamber Perks app to, you know, different things that can help your business, point of sale, chamber plan, which is a big thing for group health insurance, that sort of stuff. Like I said, I won't have time to go into all of that. I know it's a tight one. So some recent highlights. So this is where I want to spend a little bit more time. So the Rural Northern Immigration Pilot, we know this is important for not only bringing people into Sudbury particularly, but Canada as a whole, but also keeping people in Sudbury, right? So it's a lot easier to get in with Rural Northern Immigration Pilot than it is the Express Entry and these other programs. And this is a program that actually brings people directly to a community like Sudbury and 10 different communities around Ontario or Canada, I should say. We actually just at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce AGM we're lucky enough. We had 96% support for our policy resolution, which now the Canadian Chamber of Commerce is lobbying to have RNIP a permanent program, which is fantastic. We think it's a great program, brings a lot of people into our community, brings a lot of good employees for all of our organizations. Our members are big fans of this. The Sudbury Local Immigration Partnership, this is something that I'm thankful enough to be able to sit on behalf of the Chamber. And we just kind of talk about a lot of different things. The newcomer experience. Newcomers can be someone coming from the region or just outside the city. Could be someone coming from another province in Canada. Could also be someone coming anywhere international. And everybody's experience is different. And it's really important to keep speaking about the different experiences and how we can make them better, right? There's a lot of issues that we have to deal with this way, but there's a lot of hope and a lot of opportunity. And we just think this is a fantastic opportunity for us to kind of give back as well as a chamber. Coming out of this was the Greater Together roundtable, which the mayor hosted, which saw, I think it was 45 of us meet in October, early October, mid-October. Anyways, to talk about things that we can do as a city to, you know, combat racism, combat inequality that we see a lot of, all these things that limit people from reaching their full potential, and the things that stop people from settling in Sudbury and having a wonderful experience being in Sudbury. Because if we're going to reach the mayor's target of 200,000 people in Sudbury, not only do we have to bring people here, we have to keep people here, right? And not only for that, we should make a community that's welcoming for everybody. So that's something we firmly believe in. We're partnering the Innovation Quarters, which obviously helps out a lot of different entrepreneurs and people starting their businesses, which is fantastic. And then we also have involvement in several other committees and task force. I know Debbie, our president and CEO, sits on some of the mayor's task force. And also, I try to be involved in committees task force, whether that's Ward 1 CAN, whatever we can do to be involved and have influence in the community for a positive change. Other than that, we try to offer opportunities, networking opportunities where people can come together of all diverse backgrounds, diverse experiences, and meet other people, right? I think sometimes a part of having a welcoming community, and it is in the business community's interest, is having people just come together, speak about different issues, work through different issues together. And then our committees and task force, we're pretty happy to report, have a very diverse background. I mean, we have people from as far away as Egypt, Brazil, on a lot of these committees. Like, it's just fantastic. India. I mean, it's wonderful to see different people come together and just to see what their experience has been like and what their experiences and backgrounds can bring to everybody else, right? So I think that's kind of the Canadian dream, I always call it, is like this wicked multiculturalism that, you know, everyone brings different things and we can all learn and grow together. And I think I almost stayed under 5 minutes. So that's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for having us. We're blessed to be here and we appreciate the invite. If anyone wants to get in touch, I'm Andy at sudburychamber.ca, and I would absolutely love to spend some time with you.
Thank you very much, Andy. It's greatly appreciated. Next up, we have Sabine Bouchard, who is the Manager of Research and Innovation at College Boreal. Sabine, go ahead.
Thank you, Charles. I'm going to share my screen as well. Perfect. So hi, everyone. It's really nice to be here and to see you virtually. Thank you, Charles, for including us in the presentation. Oh, can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Oh, I see what happened here. Okay, sorry, working with two screens, apparently giving me a hard time. So for those who might not know us, so at Boreal, so our main campus is in Sudbury, and I know there's a few people from different regions participating today. However, we do have campuses across the province. We have 7 campuses across the province and 30 access centers, so both going up north, but also going out east all the way to Ottawa and down to Toronto and even Windsor. But today I'm going to talk a bit more about the research services we provide when it comes to industry support, how we approach it, and how specifically what we offer in the Sudbury region, as to enterprise support. So just to start, just to give an overview of collegial research. So the way we approach research is really that it's research that's designed to solve specific practical problems, answer certain questions, create new product, process, and services for an external partner. So we really, our projects, the projects that are developed, it's really a support to industry or the community. And it's really research that's driven by college students, staff, and faculty. So research, collegial research, can almost be seen as a service, where we're able to leverage some funding to support an industry or a community partner with their objectives. So whether that be helping them solve a challenge, develop different solutions, or like I mentioned, develop a prototype or a process. And that can be done in a variety of sectors. And really the professors and the students are the experts. And since there's very limited funding available for indirect cost of research, we really were able to help our project partner leverage the funding and apply to external funding with federal and provincial agencies. And okay, perfect. And really we do this, and our students are at the core of our research services. Our mission is to provide experiential learning opportunities to our students through applied research projects. And so partners really get firsthand at, new talent that are working out, that are studying. So sometimes, some of these students that are hired to work on the projects will then be hired by the external partner to continue on with their company. So you have firsthand access to new talent. And really these projects are key for our students because they really help them get hands-on access to industry experience in their field of study. And here at Boreal in the Sudbury, we really have three kind of key priority research sector, which is new technologies development, social innovation, and environmental sustainability. So it can be new technologies can really be from any support. So specifically, if you're looking for support with fabrication or prototype development, we have expertise in developing a wide range of multi-sectorial tools. We've been doing a lot of research in ag tech, so agriculture technologies, and looking at ways of adapting or adopting technologies that already exist for the agriculture sector. Social innovation and health, our research teams have an expertise in supporting once again, a wide range of different social innovation projects. So I'll give you a couple examples here. So right now we have a current project that's looking at developing or improving mental health support for the funeral services professionals. Another project that we currently have with the city in partnership with a non-for-profit and the city of Greater Sudbury is actually looking at tiny homes and secondary dwellings. So what is the potential for secondary dwelling in the Sudbury area? What does it look like? As well as our students are currently starting to build one. So looking at having, what's the future of these types of housing in our region? And then also give an agriculture example. So we just have a new project that's starting looking at supply chain procurement in Northern Ontario. So these projects are really regionally based, and a lot of the time it can be with an industry or a non-for-profit or even a community looking at local issues and trying to find solutions or develop specific tools that will help our partners reach their objectives. And then lastly, we do have an expertise in environmental sustainability. So at our Sudbury campus, we have the Glencore Applied Research Center for Biodiversity. So we have a greenhouse infrastructure, and it's both a forestry as well as an agriculture greenhouse that is both used for academic as well as post-secondary purposes, where our teams have expertise in both horticulture and sustainable agriculture, soil rehabilitation, forestry and natural resources, but also we also do aquaculture research. We have a small fish hatchery that allows us to provide different support for partners looking at either testing different kind of fish. Is it feasible to rear specific species for commercial purposes, or even just improving their current practices? So yeah, it's a really quick overview. I know we only had 5 minutes, but this is one of our expertise in the Sudbury region. So if you know someone, or if you're looking to develop a project specifically in these fields, specifically agriculture is one of our big focus right now, please feel free to reach me, send me an email, and I'd be happy to discuss and see how we can support you.
Thank you very much, Sabine. Again, that is very greatly appreciated. Next up, we have William B. Elliott, who is the General Manager of the Elliott Lake North Shore Corporation for Business Development. Good to Elliott. Take it away.
Thanks, Charles. Two apologies. One, I don't have a PowerPoint, and two, you're going to have to put up with my sketchy Movember mustache, because unfortunately you scheduled this during this month, so that's what you're going to get. So I pre-apologize. I understand it's not particularly attractive, but you know, I don't know.
You're rocking it. Don't mind anyone. Just do your thing. Do your thing, sir. Do your thing.
Yeah, thanks for having me today. As Charles mentioned, Elliott Lake and North Shore Corporation for Business Development. We go by ELNOS. ELNOS is a registered business name. Obviously, it's a lot easier to work with. We came out of the mine closures in the early 1990s in Elliott Lake. Part of the compensation package that was given by the provincial government was to set up this economic development, business development organization to help stabilize, diversify, and grow the local economy. We're a little unique in that we're geographically limited. I serve 5 communities, so anybody from Northern Ontario will understand Elliott Lake, Blind River, Spanish, Township of the North Shore, and I also have Serpent River First Nation as one of my client communities. So I am restricted to dealing with businesses in that area. There is a little bit of flexibility that allows me to deal with businesses that have a significant impact in the region, or has some form of business operation within the region, even if it's not necessarily, say, the head office. So there's a little bit there. One of the things that we do is business finance. So we have several programs in business finance. We have what we call a microloan program, which is up to $10,000. We have a small loan program, which is up to $25,000. And then we have our regular loan program, which is up to $250,000. We do some other work within the community. We work with community wellness programs. So if there's an initiative that we think will benefit the community, not just the business community, we can help provide funding to those types of initiatives. We have a grant program, which is called Business Development Assistance. Say, for example, you were going to do a business feasibility study in the area. You could apply to us and we would potentially fund that as a forgivable loan to help you assess the viability of that. The idea is to remove some of the risk from the entrepreneur, take it on ourselves to make it easier. We also act as a facilitator. A lot of times we're that initial contact point. Unfortunately, right now we don't have an active chamber of commerce in the region. Both chambers in our area are dormant. So we fill some of those roles. You know, people will call us and say, where do I find this service? Where do I find that service? I'm thinking of doing this. Who should I talk to? So because we've been around for a long time, we can be the clearinghouse a lot of time of information. Our application process, pretty simple. Almost everything is based off a business plan. There's no magic there. Any business plan format we'll use. We certainly keep that on our website. I'll give you the website after. It's just www.elnos.com. I know this is being recorded. I also know Charles has all my contact information, so you can do that through him. If you think there's an opportunity for you here, we usually start up with an initial meeting, and that can be in person or Zoom or Teams, you know, online, to talk about if there's a fit, and if there's a fit, how ELNOS might help assist with that business. And then we'll do ongoing supports. It could be counseling, referrals, reviews, might be access to admin. You might need photocopying, you know, fax, printing, an office to work out of temporarily. We can provide all of those service to you free of charge. as part of our business support. A lot of stuff on our website, a lot of stuff again that you would traditionally see with the chamber. You know, we have a business inventory on there. All of our forms are on there. All of our updates are on there. We understand right now the workforce challenges that some of our businesses are facing. That's potentially limiting them. You know, succession planning is an important thing for us right now. So there may be some opportunities there for new entrepreneurs in the region. And we have that content on our website and within our office. So we're very open. If you think you have an idea that might work in the area, you think there's an opportunity here, please reach out. We're happy to talk to you. We're happy to spend some time going over your plan and see if it makes sense, and then see if there's a role for us. And if not, maybe we can help direct you to a different agency that could help. But that's the best I can do for you. Reach out, please. Happy to talk to you, and we may be able to work with you in the future. And that would be awesome. And thank you so much, Charles, and your team, for the invitation today. And again, you know, next time if you schedule it outside November, I do look a little different. But thanks for your time today.
Thanks a lot, Will. And I must say, your mustache is great. It reminds me of Hulk Hogan. So honestly, thank you for bringing that back. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But that's aside. Thanks again, Will. Next up, we have Josee from, who is the Business Center Coordinator at the Regional Business Center here in Sudbury. Josee, the floor is all yours.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen. Can everybody see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm actually here today representing the Small Business Enterprise Centers of Ontario. So we're in a couple different hats today, and I'll kind of flip back and forth throughout the presentation. But the Small Business Enterprise Centers are government, provincially funded programs and services designed to help entrepreneurs start, grow, or operate a business. So we try to be that kind of one-stop shop for a new entrepreneur or somebody looking for resources. So there's actually 54 small business enterprise centers located across the province. And for this particular group, there are 7 that are located in Northern Ontario, and I'm going to introduce them on the next slide. So between the 7 of us, we all have very large catchment areas, and we service aspiring entrepreneurs from Parry Sound and up north. So no matter where you're located, you can find a service or a center that can help you start or grow that business. So here we are. Here are the 7 that I'm going to present today. So I work at the Regional Business Center, and we are located in Greater Sudbury. My catchment area is Greater Sudbury. We also do service Espanola, Manitoulin Island, and then Sudbury East up to Mark Stay, kind of borderline, you know, right before Verner, into the Alban area, etc. So feel free to reach out to us if you are in that area. We also have the Business Center Nipissing Parry Sound. So they service the Nipissing and Parry Sound area, including North Bay. Millworks Center for Entrepreneurship is located in Sault Ste. Marie, and they service the Algoma district. Then we have the Enterprise Timiskaming. So again, up north, the Timiskaming Shores area. The Business Enterprise Center, this one is located in Timmins, and they cover communities along Highway 11, corridor to Hearst and Hornpain, as well as the James Bay coast. The Northwest Business Enterprise Center, they are located in Kenora, and they service the Rainy River districts, which includes 26 First Nation communities, 18 cities, towns, and townships. And then we have the Thunder Bay Entrepreneur Center, so servicing Thunder Bay and the areas of Atikokan to Greenstone. So as I said, no matter where you are, reach out to your nearest small business enterprise center. And on one of the upcoming slides, I'll put everybody's websites if anybody is interested. But if you happen to reach out to us and turns out that you're in somebody else's area, we'll gladly make that introduction. So we are a very collaborative group, and we make referrals to each other who we think would be best to serve a client in a particular area. In terms of what we do, so as I mentioned, we are here to help aspiring entrepreneurs as well as small business owners. So one of the things that we do is confidential one-on-one consultations. And this could be anything. It could be to go through the startup rules and regulations. It could be talking about a marketing plan, financing options, the development of a business plan. Sometimes people just like to chat with somebody to bounce ideas, make sure that they're on the right path. So we do offer that. We assist with market research and business planning. So highly encourage anybody who's looking to get into business to develop a plan on how to move forward. I know in Greater Sudbury, we have a particular service where we can find industry database or industry information for clients. So we've purchased a database that pulls out reports. So if you want to know about the health sector, construction, etc., in different we can do some of them. We can do Ontario, some Canada, and some US reports, but we then help clients to digest that and learn how to integrate that data into their business plan. So that's, again, a service particular to Greater Sudbury, but we all offer some sort of assistance with market research and the business plan development. When I do, and I do say assistance with business plan development, we will not write the plan for clients, but we'll gladly work with you with a draft that you've come up with, go back and forth as long as it takes to get that plan to a standard that could be presented to a financial institution, perhaps apply for a grant, or just use it for operational purposes for yourself to know that somebody else has taken a look at this and has asked the right questions and perhaps challenged some of the things that you wanted to do. You'd rather have somebody else poke holes in your business plan and ask those tough questions than to go through with the plan and have the bank ask those questions, or perhaps start to proceed with your business and have missed a really important part of your operations that could end up being costly later. We also offer guidance on business registrations and funding opportunities. So, quite often somebody wants to start a business. They're really passionate about what they do, but they really don't know business structure. Should you incorporate? Should you be a sole proprietor, partnership? How do you register that? Do you need HST? Are there municipal licenses that you need in your particular area? Insurance, etc. Some industries are highly regulated. So we go through that as a bit of a startup checklist and discuss everything that you would need to start this business in that particular area. Some of the centers, so Sudbury as an example, will walk you through the business plan, or not the business plan, the master business license registration. So when you come to register as a sole proprietor partnership, so we can do that here in Sudbury. There are other centers who refer to a third party that assists with that. But either way, when you come and you need to register a business, there are services that can help you to do that. And then funding opportunities, as I mentioned. You know, it can be really overwhelming for an entrepreneur to start Googling and trying to find the various programs that might be available to them. So we're pretty knowledgeable in what's available. So once we have a chat with you and we understand what you want to do, what you're looking to spend the money on, perhaps what's your background, we can then kind of pinpoint some of those programs that you could be eligible for, and assist with those grant applications should you need that assistance. We also offer a couple different programs. So I'll start off with the Summer Company program. So the Summer Company program is, again, a provincial program that allows students between the ages of 15 to 29 to start a new business for the summer. And by doing so, they apply, they develop a business plan, and they receive training, mentorship, and a grant of up to $3,000. This is one of my favorite programs that we run through our center. It is fantastic to see youth in our community, you know, come up with a business idea. And we've had some really successful businesses. We've had some people who started this off as a small summer business and who are now running it as their full-time career. You know, I'm thinking of one in particular, and we might be at the 10 to 15 year mark. I'm not quite sure, but it's very interesting. So, and the ideas change from year to year. You can do just about anything that you want. So if you know of any students in your area who, you know, have an idea, who are passionate about being their own boss and who want to do something a little bit different this summer than working a regular kind of job for the summer, do encourage them to apply this program. It provides them with incredible skills that are transferable. So whether or not they choose to pursue entrepreneurship longer term, everything that they learn, they can apply to their life or their job in the future, because they really are, well, they are the business owner of that particular business. So they do the marketing, they do the bookkeeping, they do all the actual work in the business. So, and we're just there to support them. So I find it a really great way for somebody to test out entrepreneurship in a safe environment where, again, they receive the support that they need to succeed over the summer. A similar program is our Starter Company Plus program. So this one, the main difference is that you cannot be a student to apply. You do have to be 18 years of age or older, looking to start, expand, or buy an existing business, and the business does need to be full-time. In this program, you receive similar training, so training, mentorship, and a grant of up to $5,000. So all of our centers run this program. We all kind of do it a little bit differently. Some people have multiple cohorts. Some people have one cohort per year. It's been kind of developed in a way that is appropriate for each of our communities and the needs in our areas. But again, a great program. Has been in operation. This program has been in operation since 2017. And we've seen some fantastic successes come out of this program. So if you are interested, reach out to your nearest small business enterprise center, ask them about what their next cohort or what their upcoming programming will look like, to make sure that you don't miss any type of application deadline. Oops, went backwards. Seminars and events. So one of the other things that we like to do, or that we do at the Regional Business Center in all of the aspects, is offer training and networking opportunities. So all of us have different schedules, and I did reach out to my colleagues to see what might be happening in their areas. I will kind of warn that we are heading into the holiday season, so things are slowing down a little bit, but you should see in January things tend to pick up in terms of all of our programming and seminar offerings. So all of the ones that you see on the screen right now are from the Regional Business Center in Sudbury. However, they are webinars, which means anybody can attend. You don't have to be in our area to register. And I do find that one of the great advantages of us doing everything virtually now is it allows a larger catchment area, and it's much more accessible to the general population who wants to learn different skills. So these are the ones that we have up until February. So you can see that in terms of programming, we offer seminars on just about anything that you need for business, whether it be marketing, taxes, law, branding, etc. So this is what we have for now, but do check our website because we are constantly updating that. So, and actually we do have things, I think, past February. It's just I didn't have enough room on the slide to put everything. So here's what we have for now. So that's for Sudbury. This is a seminar being hosted by the Millworks in Sault Ste. Marie. Again, it is Zoom, so anybody is free to attend, is welcome to attend. So they asked me to promote this particular webinar, which is Human Resources for Small Business. And that's taking place on December 6th. I do have the link here. It is quite long, but you can go on most of these websites, like the center's websites, to find information on all of these events. Timmins has also asked me to share this information. So this is a in-person event. So for anybody from Timmins or that area, International Women's Day is an event that quite a few of the SPECs host. This one is on March 6th. And it's with Julie Cole, who is the co-founder of Mabel's Labels. So International Women's Day is a great event to network with women, celebrate women, and all the great things that they have done. So I do encourage you to find an event in your area and join in on that celebration. Some of the centers and actually the Chamber of Commerce's may not have put out their information for this event yet, but do keep an eye out in your area because it's most likely happening somewhere. The center in North Bay also asked me to share this. So they are doing a small business video challenge in 2024. So if you develop a 30-second promotional video for your business, your existing business, you can win a variety of prizes, including a Samsung 24-inch TV, some Sony wireless headphones, a tablet, as well as a Square terminal. So just a fun way to get your business out there if you're in the Nipissing and Parry Sound area. So that one is particular to that area. And then I did want to bring up one other thing. So I mentioned that I'm representing right now the 7 northern SPECs, but we are part of a larger network that I had said there are 54 centers across Ontario. We do have an overarching website where many of us will put our events and webinars online. So it's sbcontario.ca. And from there, you can see what every SPEC across Ontario is doing. So lots of webinars, but also events, etc. So you don't have to limit yourself to the resources that are available to your area. I mean, if you are looking for consultations, guidance, yes, reach out to your local SPEC. When it comes to training and skills development, this is a great resource for anybody to look for a particular resource where they may have identified a gap in their knowledge. So I do encourage you to leverage everything that is available to you through the SPEC centers. So here is the website, or all the websites for the centers. So I listed them by areas. And again, remember, all of these have a large catchment area. So although it's Kenora, it's they have a much larger reach. So reach out to them if you have any questions. We do encourage you to do that. We love small businesses. We're very passionate about supporting small business in our community, so we'd be happy to chat with you. And then another hat that I wear, so I also run or coordinate, sorry, the innovation quarters. And my friends at the Chamber of Commerce mentioned this briefly during their presentation. It is a partnership between NORCAT and the Chamber of Commerce in the City of Greater Sudbury through the Regional Business Center. So this is our new business incubator that is coordinated through the services of the Regional Business Center. We are located just down the street from NOBEEP as well. So in Greater Sudbury, and it is a program where a 6-month part-time program where we help new businesses to start their business. So you receive one-on-one coaching as well as group mentorship. We ask clients to participate in webinars on business building topics. So leveraging what's available in terms of webinars in the community. We provide networking opportunities by encouraging them to attend Chamber of Commerce events, etc. And then one of the great things about it is access to collaborative workspace with a dedicated desk, meeting rooms, etc. So this is an actual physical space with co-working desks, printer access, free internet, coffee machine to keep you, caffeinated and motivated to work on your business. But it's great because you can work here and be fully immersed in a support system while you work on your business. So our mentors can be here to support you, our program coordinator. It's great to be working out of this office and to have one of our incubator participants just pop in and ask a question about marketing or registration, bookkeeping, etc. So it's that constant support. And then they seem to really enjoy the mentorship, which is unlike anything that we offer through our other programs, is the one-on-one mentorship and that kind of peer mentoring through the program. So, and this program is free. So if you are developing an innovative business, please do take a look. So we just started our second cohort for the program on November 6th or early November. And we're going to be looking to recruit for our upcoming cohort, which will start in early May. So there's plenty of time to start working on that business idea, get your ducks in a row, and think about, if you want to apply. And if you have any questions, do reach out to us. So we're at the innovationquarters.ca. If you are in Sudbury, we're located on Elm Street, actually right across from Elm Place or the Chamber of Commerce. So you could pop in and ask us a question if you'd like. But I think that is it for me. So thank you for having me.
Oh, the pleasure's all ours, Josee. And also thank you very much for joining us and for that very elaborate and very comprehensive presentation. Thank you again, Josee. Next up, we have Evan Lanthium, who is a small business advisor at Scotiabank. So, Josee, if you could stop sharing your screen.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to find how to get out of. I have too many things open and I can't find how to get out. 1 second. The button has disappeared. Oh, I got it.
You got it. Perfect.
Got it. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That is absolutely okay. Evan, are you ready, my good sir?
I am ready.
Perfect. Evan, you can take it away.
So unfortunately I don't have a slideshow. I do have a client coming in a minute, so I'm going to try to get the full 5 minutes in before they run in here. But yeah, so thanks for the nice introduction. So my name's Evan. I'm a small business advisor at Scotiabank, specifically the one downtown Sudbury on Durham Street. So just very briefly, so what is a small business advisor? So we proactively engage with new clients and existing clients to build a strong and ongoing relationship and to provide comprehensive advice, enabling people to build successful businesses. So we also, what we do here at the BBC as well downtown is we like to partner our ongoing businesses with new ones and other ongoing ones with their own consent, so that everybody can kind of work together and take advice off of one another. So why did I choose to do this presentation? So Scotiabank actually has a variety of services that they offer for people of color, entrepreneurs, specifically as well on the business side. So for both non-customers as well as current customers. And I think that it's important to share these programs with people so that they know that they're not alone. They know that there's programs like that out there, especially with banks. So for us, what defines a Black-led business program? So for us, it's any business that has a minimum Black ownership of at least 50%. And a person of color is determined by that individual's own choice of identifying. So what is our actual Black-led business program? So it's a financing program to lend eligible Black-led businesses financing for capital investment and or working capital needs. So a working capital need can be defined as a t-shirt, a printing press for the t-shirt. It can be defined as having a plumber to work on the rental that you're looking for. So anything in that scope is defined as a capital investment or working capital need. So just very briefly, some of the program details that we offer. Here we go. Sorry, I'll scroll down to them. So financing for new capital investments and or working capital needs, competitive fixed rates or floating rates, as well as interest rates, which in this economy currently is something that is pretty exciting. Interest rate only payments for 12 months. So when we apply for a loan or a line of credit, the first 12 months of that loan or line of credit will be interest only payments for the first 12 months. Amortization, up to a 5-year term with amortization for 10 years. A term loan for business for working capital investments at a minimum of $25,000 and a maximum of $250,000, as well as a term loan for business for working capital at a minimum of $25,000 and a maximum of $50,000. So again, we talked about what defines Black-led business, but the eligibility falls under the same umbrella, being that the business has a minimum Black ownership of 50% or more. And it can be annual sales from anywhere from $0 to $15 million. So there's a very large gray area where everybody kind of almost fits in. So one of the things we'll add on, I know we keep talking about lines of credits and credit lines and whatever else. So we actually have a team of senior adjudicators that when we go to apply for a credit, if the ownership signs a Black-led business attestation, what happens is our credit application goes directly from us to a senior group of adjudicators. So it'll skip the juniors, it'll skip the adjudicators, and it'll go straight to a senior group of adjudicators who have all gone through their own, we'll call them testing modules, so that they're able to see the world and view the world from the eyes of people of color, entrepreneurs, and see the struggles they've gone with. So we like to say it's non-biased adjudication. It all kind of is, but we have these very specific courses for senior adjudicators that will work on these applications for us for our Black-led business programs as well as our women-led business programs, so that there's absolutely zero bias adjudication, and they have more of an understanding on the things that people of color go through on a day-to-day basis, specifically as entrepreneurs. So that is around my 5 minutes. I don't want to go over too much. But that is the bulk of our program here. It really is to help, I want to say, kickstart and get a running start for these eligible businesses. And again, it's current and non-current. So if anybody has any questions, this is a program that's offered globally at all Scotiabanks. But feel free to come in and book an appointment with myself at the bank. Walk in and speak to me. I'm happy to discuss anything that happens, especially in this office here. And I know that any office around Scotiabank is all confidential. So however you identify, you have a safe spot here. But yeah, that's my little spiel. Thank you.
That was a wonderful spiel, Evan. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Adeline Brunel, and Adeline is a business development manager at Futurepreneur. Adeline, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right, good sir. If not, please correct me. Take it away.
Thank you, Charles. Yes, the pronunciation is correct. Thank you. So, hello everyone. I am from Futurepreneur, Adeline Brunel. I'm gonna share my screen. I do have a presentation, so let me share my screen. You can see my screen, yes?
Yes, yes, we can.
Just one, yeah, okay, perfect. Okay. So as I said, my name is Adeline Brunel. I am a business development manager with Futurepreneur for the Black Entrepreneur Startup Program. And the region that you are in, if you were to ever to apply to Futurepreneur, then you would be working with me. If you were to apply to the Black Entrepreneur Startup Program, you'd be working with me. So Futurepreneur is a national organization who has been around since 1996, and we're providing early stage financing, mentoring, and also online resources, right? And you can see here some of our values, purpose-driven mission, and so forth. And the impact that we've had since 1996, so we've financed over more than 17,000 entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs. We've disbursed over 200 million. Out of that 200 million, 10 million is for the Black Entrepreneur Startup Program. And 44% were for women-led businesses, 22 were Black founders, and 4% were Indigenous-led businesses. And on average, the number of the job creation per business created is 5. Now, the team that is leading this program, so we have Mona Lisa, who is the director, myself, Eddie, and Rachel. We are the business development manager who covers the entire country, the entire 10 provinces and 3 territories. And we have our entrepreneur in residence, which is Benjamin, who works with entrepreneurs to complete their documents. And I will tell you a bit more about his role as well. We have Serge Richard, who's the program specialist, and Aminat, who's the marketing specialist. Now, what is the Black Entrepreneur Startup Program? So how is it different? So there are two main challenges that we wanted to tackle when we launched this program. So the first one is the general access to financing. And with just applying to Futurepreneur, you get access to your early stage financing. So you come to us, you get finance, you launch your business, and then 2 years down the road, when your business is sort of getting off the ground, you still need financing to kind of take it to the next level. Well, we have what we call the follow-on financing, and this happens after 2 full years of operations. So starting year 3, all the way to the end of year 4, you can come back to us and apply for a follow-up financing of up to 40,000. Now that's to help you scale up your business, right? Now, the second challenge that we wanted to tackle was bad credit score. So 31% of young Black entrepreneurs say that one of the big challenges to launching their business is a bad credit score. And in comparison, you can see 15% for white entrepreneurs, 17% for the rest of the population. Now, that is an issue that we need to address on our own, each individually. We need to work on our credit. We need to do better as individuals in managing our credit. And that's why we developed a series of credit information videos that provides you with information like what is credit, the importance of it, how to manage it, how to rebuild your credit. And when you watch those videos, then you get an automatic $5,000 additional $5,000. Now, there's also when you do apply and your credit is low or lower, then there's also a more inclusive credit assessment through the program. So those are 2 ways that we chose to tackle those challenges. Now, the program structure, so we have again, financing and mentorship. So it starts from 5,000 up to 60,000. And again, I like I said, if you do watch the videos, you get that automatic 5,000 additional $5,000. So instead of starting at 5, you start at 10. Now, that additional 5,000 most of the time is going to be for individuals, entrepreneurs whose credit is on the lower end, because others are going to come, they're going to ask for 20, 30, 40, and they're going to get what they're asking for. Well, oftentimes the ones that come and ask for more, but then only receives 5, are eligible for 5. That's mostly for who that additional $5,000 comes. So instead of only getting 5, you're getting 10. And also the follow-on financing, as I mentioned, starting year 3. Now, in every entrepreneur who gets financed with Futurepreneur gets automatically paired with a mentor for a period of 2 years. And you get to meet with that mentor 3 to 5 hours a month. So online, in person, hybrid, whichever works best for you and the mentor. And the role of the mentor is really to counsel you, is really to work with you, to support you, is to help you, develop those reflexes, entrepreneurial reflexes. And it's not to run your business, it's really to provide you with support. Now, the program overview, so 2 things here that I haven't mentioned is the access to the resources, which I will mention in a few minutes. And the other piece is the networking. So once you get financed by Futurepreneur, you get access to a network of entrepreneurs where we provide you access through events such as online event as well as in-person events. So depending on what's happening, you get an invitation or you don't. If it's online and across the country, we invite you. If it's in person, then it's based on region. Now, the eligibility criteria for you as an individual, for you as an entrepreneur, so you need to be between 18 and 39. You need to be a Canadian citizen or have a permanent resident card, be a permanent resident card holder, and you need to be physically residing in Canada. If you are a student, you need to be in your final year of your studies. In terms of ethnicity, you need to self-identify as Black, you need to self-identify. And in terms of solvability, you need to not have claimed bankruptcy in the past 5 years, or if you are under a consumer proposal, then you need to be in your second year. If you're within the first year, you're not eligible. Now, the criteria for your business. Your business needs to be able to launch in the next 3 to 6 months once you get financed and generate revenue. If your business is already operational, then you need to be less than 12 months of operations, right, when you come to see us. And in terms of, there's also what we see as a startup is an acquisition and succession. So I just want to say, in terms of acquisition, we don't often think of acquiring a business as an option, as a way to become an entrepreneur, but it is an option. Futurepreneur provides you with up to $60,000 to acquire a business. Now, depending on the business model, 60 might not be enough, but at least it will open the door to other institutions to support you in acquiring that business. And if you think about it, the business is, most of the time, the business is going to be already established, already as clients, already as staff. All you need to do is jump in the driver's seat with your vision and take it to the next level. And whichever industry you're in, there probably is a business or two that are for sale. And so owners sell their businesses for all various reasons, right? And also, when you get financed, after the first year, we expect for you to create one full-time job. Right, and that could be you working for your own company, within your own company, or you could hire someone working full-time, or you could hire someone part-time, you work part-time, whichever combination, as long as the business operates full-time. Now, if you have business partners that are not eligible for the VESP program, then what happens is you need to own at least 50% plus one, right? So as long as you're a majority shareholder, then the business is eligible. And if you have 2 or more business partners, then you need to at least own 25%. Now, in terms of industries, we are industry agnostic. We finance all industries. except that if you are in the research and development phase, you're too early, wait past that stage and then come see us. Commission-based sales, temporary projects, business that are with sexual violence or religious connotations are not eligible. Cannabis is not eligible. If you want to have more information, futurepreneur.ca, you can look for eligibility. Now, the terms of the loan. So the breakdown is that the 60,000 is, the first 40,000 is Futurepreneur and RBC. The last 20,000 is BDC. Now, though it's two institutions, you come through Futurepreneur and you do that one application. And the interest rate is variable. So you have a conversation. Here it says BDM, but it's mostly with the CRM that you have that conversation. And it's a 5-year term loan. And the first year you pay only interest. And then the second year is interest plus principal, right? And there's no minimum investment if you are loaning 40,000 or less. If you are beyond 40,000, then there's a 10% loan. And you need to demonstrate that you have. So if it's 20,000, you need to have at least 2,000 in your bank account, credit cards, line of credit. However, you need to demonstrate that you have access to those funds. And if you've already invested $2,000 as an example, then that would qualify. Right. So there's the administration fees, there's the early loan reimbursement, no penalty on the first 40,000, and then on the last 20,000 is on a case by case. Now the resources that I mentioned earlier. So here, when you apply to Futurepreneur, there are 2 documents that you need. It is the business plan, a business plan, and a cash flow projection for the next 24 months. Now the business plan, we make it as seamless as possible. Every section has questions, as explanations, as example of answers to help you get a good understanding. The cash flow, we have a 3-part video series that you can watch to give you a general sense of how to come up with your numbers, how to put them in a document and develop that document. Also, what we do, like as a BDM, I work with you to complete those documents. But if there comes a point where I will, if you need more support, I will refer you to the entrepreneur in residence who will work with you up to 5 hours to finalize those documents, working with you one-on-one, right? Now, another thing that we have in terms of support is the Rock My Business webinar series. And that is, the first session is the ideation, business plan, and then cash flow. So all those 3 sessions gives you a good understanding of how to go from the business idea to business, and then developing your business plan and developing your cash flow. Right. So those are really, and they happen every 2 months. So they just happened last week. They ended last week. So now it's going to be, so this is November. So it's going to be in January. The next sessions are going to be in January. But if not, then you can work with, like I said, a BDM or the EIR. Now, how the process works. So once you register and I work with you, you apply. The CRM pulls your credit, see if you're eligible. If you are, how much, and then they work with you getting all your documentation. So if you're opening up a store, you need a lease. You need a restaurant, you need food handling certification. All the documents official documents that you'll need, he'll work with you to help you get those documents. Then you get approved. You get paired with a mentor. You meet with the mentor to make sure it's a good match for you and for them. And then you get dispersed. And something that is very important to know is that we disperse the funds into your business bank account, not in your personal bank account. So your business needs to be registered and it needs to have a business bank account. And only then will we disperse the funds. So that's basically my presentation. So if you have any questions or I think that Charles, you have my contact. You can share with everyone, and they can reach out to me, and I'll be more than happy to work with you. And another thing, the last thing is, just if you want to start working with or get more information, then you can just go to our website, futurepreneur.ca. there you go on the BESP page, and then there's a registration form. And once you do that, you're going to be in the system, and I'll be reaching out to you, and we can sort of start the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adeline. And I feel rich in information so far. This is absolutely wonderful. So thank you again. Next up, we have Caleb O'Connor, who is the Director of Commercial Services at Meridian. Caleb, whenever you're ready, good sir.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caleb O'Connor, and I'm the Director of Service at Meridian Credit Union. Charles, thank you so much for the quick introduction. I'm also here with my colleague, Ifeanyi, who will jump in about halfway through our slide deck. To confirm, can you see my presenter mode?
Yes, we can. But also, your microphone is a bit, it's not giving us weird feedback. I don't know what it is exactly. But keep speak. Let me see.
Okay, I'll keep going here. So let me know if it becomes too much of an irritant, and then I'll shift it over to Iffy.
I think we'll manage just fine. You go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So today I'd like you to discuss with you who we are, who's Meridian, our core attributes, including Meridian by the numbers and what we do, our different lines of business, as well as our social impact, what we believe in, our vision, our purpose, and high level about what our strategy is, and what ESG, or environmental and social governance, means to us. So who we are, who Meridian Credit Union is. So we are a 100% member-owned financial institution. And being member-owned means that we have the distinct advantage of being able to think long-term and make decisions that are going to be in the best interest of our members, the best interest of our communities, rather than being driven by short-term shareholder return expectation. So as a credit union, we have no shareholders. We're owned by our members. Now, inclusivity is part of our DNA, meaning that everyone should be able to access all of our services so that they can achieve their best life. This means finding new ways to say yes when many other financial institutions might say no. We've built a strong and resilient portfolio of services and products, and it caters to groups that can be easily overlooked by more traditional lenders that don't allow for the client or the member to fit in the credit box. So we think differently. We try to think creatively to solve problems and some of the biggest challenges that face borrowers. And this goes back decades in our history. Now, we do grow through our profits that we do make on our loans and deposits, and we return them. We return them to be reinvested into our business processes and through our communities as well. So Meridian, at a high level by the numbers, is Ontario's largest, and it's one of Canada's largest credit unions, second largest in Canada. We manage over 30 billion in assets, and as I mentioned, we're 100% member-owned. We have over 2,000 employees, and we've been around for over 75 years. We're coming up to almost 100 branches in Ontario, and we have 15 business banking centers. And our members enjoy the benefit of accessing thousands of ATMs across Canada. In total, we have more than 370,000 retail and business members. Now, the cornerstone for our Meridian for Good strategy, this provision allows for 3 ways that we can help our members. The first is to get access to the money and advice required. Second is to plan for a better future, a cleaner, more resilient and diverse future. And the third is to help our members be financially confident so that they can go out and succeed on their ambitions. What we believe. Helping you achieve your best life, along with our vision to be recognized as an inclusive, transparent, and people-focused financial partner, drives everything that we do as an organization. Our corporate strategy, Meridian for Good, it was developed to bring that purpose, that vision to life. Our Meridian for Good strategy, it helps to guide all of our efforts for our members, for our employees, and for those communities that we serve. And we really want to ensure that we're truly serving our members in our society, while also addressing and helping solve a broad spectrum of social and environmental issues, including affordable housing, climate change, and a transition to a carbon neutral economy. Now, Meridian, we also pride ourselves on being a good corporate citizen. It's been at the heart of our business for more than 75 years. And while that philosophy, it's helped to guide our environmental, our social and governance activities for the last number of decades, we've recently formatted a long-term strategy for measuring, for managing and reporting on our initiatives. So in the year 2021, a couple of years ago, we decided it was time to formalize our ESG program and take our activities to the next level. So we created an inaugural baseline report in 2021, followed in 2022, and on an ongoing basis, in line with our annual reporting, we will be also including an environmental and social governance report to track and measure our success in living to our values. So I'd like to take a moment here to discuss historically barred and barriered communities, those who may have experienced systemic barriers to business. And at Meridian, we live our values, and equity focus is our greatest strength. So by aligning our purpose work to our core competencies, we're, as employees, empowered to make a greater impact than if we were to just go out and try to tackle everything. So our social impact, this work, it doesn't simply exist in a silo. At Meridian, we try to integrate this purpose into everything we do. We're not just supporting purpose-based work, we're also doing purpose-based work. So on to what we do, and I'd like to hand things over to my colleague here, Ifeanyi.
Thanks, Caleb. My name is Ife Iribu. I'm Director and Team Lead at Meridian Credit Union, covering our Northern and Central Ontario markets. Speaking about what we do, Caleb, can you move on to the what we do slide? Or the next slide after that? Sorry. Thank you. So in terms of what we do, Meridian provides a broad range of traditional banking services, and pretty much similar to what the charter banks do offer. And they would include deposit accounts that are interest-bearing, such as checking and savings accounts. We've got credit card services, residential mortgages, short and long-term investment options, as well as business banking and wealth management services. So Meridian members generally do, at least if we're intended to, enjoy access to one of the largest no-fee ABMs, or ATM, if you will, networks across Canada and around the world. You can use your ATM cards in a multitude of countries outside Canada. Meridian has two fully owned subsidiaries as well, which includes the OneCap and Motus Bank as well. And starting off with Meridian OneCap, that is actually our equipment financing business, which is one of Canada's leading providers of commercial equipment, leasing and financing for manufacturers, equipment dealers, and users. Now, the Meridian OneCap offers flexible and industry-tailored financing programs and solutions to small and mid-cap companies that are not readily available from traditional financing sources. So I should add that they're pretty fast with their turnaround times as well. Now, with respect to Motus Bank, which is our online digital banking service, it's a full-service banking platform that offers day-to-day banking services, including no-fee savings and checking accounts, and also includes unlimited free Interac e-transfers, loans and lines of credit, and investment and mortgage services, and more for their intended users, which gives us access to cut across Canada and not just Ontario, since we're an Ontario-based credit union. Next slide, please. Now, with respect to our social impact and initiatives that we've got, as you can see from the deck, our community investment actually does matter to us, and it's at the core of what we do. So being community focused, and you've heard Caleb speak to that earlier. But in more detail, Meridian empowers its employees to live our purpose through providing support to participating employees who are community leaders or volunteers. And the support typically includes financial support via matching donations and paid time off to volunteers who are employees. In addition, the organization is very active in corporate giving in our local communities where we operate, and continue to seek out opportunities to make an impact. So particularly, it's important to us as we expand into markets across Ontario, like we've recently done in Northern Ontario, where Caleb currently champions our expansion. As an example, for those of you who may know Caleb, he's personally invested in our communities in Northern Ontario. He sits on several boards, including being the past president of the Kiwanis Club of Nipissing, an affordable seniors housing charity. I personally, I'm a four-time past board member at the of the Season Center for Grieving Children in Barrie, and on the finance committee of the same organization as well. As you can see on this on our 2022 social impact scorecard, we've got 3.4 million invested in our communities. We've got 1.4 million invested in non-for-profit partnerships. We've got 538 nonprofit organizations supported across the local communities we participate in. We've got 3,682 hours in volunteered hours by our employees, and over 338,000 in employees donation matching by the organization. So that's pretty much over $600,000 in donations between Meridian employees and the organization. Now, moving on to our creating opportunities skill. So how do we create opportunities? And specifically speaking, there are commercial banking services, since this will be in keeping with the symposium today. Next slide, Caleb, please. So my team and Caleb's team, well, collectively, we cover our Northern and Central Ontario market, like I spoke to earlier, and we manage over $2 billion in business banking relationships. Our Meridian Business Banking Services, you can see on the slide deck, we have a cohesive team of 65 plus commercial banking relationship managers that can support, that do support all of our business banking members. And we've also got 30 plus small business advisors and 30 plus analysts who support the business banking relationship managers. Across Ontario, we've got 89 branches serving 27,000 business members, and we operate 2 one-cap equipment leasing locations in Canada, in Vancouver, and in Ontario as well. And as of the end of 2022, we had over $30 billion in assets under management and a deposit base of $18.5 billion, which is a great testament to what we're doing. Starting off with the company in 2016, we were just under 17 billion, and over time we've consistently grown. Next slide, please. So our team does specialize in originating business banking opportunities, which includes day-to-day banking services like checking and savings accounts. We are also involved in credit structuring, lending, and cash management, which would include online banking services, automated funds transfer, online wires for small and medium-sized companies that primarily operate in Ontario. And that's one key part of what we do, being an Ontario-based credit union. From a lending standpoint, which would benefit us today from within this symposium, is we cover all the major asset classes in real estate, including land development and construction financing. We provide permanent mortgages on income producing properties. We've got a mezzanine financing fund, which provides higher risk financing on real estate assets, and even for management buyouts, as Charles did speak to earlier, where you're being able to buy into some businesses. We also manage a portfolio of diversified businesses, including professionals, hospitality, franchising, and program lending. And we can all see some of that highlighted on the slide deck above. And just moving on here to NOBEEP specifically, Meridian wants to really support NOBEEP's members to grow their business. And we've put together a special program tailored for NOBEEP members to assess program banking and special financing made available through our Business Accelerator program, which I'll be speaking on shortly here. And it's really designed to promote equity, inclusive growth, and improved access to financing for Black entrepreneurs. Essentially, we continue to really explore avenues through which we can democratize business banking services equitably. Now, speaking of the Business Accelerator Loan Program, which would benefit us here, Meridian's Business Accelerator Loan Program was designed specifically for entrepreneurs to have access to affordable capital in underserved communities, so including visible minority-owned businesses. Our goal is to really ensure that all entrepreneurs have the support they need to grow their business. Now, we're doing this through partnerships with BDC, and Meridian is one of 4 financial institutions that is actually participating in the first of its kind pilot program. And we are the only institution currently that has made nimble enough progress to operationalize the program to date. So we already have originations in place, and we're already advancing loans on this program. The Accelerator program provides working capital term loans starting from $25,000 to about $500,000 to Ontario businesses that have actually been in operations for 12 months or longer, with revenues not exceeding $10 million. Now, it's simple as submitting your last 12 months of financial statements and having a discussion about your company's needs. That's pretty much what we need to see. What sets this program apart is that the government will guarantee the loan, which alleviates the worry of pledging personal assets or personal guarantees, as more often than not tends to be the case with this type of loans. A first position general security agreement and a guarantee from the owner is the only security required, but then you've got the backstop of the guarantee from the government, which goes a long way. So it's simple, and the access to affordable capital has never been so easy through this program, which I think is a game changer, particularly for equity deserving communities. So for more information or to apply, please feel free reaching out through NOBEEP. It's also as simple as visiting our landing page through the Business Accelerator Loan Program on the Meridian's website, and then just filling out a web referral from the bottom of the page. Next slide, please, Claude. So Meridian is not only interested in supporting your business through an innovative lending and cash management offering. We are also really invested in the support of your employees. So we are prepared to offer a special retail banking and wealth management offer to enable your employees the access that they need to service and advice, service and advice to live their best life. So we've got this offer that continues to be flexible and tailored to the needs of your employees, to your business, and that just generally helps you live a best life. So we take care of the banking while you have the opportunity to actually focus on your day-to-day business. So that essentially rounds up our presentation, and I'm really hoping that you've learned a little more about Meridian Credit Union, our values and community investments, and how we can offer a tailored banking program in partnership with NOBEEP to really help your business and your employees as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caleb, and Ife, for that, again, wonderful, wonderful presentation. We will be in touch. We'll keep talking to iron out some details. But again, thank you very much for your time. Next up, we have Heather Dufour, and Heather is the Innovation and Commercialization Coordinator at the Jim Fielding Innovation and Commercialization Space at Laurentian University. Heather, if you are online, we would like you to proceed.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Charles. Okay, sorry, I just have one slide I'll put up to share. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, Charles, for the opportunity to come today and share the resources that Laurentian has. So as the innovation coordinator, I am the face of the Fielding innovation space. So I manage the daily activities, and I also work with university innovators to support their needs. So the Jim Fielding Innovation Space itself, it was built as a central hub to support and promote innovation and entrepreneurship. as well as facilitate interactions between university innovators, mentors, SMEs, and community partners. So the resources we offer are the Foundry, the Makerspace, and faculty expertise. So the Foundry, which is probably the term, if you've heard of Laurentian University and Innovation, that's going to be the term you're more familiar with. And the Foundry is actually the umbrella under which we promote and provide our programming specifically. So all of our social media accounts, and anytime we're part of an event, it's the brand Foundry that you will see, okay? So the bulk of the programming, it includes things like we do workshops, crash courses, and we have guest speakers. And they all come to our space, and these sessions are tailored towards starting and growing businesses. So some examples of things we've done include building a business plan workshops, creating pitches, sessions about intellectual property. And we also, more often than not, have entrepreneurs that just come into our space and they share their entrepreneurial journeys with our audiences. We also have the Makerspace, which I will talk a little bit about later on. And office hours is another big part of our programming. So office hours, we bring in community experts from different resources across the city, and they will come and they spend, a couple of hours or up to a day into the space. And it just allows an opportunity for really anybody. It doesn't just have to be the Laurentian community, but you can come and stop in and talk with these individuals. We've had individuals like the Regional Business Center and NORCAT, some of the other funding agencies. They've come and spent some time in our space. So it just gives an opportunity for you to get some face time with these individuals. And all of this programming that I offer is free of charge. So it is open to anybody in the Sudbury community and beyond if we are doing hybrid events. Okay. In terms of the Makerspace, so this was designed as a means for prototype development, okay? So our Makerspace specifically, we have several different 3D printers. We've got both resin and filament. We have a laser cutter, we've got CNC milling capabilities, a 3D scanner, and as well, we have a wide range of just general construction tools. And I also want to note that the Makerspace as well is free and open to the public. So you can stop in if you have a prototype you need to develop, or if you just want to tinker and learn some new skills, we're happy to have you come into the space and check out our resources. Okay. And then faculty expertise. So Laurentian has a diverse range of research interests that are housed within our 4 faculties. So we have the science, engineering, and architecture. We have health and education, management, as well as the arts. Our research excels in key areas that affect the North. And these are including engineering, computer science, health and safety, as well as remediation. So we can provide introductions to faculty based on the expertise you need. We can also assist in creating partnerships to support and grow your business, as well as leverage any funds that you invest in defining solutions and creating innovators. We also have opportunities for companies to work with students on projects to solve some of their challenges. And these are things like capstone projects, or as well, MyTax internships is another avenue. In terms of intellectual property, we would be happy to discuss any implications of IP ownership when we're working together on research projects. But rest assured that any IP that you bring to the project remains your property, and that you would own any IP that you or your employees create. Now, Laurentian is inventor-owned. However, rights to new IP can be negotiated from the onset of any partnerships. Okay, so that would all be clearly defined in any of the roles you take on working with us. So if you would like any more information about any of the services, or if you want to discuss a collaboration opportunity as well, I'm always looking to work with businesses and experts in the community. So please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Heather. again. This is greatly appreciated. Next up, we have Maimuna Sangari. All good, Heather? Perfect.
Oh, sorry, I'm just going to.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Perfect. Sorry. There you go.
That's okay. It's okay. Not a problem at all. Okay. So as I was saying, next up we have Maimuna Sangari, and she is an economic development officer at Société Économique de l'Ontario, SEO. Maimuna?
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Hi, Charles.
Hello,
Hi,
hello.
everyone. And my name is Maimuna Sangare. I'm Economic Development Officer in Société Économique de l'Ontario. We are the French organization. So my presentation today will be all in French. So thank you. Thank you, Charles, for having me. And donc, la Société économique de l'Ontario, c'est un partenaire de réussite. Nous parlerons du mandat et des orientations stratégiques de la Société économique de l'Ontario. Et puis, nous allons vous présenter succinctement les services de la SEO. Donc, bonjour à tous et puis bienvenue pour cette présentation pour les francophones qui sont en ligne. Et puis, voilà. Donc là, c'est l'ordre du jour. On va passer à la présentation elle-même. Donc, qu'est-ce que la Société économique de l'Ontario? La Société économique de l'Ontario a été créée en 2001. C'est un réseau provincial doté d'une équipe professionnelle qui adopte une approche novatrice en matière de développement économique, d'entrepreneuriat, d'employabilité et d'immigration. La Société économique de l'Ontario engage tous les intervenants de la communauté francophone et bilingue à favoriser la prospérité de l'Ontario et du Canada. Nos orientations stratégiques sont axées sur 3 points. Soutien à l'entrepreneuriat, donc accompagnement, ce sont ces services-là que je vais vous présenter aujourd'hui. Je vais rentrer dans un peu plus de détails sur le volet soutien à l'entrepreneuriat qui nous concerne aujourd'hui. Et puis, on a aussi l'employabilité et l'immigration, qui est l'accompagnement que nous faisons à tous les nouveaux arrivants au Canada qui sont en recherche d'emploi. Donc, c'est l'appui aux employeurs aussi qui recherchent à recruter des travailleurs qualifiés immigrants nouveaux arrivants et le renforcement des collectivités à travers d'autres services que nous offrons au sein de la SEO, notamment le service de traduction qui est offert par un service de la SEO qui est vice-versa. Donc, concernant le soutien à l'entrepreneuriat, c'est un peu cet arbre-là que nous utilisons souvent pour présenter les différents services et les différents services que nous offrons dans le cadre de notre accompagnement à l'entrepreneuriat. Donc, on a un service de mentorat qui appuie tous les personnes qui sont en affaires et qui aimeraient avoir d'autres trucs et astuces de personnes aguerries dans le domaine qui pourraient leur apporter leur appui. Donc, on offre aussi des ateliers de réseautage où on met en relation des personnes de divers horizons, de diverses activités. On les met en relation afin qu'ils puissent voilà, savoir comment évoluer ou grandir dans leur activité. On offre aussi des formations et des ateliers, soutien à l'entrepreneuriat, toujours accompagnement individuel que nous offrons aux entrepreneurs, que nous accompagnons quotidiennement. Donc, on offre aussi on a un outil pour l'étude de marché que je vais rentrer en détail tout à l'heure, soutien au financement. On a aussi un outil avec nous que nous utilisons pour aller rechercher les financements disponibles. On n'offre pas, mais on ne donne pas le financement, mais on donne des pistes de financement qui existent en Ontario et au Canada. Donc, l'accompagnement individuel, on a aussi notre incubateur que je vais vous expliquer un peu plus loin dans la présentation. Donc, je vous ai parlé du mentorat. Ce que nous offrons dans notre service de mentorat, c'est le jumelage traditionnel où on met en relation 2 personnes, où le mentor, qui est le mentor, et le mentoré qui tire profit des connaissances et des expériences du mentor. Approfondissement d'une compétence, donc une personne qui a une compétence spécifique qui aimerait approfondir, on organise un atelier avec d'autres personnes et puis on expose la compétence et puis on essaie de trouver comment est-ce qu'on peut lui apporter un plus. Étude de cas en groupe. Donc, c'est aussi un atelier en groupe qui permet d'étudier un thème spécifique qui est à l'ordre du jour. Présentation du projet d'entreprise, donc un entrepreneur qui démarre son entreprise, qui a son projet et puis qui vient le présente et puis d'autres entrepreneurs autour des mentors qui pourraient lui apporter un plus dans ce cadre-là. On a aussi un nouveau qu'on a initié à la rentrée en septembre dernier, qui est le CET Mentorat, qui est aussi un atelier que nous offrons dans le cadre de notre programme de mentorat, où c'est juste ouvert à un échange, c'est une sorte de réseautage aussi, pour permettre aux personnes nouvellement arrivées en Ontario ou au Canada en général, de pouvoir échanger avec des personnes plus anciennes qui pourraient leur apporter une expérience en matière, dans tous les domaines en général. Donc, les autres services que nous offrons au sein de la SCO, nous avons le reprenariat. Donc, le reprenariat, c'est des personnes qui sont désireuses de reprendre une entreprise existante. Donc, des entreprises vieilles de plusieurs années, plusieurs dizaines d'années, où les enfants ne veulent pas reprendre le flambeau. En général, des entrepreneurs qui veulent se lancer dans ces domaines-là peuvent nous contacter pour essayer de reprendre ces entreprises-là. Donc, on offre des ateliers et formations sur les aspects du reprenariat. On fait la mise en relation avec des personnes clés dans le domaine. On accompagne dans la phase de préparation et de reprise. Et puis, on fait la mise en relation avec des entreprises prêtes à céder. Donc, on a aussi une option développement durable dans nos services. C'est des ateliers que nous offrons pour permettre à nos entrepreneurs d'apprendre à devenir éco-responsables. Donc, nous savons tous comment est-ce que la préservation de l'environnement nous est chère à tous. Donc, la SCO a décidé aussi d'insérer ça dans les services que nous offrons. Les missions commerciales, ce sont des formations et accompagnement des entrepreneurs dans leur démarche d'expansion vers de nouveaux territoires. Donc, chaque année, on participe à une mission commerciale au sein de la SCO. J'ai des collègues qui font le déplacement vers Montréal pour participer à la mission commerciale et ils partent avec des entrepreneurs désireux de découvrir le territoire québécois. Donc, on a aussi le programme FAIR. Le programme FAIR qui est un nouveau programme. C'est un programme en collaboration avec l'École des entrepreneurs du Québec. Donc, brièvement, le contenu du programme, c'est l'accompagnement personnalisé. On a 3 heures pour le parcours Faire le saut. Donc, en dessous, juste vous verrez qu'il y a 3 parcours. Il y a le parcours Faire le saut, se lancer en affaires, démarrage ou idéation pour des personnes qui sont encore en phase d'idéation et qui aimeraient démarrer. Et puis, il y a le parcours Faire des gains, devenir rentable. Donc, là, l'entreprise a déjà démarré et rentabilisé son entreprise, faire croître. Donc, on travaillera sur la stratégie et à l'exécution. Donc, c'est des accompagnements personnalisés, 3 heures pour le parcours Faire le saut, se lancer en affaires, 6 heures pour le parcours Faire des gains rentables, 10 heures pour le parcours Faire croître de la stratégie à l'exécution. Donc, ce sont des contenus, capsules vidéo qui sont sur la plateforme de EEQ, qui est l'École des entrepreneurs du Québec. Et puis, il y a aussi 5 ateliers par mois pour les parcours Faire le saut, se lancer en affaires et faire des gains, devenir rentable. Donc, il y aura aussi entre 3 à 5 discussions par mois qui sont offertes dans le cadre de ce programme-là. Donc, ça, c'est commun à tous les parcours, les 3 parcours. Donc, quel est le profil recherché? Donc, ce sont des femmes entrepreneurs. Le programme FAIR concerne que les femmes entrepreneurs. C'est un programme qui est dédié aux femmes entrepreneurs. Elles sont en francophone et bilingue. Donc, francophone et bilingue, francophone ou bilingue, peu importe, qui vivent en Ontario et qui ont une idée d'entreprise claire ou une entreprise en activité. Déjà, dans une entreprise qui existe déjà, et elles aimeraient profiter de ce programme-là, bénéficier des services de ce programme-là pour se bonifier. Ensuite, on a, parmi les services que nous avons aussi notre incubateur, l'incubateur de la SCO, qui est le premier incubateur d'entreprise en français et en mode virtuel de l'Ontario. Donc, l'incubateur, c'est un atout considérable pour accompagner les startups et les jeunes entreprises. Donc, pour accéder à notre incubateur, c'est via notre site qui est là sur l'écran, www.entrepreneursco.ca. Ce sont 8 volets spécialisés sur 14 semaines de formation. Donc, à la clé, il y a une bourse des jardins de 1 000 $ qui est offerte aux participants qui ont la dernière semaine de l'incubateur, on fait un concours de pitch. Donc, c'est à l'issue du concours de pitch que le gagnant de chaque groupe pourra remporter 1 000 $. Donc, c'est plusieurs bourses qui sont offertes dans une cohorte. Donc, la cohorte prochaine débutera le 3 janvier prochain. Donc, nous aurons 2 volets pour cette cohorte-là. Exceptionnellement, ce sont les volets général et volet immigration. Donc, les frais, c'est le seul service le seul programme que nous avons au sein de la SEO. Sinon, en général, nos services sont gratuits, voilà, ouverts au public canadien. Donc, mais pour l'incubateur, on a mis un frais forfaitaire de 180 $. Donc, c'est le seul service qui est payant au sein de la SEO. Maintenant, l'information capitale que j'aimerais donner ici, c'est qu'à titre exceptionnel, pour la cohorte de janvier prochain qui commence le 3 janvier, où on aura 2 cohortes, tous les participants qui voudront embarquer vont éventuellement payer les 182 $ et à la fin des 14 semaines, se verront rembourser les 182 $ parce qu'on a eu un financement d'un partenaire qui veut prendre en charge ces frais-là. Mais traditionnellement, on a vu que quand les personnes payent pour participer à un programme, en général, ils sont un peu plus assidus parce qu'on a fait l'expérience de ça avec notre première cohorte. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'on a mis ces frais-là pour cette cohorte-là. Sinon, à la fin de la cohorte, les frais de 182 $ seront effectivement remboursés. Donc, toute personne en ligne aujourd'hui désireuse d'embarquer avec nous pour le 3 janvier prochain, n'hésitez pas à me contacter ou bien à contacter NOBEEP qui pourra éventuellement vous rediriger vers nous. Donc, toujours dans notre incubateur, ce sont des vidéos, des livres électroniques, des feuilles de travail, plus de 300 ressources disponibles pour les personnes qui embarquent sur l'incubateur. Donc, c'est 2 cohortes par année. La cohorte qui commence de septembre jusqu'en décembre, qui est en cours actuellement, et puis la cohorte qui débute en janvier jusqu'en avril. Donc, voilà un peu pour l'incubateur d'entreprise. Donc, entre autres outils que nous avons un outil qu'on appelle Growth Wheel, avec lequel nous proposons un accompagnement personnalisé à nos entrepreneurs. Donc, on leur apporte conseils et orientations dans la bonne voie. On fait un diagnostic à 360 degrés de leur entreprise ou de leurs compétences. Avec cet outil-là, on a la possibilité de créer des plans d'activité basés sur le diagnostic. On a accès, chacun de nos clients ont accès à un compte Growth Wheel dès qu'ils sont clients chez nous. Donc, ils peuvent, entre autres, produire des rapports sur les financements disponibles dans leur secteur ou leur localisation, recommandations de programmes et de services mises à disposition de noms d'experts à partir de notre base de données. Ensuite, nous avons aussi un autre outil qui est l'outil IBIS World. Avec l'outil IBIS World, on a la possibilité d'aller chercher dans la base de données des études sectorielles de marché pour nos entrepreneurs qui désirent en savoir davantage sur leur secteur d'activité afin de rédiger leur étude de marché convenablement avec des informations utiles et fiables. Donc, ensuite, on a aussi un autre outil qui est l'outil qui aide à aller chercher les financements disponibles. Donc, ça aide à identifier les opportunités de financement existants, publics ou privés, l'orientation vers les demandes les plus pertinentes, conseil et relecture des demandes de financement rédigées par nos entrepreneurs. Donc, voilà, on arrive à la fin de la présentation. Je vous remercie pour votre écoute. Vous souhaitez obtenir plus d'informations, n'hésitez à me contacter par courriel et puis ou à m'appeler tout simplement au téléphone. Donc, merci beaucoup.
Merci, Maimouna.
Avec plaisir. Que je
Thank
sorte
you.
de
Thank you
la
very much.
présentation. Comment
All
on
good?
arrête? Stop sharing, yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you once again, Maimouna. We greatly appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for joining us. And before we proceed to the next presentation, I would just like to apologize to everyone for the delay. I know we are a number of minutes behind, but there's only so much one can do when it comes to controlling time with these presentations. So I hope it's okay with everyone. We will proceed. Next up, we have Alyssa Petrina, who is the project coordinator at the Sudbury and Manitoulin Workforce Planning. Alyssa, the floor is all yours.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, hello.
All right, so good morning, everyone. Just like Charles mentioned, my name is Alyssa Petrina. I am the project coordinator for workforce planning for Sudbury Manitoulin, generating opportunities for the economic growth of the communities that we serve. And I'm really excited today to speak with you to tell you a little bit more about us and what we do. So we are a workforce planning board. We are one of the 26 local workforce planning boards that we have across Ontario, 4 of which are actually located in Northeastern Ontario. We are funded by the Ministry of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development. So this is a labour market agreement between the federal and the provincial government. Our workforce planning for Sudbury Manitoulin board does cover Greater Sudbury and the districts of Sudbury and Manitoulin. So what do? We identify education and training needs in order to generate the opportunities for economic growth of the communities that we serve. So in ways that we do that, we conduct research and analyze the labor market information. Those resources are the Stats Canada information. We have Tax Filer, Census, Employment Ontario data. And we also have our own data from our workforce planning job board, which I'm excited to introduce to you momentarily. We also identify and address current and emerging workforce issues. So those issues are, but the way that we identify those issues rather is using the research and the data that we have available to us. We also work with quite a few agencies in the community, academic institutions and employers. So an example of what we've done recently that is available on our website right now, as we did a research project with the mining and construction industries regarding their workforce needs. We also produce market information reports, which I will discuss a little bit more about why that's important and what that is. We also use evidence-based resource and data to support local action. So we don't just decide what we want to do. We go through that data that is available to us to really take action and how we do our partnerships. We also lead labor market partnerships, like I just mentioned. So some of those partnerships can be with employers. We often work with the chambers of commerce and other community partners to further the workforce development needs in our community. We also work with a wide range of stakeholders. So you'll see at the bottom of your screen a list of those. So employers, unions, employment services, economic development, education, industry leaders, business associations, immigration services, and governments, and others. So let's get into what labor market information is and why that would be important for you as an employer. So one of those things that you would be able to identify in the labor market information would be labor supply and demand. So what is the overall trends in your own industry regarding the workforce needs, and taking a look at who is available to work and how we meet those needs. Another thing would be the local economy. So understanding the state of your local economy is very important. Business growth and decline. So we're able to actually look at numbers to see what the health is and the growth of the local businesses and their impact on our economy. And lastly, skills and qualifications, really important for employers. So that's the insight into the workforce and who there is out there and what skills and credentials do they have. So how do you fill your job vacancies? Which leads me to our workforce planning for Sudbury and Manitoulin job board. This is the largest job board in our region. So we have an algorithm that pulls online job postings and brings them all together in one spot, which is on our website, on our job board. So you can't directly post your jobs to our website, but we do have an algorithm that pulls online job postings from like Canada Job Board, which is free for employers to post on, Indeed, and then top job posting websites. So it makes it really convenient, not only for job seekers or service providers, but also for you as an employer. And that kind of leads me to a question for you. How are you posting your job vacancies? So our research shows that employers are still using word of mouth, and it is important for you to have your job vacancies seen by, a large potential clientele and a lot of candidates. So this is a great way for you to be seen. So if you are posting your jobs online, our job board is picking it up. And as an employer, you have access to all this information, not just job seekers and not just service providers. So I included a few statistics on the screen here. So every month, on average, we're getting 3,000 new online job postings featured on our job board. And that means 1,700 employers are being featured on our job board through their postings. And those regions, again, to explain, are the Sudbury district, the city of Greater Sudbury, and the Manitoulin district. But also kind of interesting and exciting feature of our job board as well is that we provide monthly job demand reports. So that looks like the top occupations that are posted that month. You'll be able to see that top job skills and in demand right now in the community, as well as wages. So you're able to see, what your competition is posting and what those competing rates are. So if you're looking for more information about us and how to work with us, or what else we do for workforce planning in Sudbury, Manitoulin, please feel free to send us an email, info@planningourworkforce.ca. And of course, any of the resources that I had just mentioned in my presentation, like our labor market information, our insights, other collaborations we've done with employers and agencies, as well as our job board, of course, can be seen on our website, planningourworkforce.ca. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you kind of tuning into my presentation today, and hopefully we can work together soon.
Thank you very much, Alyssa. Again, it is greatly appreciated. Next up, we have Dr. Michael Dohan, who is the director at the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Research at Lakehead University. Doctor, take it ahead.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Can you all see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. First of all, I'd like to thank Charles, the organizer, and his partners here at his organization and beyond. It's a pretty daunting task to unite Northern Ontario. I'd like to say hello from Thunder Bay. So we're not even the extreme west of the region, but it's great when we can all kind of get together somehow. So great to be here. Thank you for the invite. So. As Charles mentioned, I am a faculty member in the Faculty of Business Administration at Lakehead University. I'm an associate professor in business analytics and information systems. I'm also the director of the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Research. So this wouldn't be considered something like the Foundry or Ingenuity at Lakehead. It's a research center where faculty members can collaborate on research projects. So the specific purpose of the Center for Innovation Entrepreneurship Research, or as we call it, the CIR, is to promote and support research on innovation and entrepreneurship at Lakehead University among its faculty members. And although we are housed within the Faculty of Business Administration, we're not limited to the Faculty of Business Administration. And we have a few collaborations across all of the faculties at Lakehead University, including computer science, engineering, and the like. But what the CIR is to the outside world is a platform for understanding innovation in the region and Northwestern Ontario specifically, but we're not limited to that. Understanding innovation in the region and collaborating with industry partners. So far, we're a fairly young center. We're only about 6 years old, but the three areas that we've been gaining traction on would be these three right here. Let me move my avatar here. So business analytics. digital transformation and innovation ecosystem. So I'm going to walk you through kind of our current work as well as potential project opportunities that we see here. So business analytics, the area is one that uses existing data to improve decision making, improve operations, solve business problems, support business decisions that that industry is making, and so on and so forth. So we have what's called the SEER Analytics Lab, and this lab is kind of a sub-lab of the center, where we facilitate business analytics research and educational projects for all students and faculty members at Lakehead University. This lab runs on industry collaboration because we really seek data from industry that we can then analyze via research project or experiential learning, and hopefully produce impactful research as well as something of value to our partners. Currently, we've had partners within the university itself, but we've also have some traction from some healthcare players, both in the region, St. Joseph's Healthcare Group in Thunder Bay, as well as nationwide Canada level Alzheimer's Society Canada. Well, that was a rough one. So where do we see opportunities for collaboration for industry partners? Well, if there's if any industry organization is collaborating with, or sitting on a large data set, then that's something that we can kind of deploy our expertise to analyze the data, to solve specific problems, and to perhaps discover some valuable knowledge for these partners. Next is digital transformation. So the topic of digital transformation concerns the reconfiguration and integration of technology into business processes in a way that increases the way that organizations can deliver value to its customers, or to its to really any user that they want. So it's the idea that a lot of organizations, they have this technology infrastructure, they make investments in the technology infrastructure. In what ways can we align the investments and reconfiguration of processes within the firm to align with the value propositions that customers want to see from that firm? Again, we have a focus on healthcare here, but not an exclusive focus. We also have partners in the mining industry in the region, as well as we've in the past have collaborated with a few others, including some fintech organizations, some insurance organizations. But currently, we have a partnership again with healthcare. Digital health seems to be a very active topic in the Northwest region. So again, we partnered with the local hospital here in Thunder Bay, as well as the St. Joe's Care Group on this topic. So what opportunities do we have for any potential industry partners? Well, anything where you see a opportunity to deploy a digitally enabled service or digitally enhancing an existing service. So if this is something that's potentially an opportunity, then we can be glad to discuss that further. As well, we have researchers that focus on innovation ecosystems. So innovation ecosystem focuses on the interrelationships within a value chain, within a regional value chain, or something like that, and how that value chain contributes to the creating value. So it's not just value being created from one organization, but a kind of a network of organizations. How does that create value for the region itself, the customers of all of those players in the region? The topic It's concerned with mapping key actors in the region, analyzing gaps in the region, looking at supply chains, and potential areas for regional investment and things like that. So project opportunities here, including mapping actors within an innovation ecosystem, as well as identifying gaps in supply chains and things like that. How could these projects? How would these projects look like if we found a partnership with an industry partner? Basically, what we like to do as researchers is put students on the projects, although that's not always the case. Sometimes faculty members or researchers will take on a project themselves, but we like to put students on these projects, right? So we like to find master's students to work on these projects. So usually within the business faculty itself, we have a Master's of Science in Management program. So that's a 12-month project that we would be looking at, where a student would be dedicated to this project. Or we have MBA students that we can kind of deploy in certain cases, whether it's a class project or whether it's kind of an extracurricular project or something like that. We have been very successful at funding these projects with the MyTax program. So whether it's an undergrad student or a graduate student, we've been quite successful in getting this. I think I've done 3 in the last 2 years, where we have these projects funded. So the way MyTax works is they fund 50% of a student's internship. The internship can last a minimum of 4 months. It could last longer, depending on the project. MyTax will fund 50% of a student's basically an honorarium, where if it's an undergrad student in the BSI program, they would start at 5K from a 5K industry contribution, although they could go up farther if they're larger projects or things like that. Longer term collaborations, there's opportunities for that as well through MyTax programs, through SHRC or NSERC, et cetera. So again, within the business faculty, we have these discipline areas. So business analytics, information systems, strategic management, human resources, organizational behavior, accounting, finance, marketing, but we do collaborate with other areas, including engineering, computer science, health sciences, economics, and beyond. Really, at the end of the day, I'll walk across campus and have a hallway conversation and pull someone into a discussion if need be. So that is me, and that is the Research Center. And please connect with me on LinkedIn. Please send me an email, and I am glad to have a conversation with any of you all. And again, Charles, thank you for inviting me.
Thank you again, Michael, for honoring that invitation. Next up, we have Steve Antunes, who is an Economic Development Manager at the City of Elliott Lake. So Michael, if you could unshare your screen so that Steve could share his, that'd be excellent.
I think we're there. I think everyone can see my screen. Charles, are we good?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Charles and the team, thank you very much. It's great to see you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm excited to not just see us, but I'm excited to see some of our neighbors, some other municipalities that are here presenting as well. I think the ability to promote Northern Ontario to entrepreneurs and businesses and just opportunities in general are a great thing here. And thank you for bringing us all together to do it. So everyone that knows me knows that 10 minutes is a challenge for me to say anything, but I'll try and blur through this as quickly as I can. So we welcome to the City of Elliott Lake. I put the image up here that you're seeing just to give some context to what Elliott Lake is. Community in Northern Ontario, up Highway 108 between Sudbury and Sault Ste. Marie, but we are a fairly large community here and filled with opportunity. So the city of Elliott Lake started in the 1950s. Our population grew up to 25,000 people. As with some mining communities and throughout the decades, we had several boom and bust cycles of growth and retraction. The final mines closed here in Elliott Lake in the mid-1990s. A not-for-profit named Elliott Lake Retirement Living came out and established themselves to make use of the housing stock that we had here in Elliott Lake. That really started to promote Elliott Lake as a retirement community or a place for retirees to afford to retire. The last bust cycle that we experienced, most folks are familiar, the Algo Mall collapse in 2012 was our last real bust cycle that we had in the community. And from there, things have gone up. So where are we now? Some great statistics for us. This is of the 2021 census. More recent numbers show a much higher growth, but using census numbers, we were one of the only communities in Northern Ontario to see an increase from census to census. We had a nearly 6% increase during that time. People do say that Elliott Lake is a retirement community. The numbers show that only 40% are retirees. So that means that 60% are under the age of 65. So as I know, I'm not the best face to have on here, but as you can see from myself and some of my colleagues, we're not all old people in Elliott Lake. There's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of younger families and growth in the community. Some interesting stats. Again, average household income in the census was $67,988. And most importantly, one of the biggest statistics, sorry, not a statistic, one of the biggest things about Elliott Lake is how welcoming a community we are. Because of the program, the transient nature of people that started to move up to Elliott Lake as part of the retirement program, we always have new faces in the community. So one great thing that we have found is and I found, because I'm not from Elliott Lake originally, I can certainly speak from experience that it's a welcoming community and is welcome and is able to bring new residents in and make them feel at home. Some of the overall picture, some of the notes here for the city. We have retirement living that operates 1,375 rental units in the city, which is to show we have a large landlord that is a not-for-profit that is there to operate in the best interests of the community. We're a compact full-service community. So as you could see from the image that I started out with, Elliott Lake is very compact, easy to get around with public transit, but we're a full service community. We have a hospital with a full ER and OR suite. We've got some fantastic physicians that are operating out of our community. We have a healthcare system in place. Retail, we have 6 major retailers. We have 16 food service options. So we're not your typical Northern Ontario remote community. We're very large in operation. Excuse me. Administration and social services are still a big part, and facilitation of the retiree community is still a very large industry in our community, but not our only industries. We have 6 major employers, which include Prestige Glass, Versatile Weir Wales, Komatsu, High Rail. We have larger employers that have made Elliott Lake their home. Another big thing that we're seeing and what's changing our ratio of retirees to pre-retirees and a younger demographic is we're seeing what we're calling here in the municipality boomerang residents. We're seeing a lot of folks that grew up in Elliott Lake, went off to school, and now are coming back. So we're calling boomerangs because they keep coming back. We're seeing them come back to Elliott Lake to establish a family, plant their roots. And a large part of that is because of the affordability of living in the city of Elliott Lake. Median house pricing in Elliott Lake was still under $200,000 for a single family dwelling. So the ability to come to Elliott Lake and have that work-life balance of being able to afford a home, go to work, and many are like me. I have the luxury of a 6-minute commute to work every morning. So for those of you that live in larger cities, I can see Charles smiling, so I know your commute's not 6 minutes, but we've got that. So Elliott Lake really provides a great community, but also gives you the tools to have that work-life balance that every one of us is chasing, and along with affordable housing or attainable housing is a term I prefer to use. Where are we going as a community? We've established that two larger initiatives is what we're using to move forward with and what we're looking to move forward with. First one is tourism. My office, my team, we've set our sights on growing the tourism market in the city of Elliott Lake. We have a dedicated site and a brand, which is exploreelliotlake.com. You can see it on my slide. It's at the bottom corner of the slide presentation there. We've got a logo that we're really promoting that brand. We're focusing on the existing product that we have here. So our tourism growth is happening organically because Elliott Lake has so much to offer. What drew all the residents here, it's also what we're able to promote on a tourism side. We have a championship 18-hole golf course. We have a downhill ski hill, all within the community. Trails, lakes, 400 lakes within the city limits, and no shortage of community groups, art groups, and of course, what Mother Nature's put at our doorstep to enjoy here. We tell a lot of folks that from your hotel, your Airbnb, or as a resident, I can leave my house at 4:45 and at 4:50, 4:55, I could be in a kayak or a canoe on a lake, fishing, skiing, and or golfing. So we offer a lot of product here. And that targets those niche markets. So we're not trying to be all things to all people, but the outdoor, the active market is what we can bring here, and what we have already in place. Another item or initiative we're working on is remote worker attraction. We've got the ability to attract remote workers, whether those entrepreneurs are accountants, engineers, professionals that learn through the pandemic that we don't all need to have an office or a storefront to do our work. We can establish ourselves almost anywhere thanks to items like what we're doing right now with Zoom and video conferencing. And we've got the ability to have them here, have that quality of life, and have much more attainable housing here, and make the most of the dollar, make their dollar stretch out more, and again, live in a wonderful community. Some recent economic activity. So folks are investing in Elliott Lake. We sold 19 residential infill building lots. So we've got 19 residential homes on the go. We've sold acreage for a 60 to 80 residential multi-unit dwelling building that's in the process. We're expecting that to be have a ribbon cutting within 36 months that will create much more capacity in the community. 151 Ontario is a large site, 13-acre site right in the heart of Elliott Lake. Council declared that surplus. So we have a fantastic opportunity for development right in the heart of the community to welcome entrepreneurs or business opportunities into the community. Those key employers that I mentioned, we are seeing employment growth from those employers. We're seeing them start to add multiple shifts and bring in more skilled workers. So what does this all mean for entrepreneurs? We have a workforce that's coming into the community that is growing in affluence. We've got product ready in place for entrepreneurs that are interested in the tourism market. We're putting out that messaging. We're drawing Elliott Lake and creating Elliott Lake as a tourist destination. So entrepreneurs that are looking to move in that direction in the tourism space can come to Elliott Lake, can plant a stake, and know that you'll have the support from the community. Creation of infill lots, the building lots, the residential, that's giving us capacity for entrepreneurs that do have staff. There is capacity, there's places for people to live. Right now, housing is not a shortage in Elliott Lake. Individual housing in the resale market, last check, I believe we had 79 or 80 resale homes. So there's capacity here in the community for folks to move. The other important thing for entrepreneurs looking at Elliott Lake, we have a very strong business community, but we also have a very strong business support community here. Earlier on in the day, you heard from our colleagues at ELNOS. Mr. Elliot, I believe, did a presentation earlier on today. Later on today, you're going to hear from our friends at the CFDC, which is the Community Futures Development Corporation. Mr. Hurd represents the East Algoma portion of that. we all work very closely, and we're all here to support entrepreneurs in their growth and their path here in Elliott Lake. We want to see businesses succeed, and we have a group that will help you do that. Lastly, I've got my information up here. Please always reach out, phone call, email. We've got our 2 websites on there. If anyone does want to come to Elliott Lake, always happy to do a familiarization tour with anyone, walk them through and introduce them to some of our associates, but more importantly, give them a lay for the land here. I think not just because I live here, but I think Elliott Lake is very underrated as a community and an opportunity in Northern Ontario. And I think once folks come, they'll follow my path. Hopefully, this was supposed to be a 5-year trial for my wife and I, and 17 years later, I haven't left. So I wouldn't pick anywhere other than Elliott Lake. So I think it's a great place, and I'm here to help out however I can.
Thank you, Steve. And yes, Elliott Lake is a great place. And also, actually, my commute to work is 3 minutes, so I beat you on that front.
Oh,
That's just
no.
by the way. But thank you so much, Steve. We really appreciate you. And I look forward to seeing you in the not so distant future.
Whenever you want to come up, Charles, please feel free to stick your head in. Happy to see you in the team anytime.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Likewise. Likewise.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next up, we have Natasha P.Eng, who is an economic development officer for the city of North Bay. Natasha?
Good morning, Charles. Thank you very much for having me today, as well as the NOBEEP team. Very excited to share a little bit of information on behalf of the City of North Bay and the Economic Development Department here. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yep. Okay, perfect. And thank you, Steve. It's definitely near and dear to my heart, the city of Elliott Lake. That is where I was raised. So great to be kind of following after that. So as said by Charles, my name is Natasha P.Eng, and I am the local the Economic Development Officer here in the Economic Development Department at the City of North Bay. So the City of North Bay, we are known as the gateway to the north, and we are kind of located on the highways of 11 and 17. We have a population around 53,000 people and growing. So we are a department of the City of North Bay, the corporation of the city, and there are 6 individuals that actually work within our department itself. I'll now talk a little bit more about the kind of key areas of focus as I kind of go through some of the services that we offer. Again, keeping in mind that we only have 5 minutes to chat. Most of you know, but economic development is the practice of improving the community's economic well-being, as well as the quality of life for the residents that are living within it. So it includes a broad range of different activities to attract, create, and retain jobs within the community, as well as to build a diverse and inclusive community and economy here in the city. Just here's some of our key areas of focus that we look at. Obviously, economic development is a broad spectrum of different activities. We're very involved in different capacities, but I just wanted to list a few here. So we have investment attraction efforts. So one of our EDOs here, Marcus Tignanelli, he leads the investment attraction component or portfolio in our office. Obviously, it's a collaborative effort as we're only a team of 6, but he really works on investment or investors or businesses that are looking to relocate into the community of North Bay or to establish a presence here, kind of identify their needs and see what opportunities that we can present to them to help them with their journey of relocation. So this can go down to site selection, helping with the development process, as well as looking after them after they've arrived and established their company locally here, called kind of that aftercare process. We also do have a business retention and expansion program that is manned or kind of headed by Fran Hanover in our office. Again, it's definitely a collaborative effort because there's a lot of companies located in North Bay. We do hope to or try to connect and meet with them on a regular basis. So we did do a large business retention expansion project in 2019. Obviously, it was over the COVID time. However, we were able to get out and meet with virtually as well 250 companies, which kind of helped develop the BRD report and then led to some of the strategic actions and pieces that we're working on now. One of the main pillars that came out of that was a human resource pilot project that is also implemented by Fran Hanover. So we're actually helping 30 companies locally with human HR practices. So we have a third-party consultant that comes in and provides them with advice on hiring practices, putting in policies and procedures, because this was one of the barriers or challenges that are faced by the community here. Obviously, we know workforce is definitely a challenge that is being faced. So we have a lot of different programmings and supports there to help and assist. Like many other EDO offices, we are kind of that liaison between many industry stakeholders as well as the companies here locally. So it can be very overwhelming when starting a business or growing a business, looking at what resources are available out there to you. So we kind of act as that one-stop shop where we can kind of identify what needs they have and then set them up with the right partners in place. We work with the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, FedNor, IRAP, ION, so many different organizations here, and kind of act as that in between to help facilitate that connection. We also do work with some of the other, through 1DC, so some of the other 5 economic development offices across Northern Ontario for the Northern Ontario Export Program. So this is a program that helps companies access dollars to offset exporting their products or going out to different export-related trade shows and marketing activities and so on. We do a lot of municipal marketing and promotion, and as well as Steve had mentioned, familiarization tours. We do host potential investors or government organizations in North Bay, just to kind of make sure that they get a sense of what the community is, what supports and resources we have on the ground in order to build that those ambassadors elsewhere. We can't be everywhere, but it's nice to have people on the ground that know North Bay and can chat about that to potential investors or residents that are looking to relocate. We do have some industrial lands that are available, so vacant land opportunities, especially at our airport industrial park, that are up for lease as well as for sale. So we do work with internal departments here in order to facilitate that sale locally. As well as we do have a booming film and TV sector, which is manned by Adrienne Kelly. So she works on attracting producers and productions here. So whether it's film or TV, you may have seen North Bay highlighted in lots of Hallmark movies. So it is common to see snow in our downtown in June or July. And we also support them through accessing talent, as well as doing all the permitting process for that. We do work a lot in workforce development. So that's kind of my portfolio, is our immigration and talent attraction project. So we are lucky enough to be one of the 11 RNIP, so the Rural, Northern and Immigration Pilot communities here. So there's 11 across Canada. And we work on basically, it's a fast track to permanent residency. So it's a way for people that are already in North Bay or that have a job offer to move and relocate to North Bay and kind of be here, set up, and then get fast track into permanent residency. So we are working with lots of different stakeholders, settlement agencies, employment agencies in kind of building the capacity here to help retain. And thanks, Charles and NOBEEP, for coming down to our first Welcome to North Bay event that we hosted in September, which will hopefully continue. So it's just another great way that we've been able to bring all of the organizations together and make sure that residents are aware of what we have in our great community of North Bay. We also do have the Small Business Enterprise Center, which I know that was discussed earlier, but they are co-located on our floor in the city of North Bay. So they do provide services and resources and programs to small and medium-sized companies that are looking to start and expand within the region. So they do actually cover Nipissing and Parry Sound areas. And again, we do work on different community development and marketing partnership projects. So we have a move up campaign that we are working on and have been working on since pre or during COVID, which is basically a community branding exercise to help attract people to relocate to the community, as well as working with partners on delivering RNIP and that type of thing. Tourism was not listed in our area, but what we do is we do have a partnership with Tourism North Bay, and they work with the local tourism partners here to promote the city, as well as work on product development initiatives. We also do have the Growth Community Improvement Plans, or our GCIP, which is a municipal incentive designed to help spur industrial development in different key areas, such as industrial development, the downtown revitalization, housing intensification, as well as the waterfront. So to date, we have had 70 applications, and that has resulted into over 143 million of private investment that has been matched by over 2 million in municipal contributions. Another selling feature about developing and investing in North Bay is we do have the DART team, so the Development Application Review Team, to help expedite the development process. So this is comprised of multiple departments in the city: building, planning, engineering, as well as others, ourselves, as well as outside agencies such as North Bay Hydro, the Conservation Authority. Basically, they meet bi-weekly and they look over all the development applications just to help expedite that process and identify any red flags or any challenges or things to review prior to going into the development phase. I just wanted to show a few pictures, but this is the Move Up campaign that I was kind of sharing about. Again, just building a brand of North Bay as a community and as a place to relocate for both work as well as pleasure. And as noted, filming obviously is one of our large sectors here. So in 2022, we had over 40 million in local spend. We had 20 productions that led to 287 filming days. So obviously a big growing sector, and we just wanted to highlight that as well. So I know we are close on time, but thank you for the opportunity to chat about North Bay as well as economic development here. We are open all the time, so make sure to reach out to us. My email's on the screen, and Charles has all of our information. But thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you as well for sharing, Natasha. Next up, we have Paul Daigle, who is a relationship manager of business markets at the Royal Bank of Canada. Paul, thank you again for joining us. Take it away.
Thanks, Charles. I appreciate you having me here today. I will say, hopefully I'll be able to shave a little bit of time from your schedule a little bit today. Zoom is actually a non-RBC friendly software, so I'm not going to be able to share my PowerPoint today. But I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to be able to cover two main points. As you indicated in your email, those who are attending are either would-be entrepreneurs or existing business owners that have an interest into maybe learning a little bit of what RBC has to be able to offer. Of course, we offer loans and bank accounts and lines of credit and financial planning and all those types of core events. But at the end of the day, the bank has made a strategic move into getting into more partnerships with different organizations that it ever has in the past, right? So as far as tools for business owners that we can provide, if you own a company and you're looking to expand, we have a relationship with other banks around the world to be able to give you access to different markets, to be able to increase your sales and maybe help you to be able to sign abroad. If you're interested in starting your business, we have a relationship with Owner, which is an organization to where if you need your master business license or looking to be able to incorporate, by using any of those services, we would pay for either in full or a part of those costs. So those incorporation costs or master business licenses. If you're looking for help as it relates to HR solutions, we have partnerships with different organizations to be able to help you, to be able to, especially with smaller organizations, doesn't have that smaller infrastructure or lawyers in place, to give you some resources to be able to help you out. But specifically knowing that I am speaking to NOBEEP today, I did want to mention that we do have a Black entrepreneurship program. In 2020, RBC made a commitment of investing $100 million over 5 years to be able to help service the underserviced Black entrepreneurs. We really are trying to be able to provide as much capital as possible to that area. And we have a $250,000 loan program that we're really trying to be able to promote as much as we can, which is why I'm on the call today, and hoping to be able to help people out to be able to use that program. It's really on an underwriting perspective. On a bank side, it's very favorable, and we're trying to be able, and the requirements are reduced, so we're trying to be able to help as much as we can. So again, my name is Paul Daigle. I'm a relationship manager for business markets. I typically look after North Bay, Sturgeon Falls, and Callander. I have various colleagues throughout Northern Ontario, and to which I have colleagues that to be able to help out and have all the information that I have. If you are after the call and have this specific interest in any of the information, please feel free to send me an email at paul.daigle@rbc.com. I'm sure Charles will have that information for you as well. I'd love to be able to meet up, or if there's anything there that piques of interest, please let me know. So thank you very much for having me today.
And thank you kindly for joining us, Paul. We greatly appreciate you. Next up, we have Hosni Zawali, who is the CEO of Voila Learning.
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're good, thanks. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Calling from Northern Ontario today. Look at that. Can
Oh, look at you.
Where our offices are, you know. So that's good. Let me share my screen very quickly. I promise not to be too long. I know that many people still need to talk. So my name is Hosni Zawali, and I'm the president of Voila. I'm also the CEO of Connected Labs. I lecture at Stanford University in California. I'm a guest lecturer, so it's not like I'm a professor or anything like that. We build the virtual reality campuses for universities, but also big organizations.
We're happy to have you here.
So it looks like this, for instance. So I don't know if you can hear that, but it's basically avatars speaking to each other in conferences, classrooms, professional development, et cetera, et cetera. We've been doing that for quite some time now. And we apply this technology to many scenarios, whether it's education, upskilling, professional development, meetings, conferences, et cetera, et cetera. In Northern Ontario here, we're running the EDNO program, which is the Northern Ontario, so l'Initiative de Développement Économique dans Northern Ontario, c'est Northern Ontario Economic Initiative for Development. We're helping entrepreneurs pitch their ideas, put together a business plan, pitch in front of venture capitalists through this technology and others. So yeah, what can I talk to you about? I mean, we inject a lot of AI in this. It's not necessarily our technology. We try to do a lot of NLU and NLP, which is natural language understanding, natural language processing. But it's a very hard thing to do. So we borrow some technologies of some of my colleagues in California. And I think it's very important. So I'm not going to speak about us and what we do, but I think it's very important that people understand the impact of AI is going to have on entrepreneurship, education, on your job. So you see, in 1979, there has been a study run in a magazine called Scientific America, and it showed that the animal that is the most efficient in traveling 100 miles was actually the seagull. Humans were just in the middle. At the bottom, you had the elephant, who uses a lot of energy to move, right? Humans were in the middle of this whole list, but the seagull was at the top. Now, the same experience has been run a second time, but this time we gave a bike to the human. Just by giving a bike to the human became more efficient than the seagull at traveling 100 miles. Well, mesdames et messieurs, AI is nothing but the bike for the mind. It's almost like you are running a marathon and you think you're doing great. You've been trained all your life to run this marathon, and this marathon, let's just say it's your career. Your kids are being educated in a certain way, and you are going through this marathon. And in the middle of the marathon, someone comes and say, hello, we now have bikes. You can use them if you want to. They are free if you want to use them. Either you use the bike and you have a chance to finish a race, or you don't use the bike, but there's no way you're going to win the race. So here's what happens when people use AI and while you are trained to run. So I will stop there, but basically our expertise is really mostly on using AI and technology and virtual reality to leverage and enhance education all over the world, and including in Northern Ontario, of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you kindly, Hoss. Next up, we have Carol Penner, who is a business growth advisor. for Carol. Carol, whenever you're ready.
Share my screen.
If we can hear you just fine, Carol.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone, and thanks, NOBEEP, for organizing this event. I'm going to say PARO, the Center for Women's Enterprise. PARO means I am ready. And what we do is we have a team of 47 women across Ontario, and we help women entrepreneurs start up, grow, or scale up or expand their business. So we provide free one-on-one counseling, mentorship programs. We offer support for grant applications and writing. We help them with their action planning from 1 month, 3 months, 6 months to 12 months. We also help them with their business plans, their marketing, their financials, their cash flow projections, and much more. And we also help on issues of mental health and just talking one-on-one. The other thing is PARO offers quite a few programs. Because we're not for profit, the programs are complimentary and free to women in business. Our number one program is Go Forth, which is 15 different modules that can be used over 1 year period, where you can access on how to learn to start your own business, write your business plan, marketing plans, etc. The next program we offer is business camps, which are for startups from 3 to 4 week programs, which are again free. And these are for startups only. Then we have another biz camp, which is called Jet Setter, which would be any woman entrepreneur that has made over $50,000 in her first 6 months to a year. So it's the next level of learning. And number 3 is the Elevate program, which are women in business that make over $250,000 a year. So again, the next level of webinars. The other interesting program we have is Biz Growth. This is for women who are growing or scaling up or expanding. They have been in business over 1 year. Their sales are over 50,000, and they want to expand to new markets. And we offer assistance in paying for trade missions, trade shows across Canada or the US, if they're willing to export their material or services or products, or to expand new markets. It also helps in business development, business enhancement, equipment, training, and even information communication technologies. Now, Biz Growth is a grant of up to $5,000. And in Northern Ontario, the women only have to pay 10% of that, which is $500, which is quite a nice little package. We also offer weekly workshops, weekly seminars, webinars on various topics to help women and to help them network online as well. Another great program is we offer circles. It's called the Peer Lending Circle, where you can have you can choose 4 to 7 women, like-minded women that you wish to work with. You build your own circle. You can have your weekly meetings, monthly meetings, where you discuss your business challenges, issues, positive energy. And we offer support up to $5,000 there as well, where the women open a bank account together and they can share those dollars for purchasing supplies together to save money, or whether it be computer equipment, laptops, etc. And we also work with WEOC. I don't know if you've heard of them. It's a Women Entrepreneurs Loan Fund, where we help women to either launch or grow their business. And we offer loans up to $50,000. And we help them to fill out the paperwork. We help them complete their business plan and their cash flows in order for them to gain these dollars. And that helps them pay their retail rent for up to 6 months. It also helps them with computer technology, staffing, if they're needing staff. And again, it's webinars where they learn to grow and use that money wisely. We also offer Pitch It Like a Pro, where you can attend 2 to 4 sessions on learning marketing, sales. And on the last week, you're in front of a panel of judges, and we have 2 prizes, first and second prize, and which helps towards building your business as well. And also, lastly, we have CIT, which is a cluster innovation table. where we work with community partners like economic development. So a lot of good partners here. We invite you to come to our meetings, and we invite key clients, and we discuss challenges and issues in rural communities. So for example, my area would be Espanola, Manitoulin. I have a colleague who's in North Bay. I have another one in Elliott Lake. So we invite economic development officers to come in to help us deal with their challenges, whether it be technology speed, whether it be they need bookkeepers at hand to help them with their financials or their marketing, and mental health issues as well, which is a big help for Indigenous women in rural communities. And lastly, we'd like to say thank you, because Paro, we help women, and you can check us out as paro.ca. And my email is businessgrowth18@paro.ca. And thank you. And thanks, NOBEEP.
And thank you very much, Carol. It's always a pleasure. Yes. Next up, we have Camilla Francis, and Camilla is the director of Future North. So Carol, if you could stop sharing your screen, so that Camilla can take over, that'll be excellent. You find it? Yes. Did you find the button?
I'll end. Stop sharing.
There we go. Camilla, all yours. Everything okay, Camilla? Oh, you're muted, Camilla. I can't hear you. Camilla, there we go.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get. It's going to presenter mode. There we go. Okay. Hi. So I'm here from Future North. My name is Camilla. I'm the executive director at Future North, and we are a network for youth. And so what we do is we commit to working side by side with young people. For us, that is 15 to 30 years old in our community, to understand their experiences and work to influence change, so that we can improve the available resources and create opportunities in our community. And so we're talking about employment and education opportunities in particular. We do that through 4 pillars: navigation, education, partnership, and advocacy. So we do have a few tools and resources on our website that we've made specifically for our community partners in the community, one of them being our youth engagement toolkit, which consists of the 4 stages of change, a youth engagement framework, some assessment tools, and youth engagement strategies. We also have a community map that pinpoints all the resources available in the Sudbury Manitoulin district that we constantly update with resources, and that can be used to help youth navigate, or youth themselves can go on and navigate services for themselves. We also have a model for youth-led projects that we developed, and it helps, again, you working with youth in creating youth-led projects. One of our services we wanted to highlight today is our LEAP consultation. And so this was designed with organizations, businesses, other agencies in mind. Understanding that youth engagement isn't always everyone else's skill set, we wanted to create something to help others practice authentic youth engagement for themselves. And so what we do is we have an introductory workshops that teach the basics of youth engagement. We then engage by developing youth engagement strategies that are tailored to your organization. We then analyze data and assist you in implementing and piloting the new concept. Our workshops, we have youth engagement foundational workshops we created. We have a booklet that comes with that. So we have a total of 6 workshops. 3 of the workshops and our EDI training workshop are within the booklet, and the other 2, there is facilitated in person and can either be broken down into parts or can be all done as an all-day training. And it would include the organization's employees as part of the workshops. And then also if you have any youth involved or youth advisors in the workshops. to the needs of an organization. We kind of go through the different stages of learning, engaging the youth and creating that understanding with your organization, analyzing whatever data we receive, and then implementing long-term goals. And learning more about what we do at Future North, you can find us at futurenorth.ca. That's our website. We also have my email here, director@futurenorth.ca. And then we have our different social media QR codes available as well, our Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, and where you can really see kind of all the different projects we do with youth in the community.
Thank you very much, Camilla, for that presentation. It's always a pleasure to have you. Next up, we have Joe Turpin. Joe Turpin is the Manager of Business Attractions for the City of Sault Ste. Marie. Joe?
Perfect, thank you. Thank you so much, Charles. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. I'm just going to try to share the screen. Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so thank you so much for the opportunity. We really appreciate it. We'll try, I know we're a bit off schedule, but we'll try to get this moving on our end. So in this presentation, we're just going to give you a high-level overview of the Soo, what we have to offer, the main industries we have, some of the other aspects like the land that we're currently selling and the human capital, as well as just a great place to live and to work. So the Soo's foundation is in manufacturing for well over 100 years. We're anchored by companies like Algoma Steel and Chenier, both of which are investing significantly in their operations. Algoma Steel currently is investing at well over $1 billion to move to electric arc, which is a great thing for the Soo, as well as really at a global scale in terms of the amount of greenhouse gas emissions this will reduce their operations, as well as we have Teneri's Tubes, which has grown considerably. We just want to really highlight this. You know, the Soo has a lot of other companies that are in the steel fabricating space or remanufacturers that benefit from these core anchor companies. So we're always looking for companies that can service these types of operations. One of the other big advantages in our region is we generate a lot of renewable electricity, well over 600 megawatts on the wind, solar, and hydro piece, mainly from Evolution, which is Brookfield Renewables' Canadian arm. We also have other innovative aspects like a 7-megawatt lithium-ion battery project, which was commissioned about 6 years ago. So this really positions us for really trying to attract companies that see having clean energy as part of their processes as an important feature. And I think it really helps with the way companies are going in terms of wanting to impact or reduce their impact on the environment. And knowing that you're operating in a region like ours really helps with that. The other major industry we have is the forestry sector. So just given where we're located, we have a lot of forestry companies operating here like Araco, Acom, Bonifero, which really can take advantage of the significant amount of feedstock that we have in this area and region. Also, as it relates to that, we have a lot of other organizations and research institutes that benefit from that, and I've listed them in the presentation. So again, just really, you know, trying to demonstrate that we do have a really strong foothold in this industry, whether it's transportation of this feedstock or other companies that can focus in on it. So just wanted to highlight that to your listeners. We also have other industries as well. We're the home of the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation. So we have been able to attract companies in the gaming space or in the in anything related to the lotteries piece. We also have a growing mining and supply chain area, given that we're very close to where a lot of the gold mining is occurring just north of us, then that supply chain is developing. We also have a digital information technology space, and that's really led by our innovation center. They have 30 high quality programmers that really help benefit other companies and also drive that industry here locally. And we also have a film and cultural space where we are growing our interest in being able to house film and production crews. We have staff at the city that are devoted exclusively to this, help those companies go through that process. And we're having more and more companies open up shop here, more on the post-production side. So we're really excited about that. And just in terms of our location, this gives you a high-level map. We're right on the Canada-US border, about 73,000 people. It's really an uncongested border. It's easy to get across the river, as we say, because you are crossing the St. Mary's River that connects Lake Superior to Lake Huron and go into the United States. And from there, you can take I-75 all the way down to Florida without an issue. Also, another piece here locally is we have really strong First Nation support and partnerships with the Garden River First Nation as well as Batchewana. And both of those First Nation groups are really keen on building out their economic ability and looking at potential investment opportunities. As I mentioned, we really are well connected in terms of being able to get into the United States or throughout Canada. We do have a port system here, which some of our major players like Algoma and Timmins utilize in order to transport their goods through the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Seaway. Also, just given where we are, it's quite easy to get to the major centers. It's about an hour and a half flight into Toronto. It's about a 5-hour drive down to Detroit, or you can take a quick flight down there, and then from there you can get anywhere that you're looking to go. The other unique feature is Sault Ste. Marie is designated a foreign trade zone point, which really helps us out given where we are located on the Canada-US border, and really helps us with companies that are looking to do business across border, with helping them have a one-team task force to help them go through all the challenges when it comes to duties, taxes. So we're really there to help companies manage that process and to make it easy for them. So any companies that are looking to do this, this is why the SOO can really benefit and help them. In terms of industrial land, again, we are currently selling about, we have about 60 acres left of industrial land that's zoned M3 industrial, so the heavy use. We're selling it for $50,000 an acre, so we're really trying to attract companies here. We've had a lot of success. We've sold about 50 acres to date, so if companies are looking to expand, then please reach out. Just given this land is moving quite quickly. In terms of the education and innovation side, like obviously companies, as they're looking to grow and expand, they need the human capital, and we feel like our institutions here locally can provide it. Sault College, they have apprenticeships, trades, engineering, all sorts of degrees, a lot focused in the manufacturing space, given that's where we have a lot of significant roots. Also, we have Algoma University, which provides science, computer science, and business administration type degrees. Also in Sault, Michigan, which is just across the river, we have Lake Superior State University, again, which really has a lot of programs in computer science and robotics. And like a lot of other northern communities, we also have the Northern Rural Immigration Pilot Program, which we are part member of, which helps companies supplement local talent with other specialized skills that they may need to bring in from abroad. So in terms of programs and incentives, starting at the highest level in terms of the federal programs, and these will be consistent across a lot of the Northern Ontario communities. We can access FedNor for loans for existing companies. Usually those are lower interest rate loans, as well as they can cover off some operating expenses on the human capital side. I mentioned the foreign trade zone, which I already went through. More at the provincial level, we have the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, with which companies can access up to $5 million if they're looking to locate, as well as looking at wage subsidies. And through this, Northern Ontario Heritage Fund has a significant presence here in the Soo, so it's quite easy for us to get those in-person meetings to answer your questions and to go through the process. And then lastly, specifically at the Sault Ste. Marie municipality level, we do offer some grants in terms of offsetting taxes for any improvements that you make to land or buildings. We can also access up to $100 per project, or as approved by City Council, depending again on the jobs and the investment into the community. And then lastly is we don't have any development charges, which really reduces that operating cost or that initial cost to build a facility or to build out a facility that's already existing into what you need it for. And then lastly, the big thing here is like the work-life balance is incredible. We live in an absolutely beautiful location, close to all the major Great Lakes as well as into the US. It's quite easy to get around the Soo. We always say everything is about a 10-minute commute, which really helps with people being able to manage their busy personal lives as well as their work schedule. And then lastly, like a lot of Northern Ontario communities, it's quite affordable for those people that are moving here to get into the housing market. Property taxes are quite reasonable. So this really makes, the move here quite appetizing, we feel. And then lastly, here's a few pictures of the Soo and just the Canadian Shield, the rivers, the lakes. It's just really a beautiful place. Within 10-20 minutes, you are outside the Soo in some of these beautiful landscapes, and being able to enjoy these things, usually without many other folks doing the same things as you. So again, I just want to highlight that, we do have a really strong cluster of industries. We do have access to some of the key inputs like renewable energy. We're right on the Canada-US border, which really helps with that cross-borders trade. We have the available institutions here to provide that human capital element, or the RNIT program, and to bring in that specialized skill, and the programs and incentives to hopefully attract companies that are looking to either start here or grow their business here. And then lastly, just a great place to live and to work. So again, really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Miigwech. And all my information will be with Charles if you want to have further discussions.
Thank you very much, Joe, for that presentation. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Keith Krieger, who is the Manager of Investment and Business Development for the City of Greater Sudbury. Keith, all yours.
Thank you very much. I'll just get sharing my screen here. This one. There we go. Share. So hello, everybody. Thank you for having me, NOBEEP. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Joe. I feel like I wasn't, can you see my screen, by the way? Everybody's good?
Yes, we can, Joe. We can.
Okay, great. Because now I can't see it on the Zoom, but that's okay. So yeah, thank you, Joe, for talking about all the wonderful opportunities in Northern Ontario, the FedNor, the NOHFC, the RNIP, all of these things available throughout all the major cities of the North. So I'm going to actually specifically talk a little bit just about my team, because I'd like to give you a quick history of myself. I was a programmer for a number of years, turned into an entrepreneur, owned my own coffee shop, turned it into a successful chain of 8, went on to banking. And so what I wish I'd known back when I had my coffee shops was about economic development in every community. So we are a government, meaning no cost to you. Please come reach out to me or my team. We can help in a number of ways. So let me move on to the next slide here. There we go, and let you know who my team is. So under my purview is the investment and business development, workforce and talent attraction, the regional business center and innovation quarters, Northern Ontario exports, and the local immigration partnership. So I'm just going to touch on each one of these a little bit. With investment and business development, this is a team. If you are looking for land opportunities, building opportunities, and you're finding it a little bit of a challenge working with a commercial realtor, we always recommend get yourself a commercial realtor. They know the area, they know the rules, they will help you. We always recommend a few after we have a discussion with you, but sometimes there are opportunities in land and in properties that are not listed on MLS. We can help facilitate a interaction with the landowner or the developer to help you get the suitable office or building space or manufacturing space that you need. So we can help there. A big new thing for Sudbury, the first time that we're doing it, as Joe had mentioned, there's often community incentive programs in communities. We have a lot for building residential brownfield areas, facade improvements for your business. And I would say that if you're coming to downtown Sudbury, please reach out to me. We'll get you some of the downtown specific ones. But if you're looking for larger business opportunities, we've just released our employment land tax incentive equivalent grant. So this is the first time that Sudbury is coming to the table in a big way to say we support industry. And my elevator pitch of it is that if you buy a small plot of land, you put a building on it. If you're bringing a lot of employment to the city and you're in one of our industrial areas, you could get a 3, 5, 7, or 10-year TEAG, we call it, the tax incentive equivalent grant. So basically, whatever your property taxes on that lot was before you did any improvements, you would get the equivalent back. So if you were paying $50,000 a year on a plot of land and you built a building, you brought a bunch of employees to Sudbury, and now you're paying $100,000 a year, and you were approved for the maximum, you would write a check to the city for $100,000. We would immediately write you a check back for $50,000 every year for the next 10 years. It really is a great incentive, and I know that you just had RBC speaking a few minutes before me. I know that banks really appreciate this kind of flexibility and leverage that you have in cash flow. So yeah, a really exciting opportunity for us. And this is what my IBD team can show you. I will move on to workforce and talent attraction. So Joe mentioned the RNIP, Sudbury being the largest city in that pilot program. We actually do have a large portion of those allocations. It's become a very popular program. We are advocating for when it becomes permanent, and it will become permanent. We're just not sure exactly when. The IRCC has indicated that they will do that for an even larger allocation of numbers. But yeah, come talk to our team. We're happy to talk to you about that. But we also attend a number of job fairs. We are working on physician recruitment. And another great opportunity, please go to our Hit Refresh website. If you type into Google Hit Refresh Sudbury, you'll find it, and it'll show you all the reasons, to Joe's point, about affordable living, 330 lakes in Sudbury, 4 seasons. It's a beautiful, affordable place to live. And currently it has any industry or businesses job bank that they would like to put on. So if you go to find work, you will see that there are many opportunities here in Sudbury to find a job. We are working for January, so Q1 of next year, to actually have a reverse job bank where we allow candidates to post their resumes into the system and have employers find the right talent. So that's coming soon. I'm pretty excited about that. And then I know that Josee has either spoken to you already or will be speaking to you today. So about our regional business center, a great opportunity to help you write your business plan, help you get started at the regional business center. We also provide grants for summer startup programs as well as entrepreneur startup programs. And then when you're a little more advanced and you feel like your business is ready for that next step, the innovation quarters is like Mars in Toronto, if you've heard of it. So basically what we've learned is statistically you're 85% more likely to succeed as a business if you go through one of these incubator programs. And we're on our second cohort. It's very successful. So please come check that out. Talk to Josee or myself about that. And then the Northern Ontario exports. So now you've grown a little bigger as your business and you'd like to start exporting your widget outside of the bounds of Ontario. We can help you with funding as well as training for all legal requirements around the world, as well as Manitoba or Quebec, if that's where you'd like to export to. We can help support that. And that is the Northern Ontario exports actually, although it's a team I manage, that is a pan-northern program. You can get that in Sioux, you can get that in Thunder Bay, North Bay, or Timmins. So it's a great program. And then of course the local immigration partnership. My elevator pitch for that is that we are always trying to make Sudbury barrier-free and inclusive, and I think we're doing a great job. We have a couple of different committees a cultural committee to ask what could we do more. That's where I learned about Future North and their great programs. And I always point out the Future North website to show you where you can get your great restaurants and stuff in Sudbury, as well as a housing group that is working on making sure that when you're coming to the city, you're ready, you know how to find a house, and we'll help you out with that as well. So that is me. Thank you very much. This QR code leads to my LinkedIn. Please be my friend. I think I'm pretty popular on LinkedIn now. And I feel like that's all I have to say.
You are pretty popular on LinkedIn, Keith. Thank you very much for your presentation. It is greatly appreciated. Next up, we have Sheikh Ismail. And Sheikh is a software engineer at Cambrian College, and he will be, he's a software engineer at Cambrian College, representing the Center of Excellence for Innovation and Enterprise. Sheikh, take it away.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Charles, to have me here. I will try to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can, Sheikh. Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Sheikh Maiga. I'm a research engineer here, and I'm a lead of software and electrical division at Cambrian R&D. Cambrian R&D is located at the Glencoe Center at Cambrian College. So what we're doing mostly is, let's see. Okay, we're doing R&D. Not only R&D, we're doing prototyping, we're doing welding, we're doing engineering resources, meaning that a company who have an idea, we can help with the idea, or we have let's say a file that you want to 3D print because we have a bunch of 3D printer, or you want to have equipment that you need to test. We have a new BV lab. The good thing with that too is like you're preparing your next probably employee, because when we got a project over here, we have to work with a student. So we're training the student. So at the end of the project, if you're interested in hiring a student, that will be, it's a good opportunity. So it's not only coming to us, because if you came with us, you have, we have some funding in-house that we can apply that can cover the cost of your product. So instead of paying like 100% of the cost, you will be paying like 75%. So, and we have a variety of program that we're doing: software, electrical, mechanical, and welding, mostly relating to mining. But now we have a fee for services. Anything that you want to fab and you don't have time, you need like somebody to, or a professional to do your testing. Yeah, so it's not a big presentation, so feel free to come here, and we are open. Everybody can come and visit us, and or reach Mike Omido, who is the director of the center. This is his phone number, and to find me, it's easy. Type my name, you should be pointing directly to my LinkedIn or my Twitter.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, no, thank you very much, Sheikh. I really appreciate you. Appreciate your presentation. Very brief. I like that. Like
Thank you so much. Yeah.
You're very welcome.
Any question?
Any questions?
Feel free to reach.
You will reach.
Yeah, thank
don't worry.
you.
I have your contact information. So if anyone has questions directed to you, I will send them your way. Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much once again. All right, everyone. So that concludes the first portion of our symposium. The next session will begin at 1:05. So if you could join back in at that time, that would be excellent. And if you're not joining us again, well, we thank you for your time. We hope it was informative, and we will certainly see you around. So that's a break. We're breaking now, and we'll see the rest of you back at 1:05. All right, then we will resume. Thanks again, everyone, for joining back in, and for new presenters, thanks for joining us. We would like to kick things off with this session with Taryn Basson, who is the Marketing and Communications Coordinator at the Northern Ontario Angels. Taryn, take it away.
Thanks, Charles.
Just give me a moment here to connect my presentation. It's been a while since I've used Zoom for this.
Noted. Take your time.
Okay, are you guys able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting Noah here to present today and share a little bit about ourselves. My name is Taryn Basson. I'm the Marketing Communications Coordinator here for the Northern Ontario Angels. Our Executive Director was going to attend today, but he wasn't able to make it, so I stepped in. So a little bit about our design. So Northern Ontario Angels, we're a non-for-profit organization. We're based obviously in Northern Ontario in Canada. So we're essentially an angel investor network, and we bring together individuals who are interested in investing in early stage businesses and entrepreneurs who are looking to get investment ready as well. So our primary goal is to foster economic development within the region by supporting and nurturing our local startups and entrepreneurs. So what sets NOAA apart is our regional focus. We're dedicated to Northern Ontario, and we recognize the unique challenges and opportunities within the area. So our organization acts as a bridge between investors and entrepreneurs, and we facilitate those connections and provide resources to them. So our investors are often very experienced business professionals as well. So they not only bring capital to the table, but also very valuable mentorship and expertise to the startups that they invest in. So it's really just kind of a symbiotic relationship on both sides. So we're governed by a board of directors, and we're under the leadership of our executive director, Ian Lane. He's based out in Sudbury. And another full-time team member is our operations and events manager, Kimberly Wahamadishan. She's also based out in Sudbury. And then you have myself. I'm working remote from Timmins. And we currently have a team of 9 part-time consultants. So there are boots on the ground within our 8 chapter communities that we service listed here. And our consultants, they play a pretty vital role within the organization. So they either provide specialized expertise, advice. They also actively recruit investors and entrepreneurs within their specific regions or catchment areas. So they can also be involved in deal sourcing, due diligence, mentoring, or providing industry-specific knowledge to both investors and entrepreneurs in making their informed decisions. A little bit about our process. So we always vet our investors to ensure that they're what we call accredited investors. So an accredited investor meets specific financial criteria. So they either have a net worth of $1 million, or an annual income of $200,000, or joint with a spouse of $300,000, which grants them the eligibility to engage in certain high stakes investments. So they apply through our website by completing an attestation form, and then they are able to access all of our opportunities. So we also recruit entrepreneurs that are looking for capital, and we'll guide them through the investment process, ensuring that their businesses are investment ready before they meet with a potential investor. So when you're an entrepreneur and you are investment ready, NOAA provides the opportunity to present to the most suitable investors for your business. And we always ask interested entrepreneurs to apply through our website online. The application takes about 10 minutes to fill out, and then our executive director will reach out with the next steps. Partnerships. So we strategically forge partnerships with key entities in the area, such as ECDEVs, Regional Innovation Centers, the Ontario Centre for Innovation, incubators and accelerators, CDFCs, small business enterprise centers. And through these collaboration, we receive most of our entrepreneur referrals, and we're able to tap into a more diverse pool of innovative startups that are seeking investment. And we also leverage a large part of our personal networks, and our referrals also come through our digital channels, such as our website and social media. Our events. So we host a variety of events throughout the year. They range from pitch sessions and networking evenings to educational workshops and programs with our partners that we collaborate with. So the pitch sessions are particularly exciting. The entrepreneurs will have a chance to showcase their businesses to potential investors. So these events not only facilitate funding opportunities, but also serve as a platform for knowledge and exchange in relationship building within each community. There have been many success stories that have gotten their roots from NOAA events. I've witnessed entrepreneurs finding not just investors, but also mentors and advisors who played crucial roles in their journeys. So these events kind of create a vibrant atmosphere, and they foster collaboration and innovation, like I said. So it's more than just transactions. It's about building these lasting relationships that contribute to the overall growth of our startup ecosystem. And it's a very welcoming community. And it's not just a closed circle. We're an inclusive environment. So NOAA is constantly evolving to meet the needs of the community. So keep an eye out for our upcoming pitch events or workshops or in-person events. The website's a great resource for staying updated on our latest news. There's also there might even be opportunities for partnerships in the pipeline. And if anybody has any further questions or is interested in learning more, feel free to check out our website or reach out to me directly. My email address is taryn@northernontarioangels.ca.
Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly, Taryn. That was excellent. And again, thank you so much for stepping in on such short notice on behalf of Ian Lane. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Next up, we have Alex Scott, and Alex Scott is an account manager at the Business Development Bank of Canada. Alex, whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Just want to say thanks, Charles, for having me. It's a great opportunity to connect with a lot of local entrepreneurs, as well as a lot of aspiring business owners. So first up, what does BDC do? Who is BDC? That is an important question to ask. So BDC is a business development bank. We are Canada's only business development bank. We are a crown corporation owned by the federal government. BDC is a great partner. We partner with chartered banks, credit unions. We partner with your financial institution to bring best solutions to our small and medium-sized businesses. Overall, in Canada, we have over 95,000 clients currently. We have a little over 2,600 BDC employees, so our reach is across the country. Within Northern Ontario, we have business centers in Thunder Bay, Sault Ste. Marie, Timmins, Sudbury, and North Bay. So we have quite the reach. We have experts in all of these different cities, and we're able to easily service our communities. Overall, we have about a 94% client satisfaction with our products and our services. And these products and services range from financial supports all the way to advisory services. What sets us apart from our competitors is the fact that we offer repayment schedules that can easily be matched to your cash flow. We can do interest or principal postponements for up to 12 months. So for those businesses that are starting out looking to maintain that cash flow, we take on higher risk than what our chartered bank partners will do. So we like to partner with them to offset some of their risk. We'll take on clients who are looking to grow, looking to expand, and aren't receiving the same level of support that they're looking for from their chartered day-to-day banks. We will, anytime we offer a loan, we're committed to our clients, we're committed to those entrepreneurs, so we don't change those terms and conditions. We like to keep and be stable. So we're a very patient and flexible lender. We're here to work with entrepreneurs. So we're here to develop and grow community supports. We also have specific advisory services that can help businesses grow. These range from marketing, selling online, digital supports, as well as succession planning, human resource management, strategic planning on a large scale. 90% of our clients say that we have a positive impact on their business. So we tend to help clients in a variety of stages. We help well-established clients. We help clients that are looking to grow their business. We also help clients that come into distress. When things like COVID, financial crisis happened, BDC was there to support businesses. We're also there in the good times to support with high leverage real estate. We're there to support with advisory service, change of ownership, working capital. We're here for businesses. So we have a wide range of services that we offer. So our financing is probably the best and most well-known piece. So we'll do financing on everything from working capital. We'll help with equipment financing. We will do change of ownership financing. We'll also do real estate. We've come in with venture capital as well for those high-paced, fast-growing tech services, those types of industries. We do have a separate growth and transition as well as a venture capital component to the bank. Within our traditional financing, we also branch off to tech financing. So we have a specific tech team that will provide supports to those businesses that are often pre-revenue. So we're not getting a whole lot of great comfort around the finances from a traditional aspect, but our tech team is there to support, and they are used to dealing with these types of businesses. And lastly, we have our advisory services. This is a very unique approach for BDC relative to the chartered day-to-day banks that we deal with. Your RBC, BMOs, these banks don't offer the same level of advisory services that we do. And we like to bridge that gap by offering these services to help entrepreneurs where they might not be experts. You know, some entrepreneurs can come to us with a great business idea. They just don't know how to execute on the strategy. We set them up with an industry specialized advisor who will then help them take their business to the next level. So some of the financing that we offer, it ranges from everything. We'll help startup businesses, we'll help well-established businesses, we'll help businesses looking to acquire businesses, merge businesses, grow. We'll do purchase equipment financing as well. And we have two very unique tools for that. We have an equipment line, which operates like a line of credit. And we also have your traditional term lending on equipment. Our real estate is where BDC definitely stands out. One of the big benefits of BDC for real estate is we can go very highly leveraged, where your commercial and charter banks may want to see 25, 20% down payments. BDC can often go to much higher leverage, keeping cash in your business. We also help offer supports for exporting and growing businesses, and we partner very well with our sister company, EDC. Some of our client stories range from a brewery here. They were looking for financing to create an automated canning line. So we provided the equipment purchase financing for them that would help that company grow. So even if it doesn't historically sustain the loan, where most banks traditionally are just looking for a debt servicing score, and that will decide if they invest or not, BDC will come to the table with that forward-looking mentality. How can we help that business grow? How can we help them grow their product line? How can we help them hire more people? This is where BDC really sets ourselves apart. Another great example was a food processing business that was focused on healthy tempeh products. Difficult to make, selling an unknown product in a Canadian market. This is where BDC can offer. We're very forward-looking. We know how to support these high-risk businesses, and we know what tools to use within that. Our investment arm ranges from the growth and transition capital, so those highly leveraged deals where you might see a change of ownership, or you might see an opportunity to merge or acquire a new business that could either vertically integrate you, so integrating with your supply chain or with your distribution partners, and you're taking on a little bit more risk, but we're here to support that. We also have venture capital and growth equity. So often as new entrepreneurs, you don't want to give up equity to get investment. This is where debt financing will become very, very beneficial. So think about those big tech companies. This is where BDC can help. We also provide a range of tools in terms of working with EDC, so we know how to work very well with them. So that is planning for that future growth, providing that working capital for hiring, training, research and development with no kind of fees or realistic. We have a realistic idea about how we're going to proceed and where that growth is going to come from, but there's no substantial reasoning behind it yet. So we're able to get behind those businesses that are looking to grow and grow rapidly. Our tech fund has been extremely popular. We have a variety of tools within that. One of the very popular ones is BDC Capital's Women in Technology Venture Fund. It was recently launched, so we're here to support businesses, especially from those who are underserviced markets. And within our advisory services, we're here to help businesses accelerate growth, improve efficiency. A lot of that can come through digital processing. We can implement that through a variety of programs, one being the Canadian Digital Adoption Program, as well as pairing with specific advisors, industry-specific advisors that know how to help you grow your business. Whether that be an enterprise resource management system, whether that be building a better website and online commerce store, we're here to help build those digital capabilities. We also want to develop that strategic plan to make sure that you're growing as well as growing sustainably. Our marketing potentials as well will help with finding new markets and increasing sales. So the advisory service has a range of impact. A great example here being Transport Genie. They were looking to build a better strategic plan to support their expansion. We often get entrepreneurs who have a great business idea. They don't know how to scale that, and they don't know how to scale that properly. So what can we do to provide that? Our great advisory services are there to help. Da Vinci Bikes was looking for a way to increase operational efficiency, which is a great tool. Obviously, BDC has those advisory services that will support efficiency and help businesses grow, rework their factory, build new logistics centers, as well as figure out the best opportunity for maximizing the efficiency. BDC is also looking to maintain those sustainability investments, be that with clean tech investments, as well as offering that sustainability advice through our advisory services. We have nearly 11 million visits to the BDC website every year. We have a ton of great free articles, courses, tools, calculators, templates, whatever you need for starting your business, please visit our website. It will provide a whole host of information that you can find valuable. The things we don't do are what covered by your day-to-day bank. We don't do GICs. We don't offer grants. We don't do term deposits, lines of credits. We don't cover bank accounts. We don't do any residential lending. We're strictly a commercial bank, and we're strictly for term lending. If there are any questions, feel free to contact me at any point. I'm happy to put you in touch with your local partners as well. So my email, my cell phone number, happy to connect you with your local partner if you're in Sudbury or Thunder Bay or Timmins.
Thank you very much, Alex. That was wonderful.
Thanks, Charles.
The pleasure's all ours. The pleasure's all ours. Next up, we have Melanie Meyer, and Melanie is a Northern Development Advisor at the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation, NOHFC. So, Melanie, whenever you are ready.
There we go. Hi, everyone. I just have to say, I've been watching all morning, and I appreciate all the shout outs that everybody was doing for NOHFC. Every time I'd ring a bell, every time that I'd hear NOHFC. I'm not sure what you're seeing at the moment. I did click slideshow.
We do see a screen.
Do you see the slideshow or do you see the presentation?
Yes, we see the presentation with all of the different decks.
Okay, that's not what I want you to see.
Okay.
I'm clicking slideshow. There we go, from beginning. There we go, I got it. Again, like Tehran, I'm not used to Zoom, I'm used to Teams.
Of course.
And so I work for the Ministry of Northern Development, and what we do is help support Northern Ontario to prosper and grow. So we help post-secondaries, not-for-profit, private companies, all what entails in Northern development growth. So we help the economy in Northern Ontario. I'll go to the next one. There we go. Did it switch for you guys?
It did not, and it's still showing the what you didn't want us to see, by the way.
There we go.
Now it switched, yes.
Okay, So who we are, we're all across Ontario. There's a few NDAs, Northern Development Advisors, such as myself, in Northern Ontario. So what you see that is not grayed out, it is our region. We have people in Kenora, we have people in Sault Ste. Marie, Timmins, Thunder Bay, North Bay, and Parry Sound is right at the border. So it's anywhere Parry Sound up. There you go. So what we do, the Northern Development Advisors, I think I'm on the right slide now. We administer Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, a corporation. We've been doing it since 1988. So we administer the funding, and this is what I'm going to talk to you about today. There are 4 different programs in NOHFC. So there's the Investment North Program, People and Talent Program, Community Enhancement Program, and Cultural Support Program. I will only be talking.
Melanie,
yes?
Sorry to interrupt again. I think you are on the 4th slide and we can still only see the 2nd slide. Right, so
I am on the 4th slide.
Yeah, so you can just click through. I think that'll be a lot easier.
Is that
there
better?
We go. Yes,
okay,
yes.
I know I have 3 screens in front of me.
Oh, I
so
see.
now I know which one I'm looking at. That's awesome. So what I'll be talking to you today are 2 of them, which is the Investment North and the People and Talent Program. So Investment North, we support productivity, innovation, business competitiveness, revenue growth, export, and job creation retention. And what this is when you want to develop a project. So if you need some applied research development funding, or you need to demonstrate and commercialize your product. We also have one stream that's combining the both. So from start to finish. So investment stream has 3 divisions. So one is launch, when you want to start up a business. The next one is grow, which I will talk about in the next few slides. And the third one is locate, when you want to move a business in Northern Ontario. Who is eligible for all these 3 that I just mentioned? Business startups, business expanding, existing operations, and business locating new business operations. What can you do? What can you put in your budget or get funded? So there's capital construction, leasehold improvement, new or used equipment, new and used equipment, but no rolling stock. That's ineligible. Land service cost, ICT, marketing, and training. Now, this is a lot of information that I'm giving you, but I will have my contact at the end of the slide, and Charles will also have my contact. Therefore, don't be shy to phone me. And then if you're not in my region, I will direct you to the appropriate Northern Development Advisor. So for the investment, these are the different breakdowns of funding. You can get up to, for launch, starting a new business would be 50% of up to $200,000. Our grow investment has 3 different divisions. So one is a complete conditional contribution. The other one is a half and half, so you get a grant and a conditional contribution. And then the last one is a full loan for maximum $1 million. To locate, you could get 50% of $5 million. So another program that would fit well for your target market right now, which are private companies, is the people and talent. So we have 2 streams in there. There's the Indigenous workforce development and workforce development. So again, businesses, municipalities, Indigenous community, not-for-profit organizations are all eligible for this program. What it is 52 weeks of full-time work at 35 hours a week. How much money, you ask? Well, for businesses, it's 50% of $35,000 max. And for municipality and Indigenous communities, not-for-profits, It's 90% of a max of $35,000. And the Indigenous workforce development stream, the percentages are a little different, and the amount for the businesses, which is 75% for a max of 52.5. Now, again, like I mentioned, we have 25 offices in Northern Ontario, and we're always welcome to discuss projects with you. And even if you don't fit within the NOHFC programs, we try to help you and send you to the right resources in your community.
Thank you very much, Melanie. It's greatly appreciated.
Stop, pause. Do I pause or I don't stop share? There we go.
There we go. Perfect. Well done. Thanks again, Melanie. I know you're
No
not tech
problem.
savvy, but you did an excellent job. Next up, we have Nathaniel Goupil. And Nathaniel is an accounts manager at Desjardins. Nathaniel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Charles, for the introduction. Greatly appreciate working with you guys all the time. Now, I know we originally discussed the conversation piece in regards to the two different programs that we have ongoing right now with entrepreneurs, but I also wanted to touch base a little bit in regards to Desjardins. I know maybe there's a lot of entrepreneurs out there, or new entrepreneurs, I should say as well, that they know Desjardins very well when it comes to the insurance space, but maybe not in terms of the commercial lending as well. Now, we are, within the market for commercial lending. I myself, an account manager based out of Sudbury, but do a lot of businesses, with partners and such within the Northern Ontario markets. That being said, Timmins, North Bay, and so on and so forth, right? Now, a couple of things as well that we kind of specialize in when it comes to lending would be obviously commercial mortgages. Comparing to, let's say, the other financial institutions, we can go up to, let's say, the 100% loan to value when it comes to commercial building purchases. Another thing as well that we do, obviously, are business term loans, construction financing, the operating lines of credit, the personalized bill payments as well, options, the corporate Visa cards, residential mortgages, which is a separate team, but I still like to mention that as well. The different payment solutions, and also the payroll solutions as well that we provide within the Desjardins umbrella. Now, going towards the two programs that me and Charles, I guess, have the most conversation pieces with, the first one being the Créavenir program, which I like to call it the Youth Entrepreneurship Program. That one there specifically has been ongoing for many years now. It's strictly focused towards the younger entrepreneur demographic, ranging from the ages of 18 to 39. Now, this program specifically is to help with startup costs and so on and so forth. The first one being we are able to give, let's say, a $5,000 grant towards the entrepreneur itself, as long as the project meets certain criteria, certain remarks. And then also we have a line of credit portion as well of up to $15,000. And then the third portion is obviously the business card, so the Visa card portion there as well. Now, the good thing is about this program, it allows us to partner up with Visa and reduce the interest rate on these products. So now instead of paying your regular, 19.99% for your credit card or so on and so forth, the line of credit is set at a prime rate plus 0.5%. And then the business card, so the business Visa card, is also set at that prime plus 0.5% as well. So it just helps you reduce the interest costs and kind of focus more on the growth of the startup company as well. Now, obviously, there's pros and cons when it comes to certain, so supports that we can provide. So the key element when it comes to this program itself is we do require having a business plan and financial projections when it comes down to it. That way there, it allows us to talk with our partners on our side and talk with our board members to let them know that, yes, this is a local entrepreneur that is willing to, put in the work, put in the time, but also allow to help within the local economy as well, right? So the more that they can kind of help the local economy, we love that as well. As many of you know, we put a lot of money back into the local demographic with everyone, donation wise and so on and so forth. Now, The second program I wanted to talk about as well, and unfortunately, just due to the fact of this meeting being on the 29th, it is a little bit short notice, but I still like to mention it, is in regards to what's called the Desjardins Good Spark Grant. So far, we've been doing it every year. It's an additional way of us helping out local entrepreneurs for a grant portion. Just a fair example, last year we chose, I think it was 150 different businesses within the Canadian markets, and each and every one of them we gave a $20,000 grant towards their projects and so on and so forth. Now, I'll be completely honest, I have no say in who gets the project itself. It's completely done within the back end. It's pretty much a, who is the best kind of storyteller when it comes to their businesses and what type of, let's say, alignment we have with the entrepreneur itself. And obviously the project in mind and where the entrepreneur sees them envisioning going forward. So those are the two main ones that we have ongoing right now. A third one as well, that is, there's no time frame, there's no there's no time frame kind of application for that one. Another one would be the Momentum Fund that we have ongoing. That one there is a pool of funds that are dedicated again towards helping businesses expand with certain criteria and certain specific projects. Now, I don't want to take up too much time just because I only have a specific limited time. But then again, if any of these, let's say, projects or if any of you guys have any projects in mind that you're contemplating, bringing forward with us to see if it maybe fits in certain parameters and certain grant portions or even certain financing options, by all means, I'm open to having a conversation. Charles knows that very well. We work very, very closely together. So by all means, if you don't mind, Charles, maybe sharing my contact information with everyone. And that way there, if someone deems one of their projects, worthwhile moving forward, and we can see which one or which project we can see a fit, if it's more of a financing piece, more of a grant piece, regardless, Desjardins is here to help the local economy grow. So thanks again, Charles, for allowing us to chat.
And thank you as well, Nathaniel, for obviously honoring that invitation. It's always a pleasure listening to you talk about all the great things that Desjardins has for entrepreneurs. So thank you very much once again. Definitely. Thank you very much once again. So we are ahead of schedule, which is excellent. Next, we have Sue Adams, who is the executive assistant at the North Bay District and Chamber of Commerce. So Sue, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you for the opportunity to present to the group. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so our chamber began, believe it or not, in 1894 as a board of trade, and I was not employed then. So we've been around for 130 years. We are a member-driven organization that represents the interest of the businesses in the Nipissing district. So we are North Bay and district, so we do encompass some of the outlying areas to our community. We support the growth and retention of business in our area. We currently have over 650 members to our organization. And within that, we have over 40 young professionals who we're encouraging to participate in our organization to get them connected to the business community. So it's a great opportunity for the younger individuals to get involved. It's an excellent way to showcase their business, and we have many different ways that our businesses can participate in this. We have in our organization, we have small, medium, large enterprises of all sectors. We have home-based businesses. We have not-for-profit organizations, which include, healthcare, charities, social service agencies that belong. Some of the ways that our businesses can showcase themselves and connect within our organization, we have networking opportunities. Every month, we host what we call a business after hours. So a different member hosts it every month. Individuals get to attend at no cost, wear a name badge with their company information on it, and they network and hand out business cards. It's a great way to broaden their contacts. We also support our members. We encourage our members to support each other. We're government advocacy for our businesses in our area. We also have our communications, which every Wednesday we send out what we call an e-news that we pass along pertinent information to all of our members. We also have different events that the businesses can participate in, from our award ceremonies, which we host in October as part of our business week. We have our golf tournament. We have trade shows that any of our members can attend. Our chamber has 4 pillars, which is advocacy, connection, growth, and value. And I know that there was other chambers that presented earlier. Across the board, all chambers are advocates for the businesses. That's what we do. We're also a member of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. So we're able to help businesses through the Ontario network and as well as the Canadian network, which is a great resource for advocacy for our members. We also advocate on a municipal level. So our president and CEO and our chair of our board meet monthly with our mayor. So they do have an opportunity to discuss if there's anything local that they need to address that may be affecting the businesses in our area. For the connections, we can connect to a network of over hundreds of businesses. Like I had mentioned, the business after hours, we also have a program called 52 Coffees. This was an initiative that one of our chair of our young professionals, who's also a board member at the time, came up with this idea of 52 Coffees. It's a one-on-one networking. So individuals register for the program, which runs throughout the year. And every month, they can either choose weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. They get to meet one-on-one with an individual to talk about themselves and connect and broaden their connections. We always refer our members first. So if somebody does call in looking for a plumber or anything like that, we do refer our chamber members. So it's a great way to get their business out there. We do have cost savings initiatives. It was the Sudbury Chamber who actually came up with the Chamber Perks app. We were their first pilot, which we were very excited about. So the app has all of our members listed on it. And what businesses can do is they can offer a discount to other chamber members or to the general public. So it's a great way to get people either using your services or into your store. We also encourage highly shop local. The Ontario Chamber pushed out a shop local campaign 2 years ago, which all the chambers jumped on board, and we really pushed the shop local to keep our businesses vibrant and going in our area. We also do have professional development opportunities that we run different seminars throughout the year. Another advertising, our members can get discounted rates in our e-news or on our website, also through the online directory or through the Chamber Perks app. We have sponsorship opportunities through our golf tournament and our business week, which for the past few years, they've been sold out, so which is great for us. So that means people must really be enjoying our events, so which it's nice to hear. The Chamber is a really great way to make business connections. You would be surprised at how strong a community can be when you have those connections. North Bay is a small community, So a lot of the times it's who you know. So it's making those connections. And when you do need help, that we all band together to help each other out. I did talk about the Chamber Perks app. And even businesses can actually use it internally with their employees, so which is actually kind of cool. And it's really easy. I think now we're, 16 different chambers on it. So if you are traveling to the different areas, you can, like right here, you just toggle here and you can switch to a different chamber to redeem some perks that another chamber might be offering, which I think is fantastic. Some other benefits of being a chamber member is we do have group insurance, which is a national plan. So you fall into a larger pool, so you can get better rates on your health insurance for businesses and their employees. We also have different perks through the Canadian and the Ontario Chamber, from like shipping to Grand Toy to Purolator, and there's a lot of different ones. They're all listed on our website, like ESSO. So you can check out our website to see all the different affinity programs that we do offer. We do have one of our local insurance company that does offer home and auto insurance, which is great. I switched, trust me, I saved some money there, so which is really nice. I know that earlier we had talked to another chamber had talked about the Rural Northern Immigration Program, which is called the RNIP. So the program was launched. We are the only chamber out of the 11 communities that are running the program. The other areas, it's either their economic development or their CFDC that is running the program. And our boundaries include Temagami, Burkes Falls, Mattawa, and Sturgeon Falls. This has been a really great benefit to the labor shortage in our area, which a lot of our businesses were seeing, so they can get some skilled labor. So this has really been a huge economic impact on our city, so which is great. And we've really connected with our local college and university through their international students. So once the students graduate from the program, we can assist them through the Rural Northern Immigration Pilot Project. And at the same time, we're helping our members bridge that gap between the shortage in labor that they're seeing. And looking to save some money and be seen, join our chamber.
Nice little plug there, Sue. Excellent, excellent. Thanks again for your presentation. It was very well done, very engaging. I really like that. You're very welcome. Thank you once again. Next up, we have Dan Fryer and Ryan Renard representing the Community Futures Development Corporations. So, gentlemen, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Charles. Apologize, my voice is a little scratchy. I'm battling a bit of a cold here, but we'll get through this. Dan and I are going to share the presentation. So I'll start off with the first few slides, but again, appreciate the time to be able to chat with you and hopefully provide a little bit of information that's helpful. So I'm going to pull our presentation up. Hopefully you can see that.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
All right. So Dan and I are representing Community Future Development Corporations. So there's 24 CFDCs located throughout Northern Ontario. So that runs from the Muskoka area all the way up to Kenora, where I am, right near the Manitoba border. So it's a pretty large geography. We cover a lot of rural communities as well as some of the larger communities in Northern Ontario. Our funding comes from FedNor, and we're basically our motto is to provide business counseling and lending service to entrepreneurs and small businesses. All of our boards were nonprofit corporations, and our local boards are made up of a diverse mix of businesses and community members. So we have local knowledge and local decision making. So when somebody comes to us for a loan, we're very familiar with the community, and we have that local decision-making ability, which is fantastic. So what do? We provide access to capital, which is loans. We provide flexible repayment options. So if you're a resort that operates in the summer only, we can provide seasonality. Excuse me. So we would be able to provide a break in the winter where you would pay interest only, and in the summer you could pay your principal and your interest on your loan. So that just makes it a little better with the cash flow with seasonal businesses. Also, we work with all of the other lenders. We work with NOHFC, had a presentation earlier. We work with the BDC. So we work with all other lenders to try and put deals together that are beneficial to the entrepreneur and the small business in the community. So that's a little snippet of what we do. So our regular business loans, they're basically for almost anything. It's for purchasing equipment, could be for purchasing the actual business. For a startup, you're looking at inventory. If you're expanding, leasehold improvements, working capital, you just need to get some new inventory in. Debt consolidation, if you've got some credit card debt for the business that's up there and it's a little bit high, we can consolidate debt. So generally, the maximum loan size for each individual CF office is $300,000. There are some exceptions that we could possibly entertain larger numbers. And again, generally the amortization period, so the length of that loan is 1 to 15 years. Also, one of the benefits that we can provide is that there's no penalty for a prepayment. So if you get a loan for $100,000 and you've got a regular payment scheduled, if for some reason you have a really, really good summer and you've got all this money sitting there, you can make a huge payment to your principal and there's no penalty for you. So that's great if you've got the cash flow to do it. Our interest rates, they vary, and it's set by each local board of governors, but it's a minimum of prime plus 2%. So again, I would encourage you, and we'll have our contact information at the end. Check out your local CF that's closest to your office, and you can find out their interest rates and terms. Security, typically we take higher risk loans. So startups are considered high risk, and there's not always a lot of security there, but we are very flexible if we're putting a deal together with a traditional lender. Oftentimes we will take a secondary position on the security, so it just helps get that deal put together, and it's beneficial for the client. I'm going to hand it over to Dan.
Okay, so I'm going to take, in this particular slide, I look at some of the loans that we provide that go beyond the 300,000 that Ryan was describing. So under certain circumstances, we will come into a situation where a client needs more than 300,000. So we have these, we call them access to capital pools, where the CFTC, the host CFTC, will provide the first $300,000, and then the balance is split up amongst our partners. And in my case, the Northeast network, and then in Ryan's case, the Northwest network. Of course, that allows us to do bigger deals. That allows us to spread the risk out amongst a number of CFTCs. On the third bullet, Ryan's pointed out here, yeah, we will send these deals out to a third-party consultant because they are larger, and that adds a little bit of time to the process. I think that my experience over the years is a loan from when we meet the client to when it's gone through the lawyer and these kind of things and actually dispersed, that's in around the 20 to 30 day range. These we have to add probably 2 weeks to it. So what happens is the board says, yes, we'd like to sign this to a third party consultant, and then they go off and do their own analysis that is different from the one I would have done. Ultimately, though, the call or the decision of this is of that local board of directors. So I should have the numbers right in front of me because I looked at them not too many weeks ago, but I believe in the Northwest we have used this facility to do about over $200 million in loans in our group. So we've been quietly doing that. The funny thing is, just and Ryan was talking about the loans of 300,000. So he didn't tell you at the bottom, it could be as low on a apparel loan as $500 or $1,000. So we do cover the spectrum pretty thoroughly. Counseling and partnerships. This is a very, very important slide. CFDCs provide a lot of general counseling advice at no cost that help you get your business plan done. So as some of you might be doing startups, you will come to realize there may be regulations with the business that you're going to run. There should be market intelligence in terms of who is my customer, how many are there, who are my competition, and assistance with ways to work your way through that. Cash flows. So we're looking at, forecasting your profits and sales for the business. And that can be a little bit tricky. So we have counselors that help you with that. I think Ryan mentioned seasonality of payments. So we need to have some sort of a cash flow that shows us where those things are. Intuitively, we do know, because we've been working in our areas for decades, but it's just part of that process that you can get some help. And they have some tools where you could do sensitivity analysis and change a number, and we'll see how that affects your outcome. These are things that are all part of a business plan that go to our boards. So the better the presentation, and then we'll go to Northern Ontario Heritage Corporation, a business plan will be required there. So the better we can help you with that presentation right up front, the better your chances of success are. The other thing about helping you with funding, there are many funding sources for Indigenous people, women, youth. Northern Ontario Heritage is a great, and FedNor are great resources, but they're not the only ones. So we can help you with that search. And then there's sometimes when you are in an existing business, you're making a decision, should you continue to lease the building you're in, or should you buy it? If you're going to change your strategy around price, there's something called cost, volume, profit analysis. How does that affect your bottom line? Is that the right decision? So sometimes having somebody to bounce those decisions off is very, very helpful. Succession planning, we really didn't talk about that in this presentation, but certainly Ryan, maybe when he's wrapping up, he can cover it, but he's the expert, is, how do I prepare to do that? And these are things that helps to have a third party objective person talking to you. So that's on that side. Now these are some statistics. So this is what we've been doing for the last year. So of our, we'll just focus on the Northern Ontario group. Our 24 CFDCs have made loans of about $27 million. We've been quietly going about our business. We've made 353 loans in the Northern Ontario, and we've impacted 1,000 jobs, 1,100 jobs. The number of leverage funds, that's often comes from other banks. That can come from Northern Ontario Heritage Corporation. That often comes from the investors themselves. They put some of their money into it. And then you see how many businesses we help counsel. So what I would say as I leave this, my part of the presentation, is some of us CFDCs, in my own case, we do environmental scans, and each one is unique. So in my little world, so we try to focus in on First Nation individuals, Indigenous entrepreneurship, youth, downtown revitalization, and we're doing some work in the immigrant community with Akano. So those of you from Sault Ste. Marie, and we have a couple clients, immigrants that are now on our books, and one of them we actually figured out how to do would be a culturally appropriate loan and for a Muslim. With I guess halal would be the term, hopefully that's the right term. So we were able to negotiate that to the satisfaction of our board of directors and the clients. And it was an interesting problem that has not come up in my 30+ year career, but certainly to echo Ryan's point of how creative we can be, and how we can knowing our communities and knowing the needs of our communities, react to those things. So I'll stop there. Ryan will wrap it up. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So just a couple of contacts. So in the Northeast, there's cfneo.ca, and that's Community Futures Northeastern Ontario.ca. In the Northwest, we're a smaller group. We don't have our dedicated website yet, so we use the provincial association one, so cfontario.ca. And again, what Dan was just touching on there with succession is, Charles, if you have some businesses that have been around or thinking of retiring, transitioning, we have a project across Northern Ontario right now. We're providing, you know, free information and some services to businesses that are looking to transition or retire. So we can provide them with a membership to a company called successionmatching.com. And again, my contact information is at the end. And Charles has these slides, so feel free to distribute them to anybody that's interested in them. I think that was about it. If there are any questions, there's my contact information, Dan's contact information. And again, we'd be happy to speak one-on-one, or you know, if we got a small group, again, do our best to communicate and get the message across.
Certainly. Thanks a lot, Ryan and Dan, for your time and for your, again, very comprehensive presentation. It is greatly appreciated. Again, it is beautiful that we're ahead of schedule, but with that comes moving people up, right? So, you know, we have to do what we have to do. So next up, thankfully, we have Eric Tajsmaya. Eric, I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. If not, please do correct me. Eric is an initiatives officer at FedNor. So Eric, whenever you're ready, the floor is all yours.
Is that a rookie mistake there?
Eric, can you hear me? Eric?
There we go. Now I've unmuted myself here.
Perfect. Perfect.
All right, I was
Welcome.
jumping between meetings. There we go.
Of course.
Hopefully now you can see everything. You see the screen?
We see your screen. We can hear you perfectly, but we can't see your PowerPoint, just FYI.
Oh, wrong screen. Is that the screen?
That is the one. Yes.
There we go.
Take it away.
Yeah, going between Zoom and Teams today. That doesn't help, but I'll jump into it. Yeah. So Eric Tajsmaya. Yeah, it's not so bad. Just half the letters are silent in a good Dutch name like that. Yeah. So I'm located in Kagwang on Manitoulin Island. Worked for FedNor nearly 20 years now. So I've certainly seen Ryan and Dan around over the years, including recently here on Manitoulin. So FedNor, I'll just have about 10 slides, and then I have my contact information at the end. And cette présentation est disponible en français, si tu veux. Je suis bilingue. D'accord. So FedNor has a mandate as a federal agency for economic development. So we're an independent agency, just like similar ones across Canada. There's one for Southern Ontario as well, rural areas of Southern Ontario. And so we invest in businesses, communities, and organizations and work with stakeholders. We provide advice. We work most closely with the community futures that you just heard from of anybody, and we also provide their operating funding. So it's definitely a great partner that we work closely with, and as well as provincial reps or other federal representatives. For example, we have contacts in other federal departments that we can bring to bear on projects of any type, really, or size. So you can see our 6 offices there. We've got staff across the north, including rural areas like Lookout, Kapuskasing, Latchford, and myself at Manitoulin. We've got some focus areas these days. There's sectoral opportunities. You can imagine critical minerals, clean technology, but others as well in terms of forest biomass, energy, and agriculture and manufacturing, for example. But so just general focus on business growth and expansion. And I'm going to focus on those programs on the business side primarily for this audience. And then, of course, there is a sort of equity lens to our programs as well. So for that second row, Indigenous economic reconciliation, a rural lens that we have as well, and other, BIPOC in general, kind of focus on diversity and supporting businesses and communities of diverse nature. And then, of course, collaboration overlies everything because we share funding on most projects that we fund with another funder. So, of course, as the funder of NOBEEP's operations through the Federal Black Entrepreneurship Strategy, we're happy to be here in that role as well. And that's just an example of something we can fund that helps encourage diversity in Northern Ontario. And we also have a women's program and a lot of priority on support for Indigenous people. So it's definitely trying to walk the talk there. So our direct funding streams, this is just one way we fund groups, other than, say, indirectly by funding organizations. We can fund businesses directly. So the typical project here is for scale up or productivity, the adoption of technology or just equipment to expand or to build a regional supply chain. And it's typically up to 50% and normally up to $500,000, and it's repayable, but there's no interest or collateral. So that gives space, for example, to a CFDC to be a partner, and then they can take the collateral without worrying about us. And then we have this other stream where we're funding organizations like NOBEEP, like the CFDCs, or say NORCAT in Sudbury to fund innovation, or that's another example. Northern Ontario Angels, you've heard from today. Or are they on later? I don't remember. But anyway, so a few of the organizations you've heard from today, we actually help fund their operations. So they can in turn support businesses. So just a few success stories to make it real. Upgrading manufacturing equipment. And it could be a food business like this one, Boreal Naturals in Morin near Sudbury. They got funding for new equipment. They were able to triple production. They're exporting frozen fruit. Another example of a supply chain is a grain elevator on Manitoulin here, and we funded a few of these across the north as we're seeing the ag sector develop. And then example of the building ecosystem I mentioned, the Northern Ontario Angel Investor Network, some of their operational costs that we support. So of course, you've heard from Community Futures already, so I won't get into that. And a couple of these other ones, and some of these include micro grants, as I call them, where we give a fund to another group and they're able to quickly disperse smaller grants to businesses. So it's easily accessible, especially for micro businesses out there. So we mentioned Northern Ontario Angels, so the Northern Regional Innovation Centers, NORCAT's one example of the ones across the north. They have accelerator programs. They can give $5,000-$10,000 for a business to develop a new product, for example, just sort of research something innovative that they want to scale up and sell. Another one in the food sector, which is run out of Sault Ste. Marie for Northern Ontario, and it's open for applications right now. It's up to $10,000 under the SNAP program, as we called it. So food businesses, social enterprise, to create new food products, enhance their productivity, or adopt clean technology. And then I mentioned the Northern Ontario Women Program. You heard from Pero, I think, so a good partner with our CFDCs. So I have that logo down there still, which is actually a mistake, but they're good. They work together closely. So that's for grants for up to $5,000 for businesses, and that's for professional services or training. So a small business or a startup business as well can access the professional help they need to get started well, or to improve or scale up, whether it's legal or accounting or marketing, human resources, whatever kind of professional service that would really help you, because it's harder to access those. We want to bring women-owned business up to the same level as others as they face additional challenges. So that's a few examples, and there's others. They're all listed on our website as well, the FedNor website. So the last slide, really, there's a few pro tips for doing funding applications. There's a little value added, I guess. Is always to reach out and discuss your plans. I'm sure the others have told you that as well today. But really start that communication. There's personal service available from most of these groups. Before you get into an application, put a lot of time into it and maybe go the wrong direction. And so they can guide you. And also keep in mind, as I'm sure it's been said, that expertise or networks or contacts can be gained from all of these groups as well. It's not just about funding. As I've said before, just because I am a funder, I have to remember that I'm holding a hammer, not everything. Just because I'm holding a hammer, not everything is a nail. It might look like that. Anyway, that's an old saying, that funding is not always the answer for everybody. And then just get an experienced opinion on the draft. You can usually get that. You don't have to, even if you're getting advice early, then you could do the draft and you can get some more advice on the draft application. And just be honest about the risks, because we're going to be analyzing the risks of your project. So if we see that you're aware of them and you've got a plan to address them, then that's much better than avoiding them. And just emphasize the results and the benefits of your project, and to quantify them as much as you can. So yeah, just my contact information, and our website has a list of all the officers that we have by geography, so you can find your local one, or you can certainly reach out to me and I'll refer you to the right person. But I cover Emmanuel and Sudbury area. That's all I had for today, so thanks for having me, and I hope it's going well today.
Thank you very much again, Eric, for your time, for your presentation, and again for the wealth of information, and also for what FedNo does for Northern Ontario as a whole. It is greatly appreciated for funding NOBEEP and everything. So thank you and your organization as a whole.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dustin Lauren, and Dustin is an associate at NORCAT. So Dustin, like I said, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Charles, Gina, thanks for having me today. I'm going to run through NORCAT Innovation as a whole, and then our other project, which is Core 5. So I'm just going to share my screen here. Right. That over there. Okay, so everyone can see my screen properly, I hope.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. You can see the presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so yeah, we're going to talk about NORCAT Innovation and Core 5. So NORCAT Innovation is the only regional innovation center in the world, actually, that owns and operates its own underground mine, really making us the global one-stop shop for all that is the future of mining. So what we're focused on here at NORCAT is supporting early stage tech startups and the people founding them. We do so by providing those key resources and access to the connections and networks that you need to grow, start, and scale your venture. All of those I'll get into in just a little bit as we roll through this presentation. Our portfolio of startups, incredibly impressive, 60+ million in equity capital over the past 5 years, and have benefited from over 1,000 mentorship hours. We have an incredible mentorship board here at NORCAT Innovation with 18 strong dedicated mentors. But before we talk about them, we are going to talk about the overall services in which we offer. Some of them we'll dive into a little more throughout the presentation. Our mentorship ones, we will definitely talk about startup education. So through the Mars Discovery District, ventures can utilize our free courses online. This helps with business plan writing and everything else in between, how to start your venture, how to grow your venture, and all those free courses are available to our innovation clients. We have some capital services in which I will talk about in a couple more slides. And of course, the incredible Mars Discovery District, that's out of Toronto. So we have a great partnership with them where you can use their on-demand courses, toolkits, and more. We have co-working space here at NORCAT. So if you need a desk for the day, you can come and work out of our co-working space. The coffee is always on. And then so you can enjoy a nice cup of coffee, and you can network as well with some of the entrepreneurs that are using that space. Client-only perks like Gowling and some cloud credits to IBM, AWS as well. We have some credits for you. So you can utilize some of those client-only perks. The Sudbury Catalyst Fund is a unique $5 million venture capital fund that's co-investing in local high potential startups. I do have a slide dedicated to that. And then the incredible Sudbury Innovation Quarters, which is located in downtown. We have a great partnership with them, and we help them with their incubator programs. They run every 6 months a different incubation program. We have, and thanks to FedNor, a non-repayable grant up to $10,000 in our Innovation Accelerator Program funding. So for a new initiative, you can apply for this funding. It's reviewed by our mentor board, our 18 mentors that we have, and they either approve or deny the project. And they always give you a reason why and if it was denied. But a nice 50% of project costs at a maximum of $10,000, whatever comes first in that fiscal year. Some of the other programs that we offer are the Vector Fastlane program. Enables Canadian startups to accelerate their AI commercialization journey through technology, professional development, talent, AI benchmarking, commercialization, and IP education, and then the great community that's offered for those Venture Fastlane programs. We are also a part of the Ontario Vehicle Innovation Network. It's OVIN. We're the North Regional Technology Development Site. So we cover from Parry Sound all the way up to Thunder Bay. We've rebranded it as Core 5 to represent the 5 main municipalities that make up Northern Ontario. And the core relates to the mining aspect of it, core drilling, core blasting, core sampling, and everything else that happens underground. Our 18 unique industry experts, which I was talking about, led by Peter Del Bianco. We have Ian Lane from NOA. Sherry Tomchik's on this slide as well. She's the CEO of Plan A, powered by StatStat. Sherry was one of our clients about 10 years ago, and now she came full circle, and it's amazing that she's mentoring some of our newest startups. The Sudbury Catalyst Fund, co-investing up to a maximum of $250,000 on a one-to-one matching basis. So when you are preparing your pitch for the Sudbury Catalyst Fund, we'll work with you on crafting that pitch. So you're putting in the right elements, you're talking about those important key points. And then from there, we've invested $2 million up to date with another $3 million to go. We're hoping to support about 3 to 4 companies every single year with the Sudbury Catalyst Fund. That's proudly brought to you by the Nickel Basin Federation Development Corporation in collaboration with the City of Greater Sudbury, FedNor, and NORCAT. Housed within NORCAT is the Fortin Discovery Lab. So our Fortin Discovery Lab is a prototyping paradise, is what I'd call it. It's got 3D design, electronic design, 3D scanning, EMC testing, environment testing. I'm not an engineer. I won't pretend to know what all of those are. However, we do have some fantastic engineers in the space who can help you with your projects. And then Tom Fortin as well, one of our mentors, donated this space back to NORCAT. So it is there for you to use and utilize. As I mentioned at the top of the presentation, we are the only regional innovation center that owns an underground operating mine. NORCAT has another division, which is our training division, and this is where the experiential hands-on training and development, and then our technology demonstration, testing, and development happens as well. We host weekly different delegations from all over the world that walk through our underground center to see, feel, and touch the future of mining innovation. And it's not just delegations from all over the world. We're connected with some pretty great partners, such as Veilleux and Glencore, who also come to visit our space on a regular basis to see what's happening and the new technologies that are hoping to go underground. So we're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to stay on the same road. We're going to talk about Core 5, which is the OVIN NRTDS, just being mindful of time. So I might breeze through a bit of these slides here. So what is Core 5? Well, it's a collection of innovation centers, R&D, testing facilities, academia, and municipalities across Northern Ontario. And what's beautiful about Core 5 is if you are an Ontario-based company, we can support you. With our innovation center services, we're limited to just the Sudbury region, but with Core 5, if your technology development has anything to do with battery electric vehicles, critical mineral extraction, better, faster, cheaper, we can assist you with your project. Our goal is to connect Northern Ontario's mining and mineral expertise, talent, and leadership with Southern Ontario's manufacturing might. We're really trying to bridge that gap between the two of them. We do have everything we need in Northern Ontario for those critical minerals. So now we just have to get them out of the ground better, faster, cheaper, and we're going to do so with your help. We have some pretty fantastic partners as well. So our core partners for this program is NORCAT, Cambrian College, Timmins Economic Development, Sault Ste. Marie Economic Development, Cansadore College, and ION out of North Bay. Our industry partners are really telling us what some of those major gaps are in mining. So Vale, Glencore, Worley, Frontier Lithium, EY, Agnico Eagle, Canada Nickel, and McLean. They're really helping us bridge the gap as to what critical technologies are needed to get these minerals out of the ground better, faster, cheaper. With our new partnership in Rogers, our mine site is completely outfitted with 4G, 5G, and LTE. So we have about 3.5 kilometers of underground that's available, and you can get a strong 5G connectivity signal no matter where you are underground. We have some pillars for success for this program. These are the three of them: the open innovation ecosystem, development, testing, commercialization of technology, and then those regional innovation center services and resources, which we talked about off the top of the presentation. So our open innovation ecosystem, essentially we are hosting a database of all of the companies we talk to and some of their challenges that they're facing, what their technology can solve. And we're hosting that. So when some of the major players do come to us, we can just fill in with the companies that we have. So this is a closed innovation ecosystem, and it's just being kind of guarded by all of us here in Northern Ontario. The pillar 2 is the development, testing, demonstration, and commercialization of technology. The infrastructure you have access to: Cambrian College, Cansadore College, and iCamp, Northern College and iHub, and the NORCAT Underground Center. And each of these can help you with R&D and, of course, testing out that technology that you have. So we do have some funding available for people to utilize the Underground Center with projects related to BEV and EV technologies. And then our third pillar for success is all of those incredible regional innovation center services that we offer: the advisory and mentorship services, the co-working space, education workshops, capital services, and then network events such as buy, sell days. We're going to have this incredible event in May called Mining Transformed, which is an invite only, but the technologies and the innovations that we have that are ready to be deployed and demonstrated, we're inviting just some high-level executives from the major companies to demonstrate and to showcase at Mining Transformed. That's it for me, and just wrapped it up there at 10 minutes. That's perfect. There's my LinkedIn QR code. You can find us at norcat.org/innovation, core5.tech. My email's there, my phone number's there as well. Thank you.
Dustin, that was excellent. That was 9 minutes and 59 seconds on the dot. So well done, you killed it. Thank you so much, Dustin. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles.
You
Take care. See you, Gina.
You too. All right. Next up, we have Jennifer Babin-Fenske. Jennifer is the coordinator of Healthcare Sudbury initiatives. Jennifer, with your middle and last name, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, so if you could please correct me, that would be excellent. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Charles. So the Babin is fine. It's Babin or Babin, and then Fenske is actually Fenske. Fenske. Anyway, so I say Babin-Fenske.
Works for me. Thank you.
My son and I have recently discovered that we pronounce his first name differently. His name's Xavier, and he says Xavier, and some people say Xavier. So really, it's okay. We're all good.
Understood. Take it away.
So thank you very much for having me, and I'm sorry I couldn't be here earlier. I did have some other meetings today. So my name's Jennifer Babin-Fenske. So I'm the City of Greater Sudbury's Climate Change Coordinator. I had a great opportunity to meet with Gina at the Art and Culture Forum last week. And the session that we were in was about the environment. And so with that discussion, we talked about how some businesses would really like to take action to reduce their environmental footprint, but some of them don't know where to start or what to do. So I wanted to take this opportunity to share some of those ideas and welcome opportunity for future discussion. So with anyone, if we could have different sessions or one-on-ones, or perhaps another group discussion specifically on environment, learning what more can we do and do some brainstorming. Very briefly, background on this: the City of Greater Sudbury. So we have both a climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation plan for not just the corporation, but for the whole community. And the Earth Care Sudbury program has been in place for over 20 years. It's the city's sustainability program. We have over 150 local businesses and organizations that have signed up to be Earth Care partners who receive communications on activities, networking events, and opportunities. And we can showcase environmental initiatives of local businesses when possible. So this presentation will be brief. I wanted to focus on reducing environmental footprint and climate change mitigation. However, I'm willing to talk another time more specifically about preparing for climate change, what businesses can do to think about flooding, heavy snow, power outages, and seeing what challenges there are when trying to be more prepared for those types of things. So very briefly, I will share my screen. Oh, share screen. Okay, and I'm sharing my screen. And is it the full presentation? No, I can't see what I'm sharing. Oh, there we go. There, can you see that presentation?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yep, okay.
Yes, we can, yeah.
So I'm just using a small, so we have a small business eco guide. I made it several years ago. So it can be applicable to larger businesses. But some of the incentives that were in it are outdated. And now after having this discussion with Gina, and I'm like, maybe in 2024, we can update it so that we'll have another kind of little pamphlet for small businesses and what they can do to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, environmental footprint. So in that guide, there's the different topics. So I'm just going to go through some of them quickly. Lighting and energy. There are non-residential electrical upgrade incentives through ISO, GSU, Hydro One. In some cases, people can use natural lighting when possible. I know at Tom Davies, there's some of the meeting rooms that we just keep the lights off during the day because it's, the sunlight is fine. We're fine with that. People are very surprised at how much automation can save on their energy bills when those certain areas, certain rooms, certain hallways are turned off when unused. And phantom power is another one where some items really do suck up a lot of power when they're off, but still plugged in, depending on the operations. And then there's little did you knows about how much an LED can save on energy. Now, heating and energy, this is more for the natural gas side of things. Again, through Enbridge, there's non-residential natural gas upgrade incentives. Businesses can do energy audits. I know there's different organizations in town. There are energy auditors for non-residential. I know that Rethink Green is a nonprofit organization that also has programs for businesses and having their climate goals and doing audits. So those are options as well. People who have shipping room doors and things like that, air curtains. There's some studies that show even air curtains, how much they can really save on your heating bill in the winter and cooling bill in the summer. So it can go both ways. So air and emissions. There is free training through the federal government called Fleet Smart, because tire pressure, idling, speed, and maintenance all affect fuel efficiency, and you can save money on those behavioral and little changes. We also have an idling bylaw. So at your business, you can request an idle-free zone sign if you'd like for your window or on the building. Avoiding unnecessary travel through virtual meetings. COVID was good for introducing us to this type of format, these virtual meetings, scheduling multiple meetings in the same vicinity, shuttle and carpooling services. So, again, that's more of a behavioral aspect that people can do. And now it says you can save from $50 to $200 per year. That's with those. Now, of course, if you switch to hybrid and electric vehicles, you'd be saving more for that. So with electric vehicles, it's not just the gas, but you don't need oil change and things like that. If you're within the greater Sudbury area, there are the electric vehicle charging station maps. We have over 15 charging stations to help know where to go within the city. And just for idling, just remember that 10 minutes of idling is 1 cup of wasted fuel. So things like that to consider when you're looking at your gas, your liquid fuel use. Water, wastewater, a leaky tap can waste 800 liters of water per month. Again, if you're a small business, every little bit counts when you're trying to save money if you're paying for your water bills. Faucet aerators can help. Water meters can actually check if you're even in your home, you can check your water meter to see if there are any leaks. If you have a business that have toilets, you can look for the water sense. EnerGuide is good for energy, and then there's little water sense logos to show that it's like an efficient faucet, shower head, toilet, things like that. And there's ways, this is on the side of climate change adaptation here, to prevent sewer backups. There are things like backflow preventers, but also the regularly maintaining grease traps, oil interceptors, things like that can help with those issues. Solid waste. Several years ago, there was different, if you have those big containers, a garbage big container cost more monthly. It was by weight versus a recycling big container. I actually don't know. I'll look that up for next year with my new pamphlet. So it was cheaper to have 2, one for recycling specifically, one for garbage, because so much could go into recycling. If you don't have the big ones, there is the city's BizBox program for recyclables. It's like the blue box, but it's yellow for businesses. And then some people might be dealing with food or just have their own office compost material. You can look at composting options. On-site composter, there is a partnership. There's a community garden group that takes compost, food scraps. You could purchase biodigesters, and there's also a local vermicomposting business that is trying to partner with businesses because he takes the compost, he has his large vermicomposting process, and he turns around and he sells his castings and soil, or helps help for remediating, again, perhaps community gardens or other things. If you are a food business yourself, I know that Gina and I were talking about this, you can encourage your customers to bring their own containers for purchasing bulk. There's the nickel refillery or things like bulk burn. So imagine everybody, people can bring their own containers to reduce some of those single-use plastics, or takeout containers. If they're coming to a restaurant, you could have incentives for them to bring their own Tupperware. Sometimes I have to remember to put my Tupperware in my purse so that I already have my leftover container, my takeaway container. So there's things like, even going paperless, and little initiatives within the company that can really make a difference on your waste. Active transportation, studies do show that it can help with employee productivity, health, morale. You can have bike storage options, lunchtime walking groups, emergency backup transportation. There's smart commute. The city does have a smart commute program that can provide suggestions, incentives, that emergency backup transportation and ride matching. Emergency backup transportation, for example, a lot of people say, well, I can't bike to work today because I have an appointment, like what if my child is sick, or something like that. Then there can be a voucher for a cab or something like that if an emergency comes up. The city also has park and ride locations if people do want to carpool and want to have a place to meet up. And sustainable transportation includes carpooling, biking, transit, walking, things like that. Supporting the local economy through local food production, purchasing. When I have Earth Care events, we always try to make sure that whoever the caterer is includes local food from a local producer, at least one. And locally we have meat, dairy, vegetables, grain. So there's a lot of options, not just within Greater Sudbury, but local for us. Our food system does include Manitoulin, Massey, and other areas, because those are where some of our producers are that bring that food. So consider those local options. And if you have food at your business, donations, or not if you don't have food, consider having donations for food banks or meal programs to help provide the healthy food options for those in need. And also there's over 30 community gardens in Greater Sudbury, and a lot of them they're looking for new people to. It's a great way to meet people, see what is available to grow here in the north. I know even from Southern Ontario to Northern Ontario, there's a difference. So I can imagine from other areas as well, there's a big difference. So the community garden group is a good network, and local businesses can support them by sponsoring a garden box or at least participating in a garden box. And that's a great opportunity. Which ties into the I think this is the last slide, local community involvement. Community engagement within your business helps some of the morale sometimes. So again, participating in a community garden, there's local competitions like the commuter challenge each year. It's like how many people within the organization or the business will take the bus that week. It's a 1-week challenge. 20-minute makeover, that is more of a cleaning up litter and doing a makeover on the outside of the business. There's shoreline cleanups. Again, the street and roadside cleanup is like the 20-minute makeover. And there's things, programs available such as the city's Adopt a Road program. So those are just some of the examples of, if we sit down, we can brainstorm. If there are businesses that are interested in seeing what they can do, or they'd like to know more, they can always reach out and see if there's an opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, no. Thank you so much for joining us and for quickly stepping out of your meeting to join us. It's really, really appreciated. Thank you. So, and again, if people have questions or anything, I'll send them your way so that you can properly take care of them. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And yeah, I can stay on for the rest of it. I'm done my other meetings, so I'll stay on till 3 and then.
Perfect.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have NOBEEP's very own program and office manager, Gina Gegioju. So Gina, whenever you're ready, just take it away.
Hi, Charles. Hi, everybody. I'm just going to try and see if I can share my screen, Charles. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay,
Gina.
we're good. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Gina, as Charles has said already. I am very happy to be here. And Charles, thank you for giving me the last slot because it's been a hell of a ride. All
Gina,
right.
correction, you're the second to last. Michael is right
Oh,
behind
the
you.
second. That's okay. Like, I appreciate it, though, because I've been not feeling well the past couple of days, but today I'm feeling really good. So I appreciate it. All right. So what is NOBEEP doing? So NOBEEP is working to identify the barriers faced by Black entrepreneurs and to provide support that will enable them to contribute effectively to the mainstream Northern Ontario economy. So I just had to, I'm going to add something to that while we're on that piece, is that part of that work is that with 2 studies that are going to happen very soon. We're working with Wilfrid Laurier University to carry out 2 studies that will help us identify these barriers. So one of them is the socioeconomic profile of Black people in Northern Ontario. And the second one is to identify the gaps in service delivery to Black people across Northern Ontario. So what does our program governance and management structure look like? We're governed by a board of directors, and on our team, we're 4 full-time staff, and for accounting and legal, we outsource. So on our board of directors, we have Shantae Robinson, who's in the picture, and she's the president. We've got Suzanne Sadina, Robert Naka Bruce, Teresa Ngabeze, Dalton Palmer, Dr. Andrew Adigbai, and Dr. Remy Ogundibo. Then on our team, we've got Charles Nyabeze, who's the director, myself, Charles Bekai, the program and events coordinator, and our executive assistant, Karen Goma. So we cover from like our area begins is the whole of Northern Ontario. So my understanding is that it's from Parry Sound to Kenora and everything in between. Also, we were funded. So we launched officially in June 2022, and the sun sets on our funding in 2025. So what does NOBEEP really do? What are our services? So the one thing that I'll say from the get-go is that we're not able to redistribute funding. However, we are able to provide consulting services to our clients. So some of the things that we have done in the past and so far is to get like consulting on taxes, consulting on bookkeeping, and also on business planning. We also have mentorship. So we have mentors that sign up with us that are able to transfer knowledge and experience to our entrepreneurs. We host entrepreneurship events that educate and they're informative to our entrepreneurs. But the bulk of our work is connecting our entrepreneurs with services. So most of the presentation that have happened throughout the day, some of the presenters are our partners, because we do not have enough capacity in our office to service all of our entrepreneurs. But by working with partnerships, we're able to leverage those services that they already provide. We also sponsor events with the goal, the events that help us connect with potential entrepreneurs. So how do you like connect and work with NOBEEP? So we work with 5 groups. So the first group that we work with is our clients. These are people and organizations that want to get help from NOBEEP. We have our partners. Again, we would not be able to do it without our partners. That's how we're able to deliver services and support for the entrepreneurs. We also work with sponsors. These are people, organizations that want to provide NOBEEP with financial resources. Right now, we have one sponsor, which is FedNo. We've spoken a little bit about our mentors. So we're always looking for mentors to join our organization, and they can be confidential. There's to be able to transfer some of your knowledge to our entrepreneurs, the experiences you've had in businesses. Mentorship can shave off years after somebody's, something that could take somebody years trying to figure out. It could just take a simple conversation. So we are fans of mentorship. And lastly, we work with volunteers who are willing to offer us their help on an as-needed basis. I would like to end with some of the statistics. Ever since we launched in 2022, there's been 76 businesses identified. We've got 9 volunteers so far, and we have our sponsor, FedNo, and with a total of 85 clients that we've engaged. We have 11 mentors, and we've got 16 partners that we're partnered with. Lastly, if you guys would like to work with us, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a mentor, a volunteer, a partner, or you want to sponsor us, you can contact us today via email at info@nobeep.ca, or you can visit our website at nobeep.ca, or you can always come to our office. We're like on Elm Street, 73 Elm Street in Sudbury, Ontario, or you can give us a call. Thank you very much. That's all for me, Charles.
Thanks again, Gina. Greatly appreciated. Yes, thank you very much. Apologies. It's all well and good. Thank you again for your presentation.
Not to worry, and I'm gonna stick around. And if anybody has questions for me, please feel free to email me at gina@nobeep.ca. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Gina. Thank you very much. For our final presentation, we have Michael Norris, who is the Senior Director at Impact Ontario, actually. So, Michael, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Charles. I'm just going to try to pull up my presentation here, if that's successful. And naturally, it's going to take its sweet time.
No problem. Take your time.
All right. Do I have screen share permissions?
Yes, you do.
Excellent. Okay. So we are going to go in here. Great. So my name is Michael Norris, and I work for Impact ON. What is Impact ON? We're a nonprofit that was originally founded as Conseil de la Coopération de l'Ontario, or Cooperation Council of Ontario. We're bilingual, predominantly serve a francophone community in the Sudbury area, but also across the province. So we have partners who finance us, both public and private, about half-half in terms of the makeup. And what we do is we support businesses, entrepreneurs, and people in better understanding their financial picture and what might be the best options for them. So we're not a financial planner. We don't do any sorts of advisory or recommendation. We're more on the education side. So one of the partners that we've worked with extensively in the Sudbury area is La Caisse des Jardins Ontario, who I think may have given a presentation earlier today. This program was co-developed in partnership with Desjardins, and fun enough, the Personal Finance I'm in Charge program, a financial literacy program that is delivered completely free for the Sudbury area, is a program that celebrated its 10th birthday this year. So it's a program that's existed for a good amount of time. It's well appreciated in schools and in community circles. And so I figured I would just give you a brief 10-minute kind of precursor to what are the type of things that people learn during our Personal Finance I'm in Charge webinars. So, you know, the first thing we do is we greet the participants. And one of the things that we understand is that people come with questions about credit and different experiences, whether they be positive or negative, different questions, different experiences. And it's important that we consider all of those perceptions. I had a newcomer call me yesterday with money on a new credit card that they just received from one of the major Canadian banks, and asked me, okay, I received my statement. My statement is for $300. How much do I need to pay? Well, the answer may seem obvious for some people, but for some others where credit is very much a new idea for them, or it's not necessarily something that they've managed before, we need to make sure that we take that into consideration. And that's what this program does, right? So using WebEx, predominantly using WebEx, what we do virtually, and we can also do in person, is that we deliver this financial literacy programming to entrepreneurs and community members across Sudbury. Normally, the program costs about $300 a webinar or $300 a seminar, but because of our partnership with Desjardins in the Sudbury area, we can offer it completely free, okay? And so it's a really simple program. We set it up, we send you out the link, people add, people join. There's a raise your hand icon so that people can really get a sense of the interaction and can ask further questions. There are activities. So one of the things that I will do is I will show you one of the activities that we get to deliver as a result of the Mes Finances Mes Choix or Personal Finance I'm in Charge program. And there's also a chat function, so we try to keep it as interactive as possible. So the objectives by the end of the course are predominantly explaining, you know, how credit works, using credit responsibly, recognizing the warning signs of excessive debt, and being able to recognize habits that can impact your financial reputation vis-a-vis the major banks. So that's kind of, you know, the elements that we really try to work on with these people to ensure that they get some knowledge or understanding of, and that they're able to come home. So, you know, we like to talk in kind of simple layman's terms. And so, you know, during every single one of our presentations, there will be an aspect that is, you know, the menu. Okay, what is on the menu today? And on the menu today, it's, you know, what is credit, what it costs, how does it work, right? What are credit reports? How do you access them? What are some of the tools that are available to you as a consumer, and how do your financial tendencies impact? So we use person to person, you know, physical, tangible interactions, right? And so if we put you into a situation where we say, here's Philip, he's 24 years old, he has a college degree in industrial electronic technology. He works for a company specialized in electronic equipment and production. Or maybe Evelyn, right, who's 19 years old, she's a college student studying early childhood education. You know, so if Eve and Phil want to move in together, after she graduates and split the cost of living, one of the things that we'll ask our participants is, what are the considerations that they need to know about? You know, what are the conversations that need to be had in terms of credit and in terms of living together and the expectations of that, right? And in giving different examples of people and how they engage with credit, we really do personify the content and bring it into people's lives so that they get a perception of, oh, hey, you know, that seems a little bit more like me. And how I feel vis-a-vis credit. And so it really does break down those barriers, because understanding when we're talking about credit, it can become extremely difficult for people to project themselves or to see themselves in the content that is being presented, especially when it's very complex and a bit ambiguous how credit interest rates are built and how organizations are financed, how people are financed, how deposits work, how secured credit cards work, especially when you're new to a country and you don't necessarily understand the system, or it's different from where you came from. Right. And so, you know, one of the really considerable elements, or the important elements of the personal finance I'm in charge program is, you know, explaining credit cards, you know, so not just explaining what credit is, but going into what are the most prevalent uses or applications of credit in day-to-day society. And one of the most common ones that we get questions about is evidently the credit card. So one of the things that we do is we name the pros and cons of credit cards. You know, credit cards are a great tool if you use them properly. You'll hear people talk about cash back and points and all of these advantages that credit cards offer you, but do they really offer them to you if you're not paying your credit card on time? Right? And what does that mean to pay your credit card on time? One of the things that we do, and again, we like to keep this really interactive, is we'll ask people in the audience, you know, how do you feel about credit? Do you feel good about credit? Do you feel bad about credit? This is one of those considerations that, you know, everyone's going to come with their own maybe experience of credit or their own traumas related to credit. And so really trying to create an open space for people to be able to feel safe, welcome, and to be able to talk openly about how their personal finances are impacted. It really ends up, you know, kind of being the environment's quite apprehensive at first. No one really wants to share, but by the end, people are quite vulnerable with each other because they all realize that they have the same perception of these tools, right? And so that's what's really important. Often we use tools, you know, we'll use tools like a brief poll, or if we're in a room, you know, we'll ask people to raise their hands. And then one of the things that we also use in these, what we call mise en situation, or these case studies, is we'll have people pair up and we'll give them a different study, right? We'll give them a context where two people are maybe moving in, or two people are looking to buy a car. Most recently, I delivered a training and there was a couple that was looking to buy a car, and they had all sorts of questions about insurance and what type of obligations they would have towards the dealer and who was to plate the car and all of these things. So, you know, it's really important information to consider in anticipation of the actual purchase. They're certainly not things that you want to demystify after you've signed on the dotted line. And so this is one of those mise en situation, those case studies that we provide. And as you can see, they're super conversational, very, very layman's, and approaching in a very, very personable way, where we have this conversation between, you know, what is a financial consultant and two individuals who are looking to move in together. And then what we'll do is we'll ask people, okay, what did you actually learn from that? And apply it, right? And so what did you learn from that? Okay, how do you think credit works based on that discussion, right? And so we all know that credit is your ability to buy or borrow something with a promise to pay a lender back at a given due date, right? And so that's kind of how fundamentally credit works. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of, you know, the actual training today because I only have about 10-15 minutes. But I wanted to give you guys a perception of how the program really functions from a granularity point of view. And I think one of the things that we really appreciate, we like to use lots of color. We like to keep it really, really simple, not to mention the fact that this is one of 17 modules that we get to deliver. So we touch on everything from budgeting to moving into an apartment, to getting your first credit, buying a car, getting insurance, investing. All of it is covered in this program. And one of the really important elements that people have been talking about a lot, and our most popular module, I would say at this point, is food. Food is a really important part of our budget monthly. And a lot of people, you know, with the big grocery companies under the microscope in this day and age in Canada, a lot of people are looking at ways to save money on food. And so one of the things that we dive into in that module is we look at what are the different considerations. Okay, what are you taxed on? What's a processed food? What's an unprocessed food? And one of the considerations and one of the things that people often don't recognize is the fact that a processed food is untaxed and a processed food is taxed. And so if you want to distinguish and you want to save money, inevitably leaning towards unprocessed foods is a way to save money because you're saving 13% off of the purchase price right off the bat. Okay. And so this is where, you know, sometimes you can ask yourself the question, well, okay, you know, poverty can be alleviated if people eat properly, right? And so this is one of those considerations where it's like, you know, approaching the problem from a systematic but also an intersectional point of view, understanding that education is power and power leads to autonomy. So that's what we touch on. One of the other things that we touch on, again, looking through this credit module, is the cost of borrowing and what a lender adds to the loan, and a relationship between, you know, earning interest and paying interest, right? Because ultimately it's a business transaction, it's a trust between a creditor and a lender, and that relationship is different depending on which side you're on, right? If you're a creditor, you're borrowing money. If you're a lender, you're lending money. And the next thing that we go into, and evidently this is, you know, maybe going back to high school for some people, maybe causing some little traumas from grade 10 and grade 11, but there is an important consideration here, and that is the difference between simple and compound interest, right? Compound interest is the one that is most often calculated in our present day society. And yet simple interest is the one that's probably the most commonly understood. Yet they're very different and they're implemented in quite different ways, right? And so simple interest, consequently, it's the interest calculated on the initial amount. That's the critical element. The compound, it's calculated on the most recent balance. And so if you are not changing that initial amount over time, if you're not making payments on it, then evidently that compound interest can become advantageous or disadvantageous for you as a creditor or a lender, depending on which side you're on, because that interest is calculated, as we say in French, au fur et à mesure. But as time goes on, you notice that you're getting charged more and more interest if you don't arrange that initial balance, that initial amount, okay? And so here, a very quick comparison, you know, okay, if we've got, you know, a simple amount of $1,000 and paid in simple and compound interest, you'll notice in the first period, there's no difference, right? But in that second period, that's where the difference starts to notice itself. So as we say, the difference between simple and compound interest can be as simple as one payment period, can be as simple as 1 month. And those payments can quite quickly accelerate, evidently, as you can see. Okay. And so we come back into a conversational situation. That's how we normally run our webinars. Our webinars and our seminars can last anywhere between half an hour to 2.5 hours, depending on how much content you want to touch on. We've also done full financial literacy days at the Sudbury Library. So if you're ever interested in arranging one of these seminars with us or doing a webinar, it's something that, again, we offer completely free thanks to our partnership with Desjardins. And if there's any other way we can support, again, we've been doing this for the past 10 years with Mes Finances, Mes Choix, and we've been doing financial literacy for the past 20 years. So we consider ourselves pretty knowledgeable and pretty savvy in terms of what students need and what newcomers need. And if there's anything that I can do, I will. Charles has my information and my emails, and he will certainly reach out to you, or if you have any questions, he'll be more than happy to arrange a meetup. I think that I'll just kind of hold it there, because I think that gives people kind of a good sense of how the program is fundamentally built. And I realize also I think I used my 10 to 15 minutes time. So with that, I'd like to thank NOBEEP and thank Charles for inviting me to this call today. And I'd like to wish you all the best rest of your day.
Thank you kindly, Michael, and also for your presentation and for accepting our invitation to present. It is greatly appreciated. With that said, folks, unfortunately, we have a team emergency that we have to deal with, so we're going to have to end the Budget Symposium here, which means that we won't be able to tackle the AI panel, but that's okay. Do not worry. We are going to repackage it as a completely separate event that is going to be very exciting. So keep an eye out for more information on that front. Okay, so once again, we really appreciate you all for joining us, for presenting to our presenters. Yes, the meeting is recorded, Sheen, so it will also be available on our YouTube channel and on our website. So all of this information will be available by the end of the week on our YouTube channel. So once again, thank you to everyone for coming, to our past presenters. Thank you to our current presenters in this kind of session. Thank you so much. It is greatly appreciated. I hope you all thoroughly enjoy the rest of your day. And again, keep an eye out for that AI panel discussion. And yes, Sheen, do not worry. Quickly shoot me your email, and I will ensure that you get that. Okay, fret not. Or you can just look on a YouTube channel. It's NOBEEP on YouTube, Sheen. It's NOBEEP. That will do. Yeah, that will take you straight to our YouTube channel. There we go. I actually grabbed your email, Sheen, so you are all set. Thank you, everyone. Again, take care. And again, keep an eye out for more information on that panel. Thank you. Goodbye.